everyone. I'm JustHearMeowt. Welcome to my channel. The Kouri Richins trial wrapped up today with the closing arguments from each side. And all I can say is bravo, Bloodsworth. This was the best closing argument I've ever seen from a prosecution in any case. It was a targeted, methodical, point-by-point takedown of any work the defense thinks they may have done to convince the jury of Kouri's innocence. And in return, the defense was a floundering rehash of everything they intimated during the trial, which of course involved no evidence. And sadly, they even tried the Uno reverse mistrial card again and failed. So while the jury is deliberating, we will review this absolutely flawless conclusion. We've been recapping this trial every day so far in the evenings, and we will continue to do so through, of course, when the jury returns its verdict and when Kouri is sentenced to life. But with that said, for those of you just joining us for the first time, this is a commentary channel, so it's not going to be just me giving you the easy answers on what happened. I am going to talk about them with my guests. For those of you who don't know who Kouri Richins is, she's the woman who killed her husband in 2022 with an overdose of fentanyl. But this was after stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars from him, believing that she would get millions more upon his death. The problem was he had to die while they were still married, so time was of the essence. And she was cheating on him, committing bank fraud, all the classics. And if you like what you see, I suggest you go ahead and check out the playlist in the description of this video. We cover all the greats: Diane Downs, Sarah Boone, Lauren Armstrong, Kouri Richins trial, Brian Walsh, which was a snoozer, Robert Tellis, and the list continues to grow. And if you like what you see, make sure you go ahead and subscribe. Hello to everyone in the live chat, and hello to the replay crew. Please hit the like button so we can avoid all unnecessary issues and I can continue to feed my pets. Everyone, welcome. Yes, it is finally here, the closing arguments, and I was not being hyperbolic when I said the prosecution, this is the best closing I've ever seen. So we've got a lot to look over here, so we might as well get started. Let me make sure I've got guest number one. Where did my screen go? Here we go. First up, we'll have my precious baby girl, so I love you just so much. Thanks, Derek. Good, and yo. Welcome. And of course, yeah. Suma.
Coming up to the stage.
VIP stage, I might add.
Get your dollar bills.
Back in the platinum lounge, you know?
No, she's working for you. And then my theme song, I guess.
Yes,
this one. Of course. Because it's a little... Oh. I shouldn't say the rest of that sentence. Anyway... I just have been doxing myself a whole lot lately.
What is your social security number in that song or something?
No, simpler than that. My name's Usher. Usher. Mm-hmm. Did you both watch all of today? I know Suma did. Suma streams the trial live. But I did. I don't know how much you paid attention based on the statements you just gave me.
Absorbed very little as usual, but I did watch. I'm just there to make fun of people. You know what I mean? I'm not a great legal
moment. Thanks, Derek. How about you?
I watched all of the defense. I saw a bit of the first part of the prosecution, but I did not see the prosecution's rebuttal at all. So
okay.
So
the prosecution's rebuttal was the juiciest part. I'm still trying to find a stream where I can rip it, but that'll be going on in the background. Yeah. So everyone, I think, amongst the criticisms was in the NPCs out there, the what do they call it? The innocence culture. And like, oh, there's no deliberate, no direct evidence to give it to him. Like, I think Bloodsworth shut that all down. All of it.
You know, if you have a brain in your head, you'll figure it out. If you don't, then that's too bad. I mean, I don't know what to do.
So without further delay, let's start with the prosecution.
Intensely ambitious person.
Yeah, because this was a much better start. Just owning her right
She
from
feels
the
aggrieved
beginning.
because growing up, her father was an alcoholic who traded parenting for prison, and her mother a gambler who traded parenting for a casino.
God damn.
Kouri Richins
Well, that would have been embarrassing if we got all the way through.
thus worked for her aunt, cleaning the homes of rich people in Park City. She was not beneath those homeowners, but she felt that she was. This fueled in her an intense desire to appear privileged, affluent, and successful. She met Eric Richins. He was a successful business owner. He had money. They had a son, married, and had 2 more sons. Kouri Richins was on her way, but she was unhappy. She wanted to leave Eric Richins, but did not want to leave his money. Their prenuptial agreement meant that if she left him, she would also leave most of his money.
Yes.
So-
Deborah Rocco.
Kouri Richins took $250,000 in equity out of Eric Richins' home without him knowing it, so that she could start her own business and earn enough money to leave Eric Richins. Kouri Richins is intensely ambitious.
Oh, it's such a good line because he says it and looks aside. Remember, she's ambitious, and he ties it perfectly in. Ambitious enough to kill. Like
First with Eric's money and then other people's money, Kouri Richins carefully curated the facade of a privileged, affluent, successful business owner. Behind the facade, however, Kouri Richins was incompetent.
oh, damn! Gauntlet thrown! She is incompetent.
Took tremendous risks. She borrowed money by any means necessary at exorbitant rates. She gambled other people's money and lost. Her business was imploding. All the while, Kouri Richins was more interested in spending time with Josh Grossman than Eric. She dreamed of living in the Midway Mansion with Josh, running it as an event center, farming and raising kids, Eric's kids. But she did not have the money to leave Eric or the money to salvage her business. Kouri Richins is an intensely ambitious person. She is a risk taker. There was a way forward. Eric had to die.
Yep. Okay, we've seen all that before because the defense kept going, no, she can't hold it. She was successful. She was, really going to succeed. Everything they were celebrating. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, there was one way forward for her business that she has wrapped her identity in. The only way forward is Eric dies.
I didn't take that thing she said to Grossman as we will raise her kids from Eric's kids. I think she was going to start all over again.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah.
It does sound better, though, saying Eric's kids.
Yeah, I mean, I get why he did it, but
yeah,
it's actually worse if she's not even going to raise her kids, Sorry.
Can we clarify that for a second? Who's the kids are whose?
Eric's.
Hers and Eric's.
So both of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is what I've seen the Poisoner's Handbook. I watched the whole PBS thing on it, but this was really good up there. A gun may be fired in a flash of anger, a rock carelessly hurled, a shovel swung in sudden fury, but a homicidal poisoning requires a calculating intelligence. Yes. Such a good slide to put up there.
So good.
As Judge Mrazek
just saying.
Yeah. Just combine, contrast it, the clunkiness of Sarah Boone and her stupid suitcase.
Yeah.
Instructed, there are 5 counts, and each count has a series of elements.
Okay.
The state has to prove.
So, and again, I think this is better than Chandler Halderson's closing. Like the difficulty of the case laying it out. This is a more difficult case, and it was a better closing proving it. I mean, you know, laying it all out there.
Each count and each element of each count beyond a reasonable doubt. That is our burden. In this closing, we will go count by count and then within each count, element by element, to show to you how the state has met its burden of proving aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of fraud, and forgery. That, again,
there are very few things in the world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt.
is the reasonable doubt instruction that Judge Mrazek just read, and you will have back with you in the jury room. Judge Mrazek also read this instruction on what evidence is, and it's usually testimony and exhibits. To reiterate, what the attorneys say is not evidence. And as I asked you in opening, please focus on the evidence. Throughout this presentation, I generally use this format for slides. And so everybody understands where we are, the count, and then the element within the count is at the top in the red banner. We then quote some witness testimony and we cite it because it's the evidence that matters. So that you'll have the exhibits back with you when you deliberate. And you can reference them. Usually it's a transcript, page, line, number of the testimony. We also publish exhibits. And usually we'll have an exhibit number down here. If there's an exhibit, whatever, 2-5, so you can reference it. Let's begin with the aggravated murder count. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins was the person who committed the aggravated murder. The evidence will prove that she intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins here by means of administering to him the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber. She intended to kill him with the illicit street drugs. It doesn't matter what illicit street drugs. We'll get into it more. It doesn't matter if it was the propofol, if it was the fentanyl that actually killed him, if it was oxy or some other illicit street drugs. She bought illicit street drugs to kill Eric.
Suma, do you have the verdict watch? I've got it on. Just wondering if you had it as well. I've got the audio in case I hear anything.
No, but I'll put it on.
No, you don't have to. I'm just saying. I was wondering if you did.
I should anyway, you know.
So we will let you know if there's a verdict, people.
Yeah.
Or anything, any updates. We'll switch to that if there's any update.
What are you looking at? Are you in long crime? Or?
That's what matters. That's murder. These two
I'm on Court TV because it has the best audio.
elements are just murder, right? If we hide this, that's a murder charge. Here we have an aggravated murder charge, and the state will prove 2 separate and distinct aggravators.
Yes, they're staying late.
It's for pecuniary gain. This is a why aggravator. Why did Kouri Richins kill Eric? For money. The second aggravator is a how aggravator. How did she do it? Here, by the administration of any substance. Here it happens to be fentanyl, but it could be any substance administered in a lethal amount. Either one of those aggravators are what transforms this case from a murder case to an aggravated murder case.
So defense doesn't like that right there. That's going to be one of their motions for mistrial points.
First element, was it Kouri Richins? Yes. The state has proved that Kouri Richins had the means, here the fentanyl, the illicit street drugs, the motive, here money, and a fresh start at life, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. She was the only other adult in the home at the time. Nobody else killed Eric Richins. Now, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins by administering the illicit street drugs. The state will prove with all kinds of evidence, testimony, exhibits, patterns of her behavior, and what each of us know about humans, that she intended to cause Eric's death. She intended it probably as early as December the 7th, 2021.
That's one sentence I would have changed. I would have changed at least by December 7th. She had come up with the plan of murder. Like, not the earliest. You know what I mean?
When she booked a trip for her and Josh Grossman to the Caribbean for April. People don't book.
You've missed about 10 minutes. Polynomial.
That trip. Kouri Richins did not book that trip thinking Eric Richins would be alive in April. She booked it knowing he would not. In December, before Eric died, before Kouri Richins murdered Eric, she told her friend, Becky Lloyd, In many ways, it would be better if he were dead. That proves she intended to cause his death. This was the New York life policy that covered the C&E buy-sell agreement. And on January the 1st, 2022, Kouri Richins changed the life insurance beneficiary on Cody's policy from Eric to her. The evidence proves that Kouri Richins didn't understand that was Cody's policy.
Yeah, I didn't.
Well, that's because you're an idiot.
Kouri, so dumb.
And when she figured it out, she went ahead and changed it back because she planned to murder Eric. She did not plan to murder Cody, but she planned to murder.
The faces she makes.
Yeah, she's like,
No, she is not impressed with this at all. She's just
No.
like, you kidding me?
So smug.
This is
So
the best
smug.
they got? This is the best they got? And I love that part of the mistrial thing is, he commented about her facial expressions. Wasn't that the first thing they complained about to the judge?
Yes.
That the prosecution was making faces?
well, that's what her people were telling her who were watching.
Right, but they made a
They
complaint
weren't
about it.
mentioning anything about her performance, apparently.
Kouri Richins asked two people, Hayden Jeffs and Carmen Lauber, for the Michael Jackson drug. Kouri Richins was a suburban mother real estate agent. She does not know a lot about the illicit street drug world, but she knows Michael Jackson died from taking drugs. She doesn't.
You stupid bastard.
Drug, but she knows she wants the Michael Jackson stuff. She knows she wants it because it is lethal, it is fatal, it kills. And she wanted lethal, fatal death. Kouri Richins is intensely ambitious. She wanted the perfect life, or at least the appearance of the perfect. And for her, that meant Josh Grossman. But first, Eric had to go away.
So with these transactions, when Carmen hit you up, what did she tell you?
She told me she had a friend that wanted,
Did she ask for blue specifically or fentanyl specifically, or did she ask for oxys? What did she ask for?
no, I think she might have asked for blue, right? Man, I can't remember.
But you sold her in 30s, right?
Yeah, I told her what she knew what she was buying.
Okay, so she it wasn't like she's asking for oxys or something like that. She got the insurance.
Right, yeah.
Okay. She knew that there was fentanyl in this bill.
At Kouri Richins' request, Carmen Lauber purchased illicit street drugs from Robert Crozier. It's those illicit street drugs that killed Eric Richins. It's those illicit street drugs that Kouri used to murder Eric Richins. And while there may be some question as to whether she specifically ordered fentanyl or she knew she was getting fentanyl, the evidence proves she at least knew it. She wanted fatal, lethal, illicit street drugs. And all the testimony from Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier, digital forensics, we'll get into it, all confirm that Kouri Richins ordered and received illicit street drugs.
But Mr. Bloodsworth, did you hear when the defense was like, nuh-uh? Very effective counter argument. Nuh-uh.
And that those street drugs contain fentanyl. Illicit street drugs is all that matters. But you heard the testimony that despite confusion in what people were ordering, people were getting fentanyl. The fake M30s looked like the real, the fake M30s looked like the real M30s. Everything on the street in early 2022 had fentanyl. That's how we know that it was this purchase that ended up killing Eric.
Pamela Oliver says, I still can't believe the defense didn't put on any case. They spent the whole of the prosecution's case arguing. It's because the prosecution didn't show any of their cards of how they were going to connect this all together in terms of argument, because they're good and they're terrible. So like, yeah, well, I don't feel like they've really proven anything. They've made a convincing case in my mind because I'm an idiot. So let's just not do anything about it.
It's the fentanyl. We can trace the fentanyl. Next slide. The digital forensics corroborate Carmen Lauber's testimony that 5 days before Kouri Richins murdered Eric Richins, Carmen Lauber purchased for Kouri Richins fentanyl from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper. The call detail records show an extraordinary amount of overlapping communication between Carmen Lauber, Kouri Richins, Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier during that time. We, of course, don't have the
Me
communications.
more than anyone, Pamela.
Carmen Lauber deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal. Kouri Richins deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal and a murder.
But then the defense is going to say, oh, but it was because of an affair. So that'd be 3 reasons. Drug deal, murder, and affair. She didn't just delete text. She deleted everything.
Robert Crozier said he had lost his phone. But that's an extraordinary number of communications. We know that Kouri Richins, the evidence proves that Kouri Richins used a Moscow Mule and a shot to administer the fentanyl to Eric. She writes it in her orange notebook where she journals what happened the night she murdered Eric.
Oh, Kouri doesn't like that either. Look at Kouri's face right here.
To Eric. She writes it in her orange notebook where she journals what happened.
Can you believe this? They're focusing on my journal?
The night she murdered Eric.
I'm jealous.
It's a self-serving journal. We'll discuss that down the road. But she wrote Moscow Mule and a lemon drop shot. And that is consistent with all the toxicology. Again, in the notes that investigators recovered from the kitchen cabinet in Kouri Richins' home, she wrote Moscow Mules. Lemon water, vodka, and rum.
I didn't notice this point the first time. Watch this.
She left out the main ingredient, which of course is the ginger beer.
Yeah, okay. So is she writing that out to be able to describe what is in a Moscow Mule? Like, I don't know.
But there was ginger beer. We know that from the cock and bull that OME investigator Cam Sessions found in the trash can in the kitchen. It's interesting that Kouri Richins wrote vodka in parentheses rum. The evidence may show that the Moscow Mule she made that night was ginger beer and fentanyl. The lemon drop shot may be lemon and fentanyl. Notice that here she writes drink in bed. We'll come back to that in a minute. The cock and bull, as I mentioned, corroborates.
And the weird thing is the prosecution does come back to the things they say they're going to come back to, unlike the defense.
At least the Moscow Mule. And that we know the cause of death from the death certificate was fentanyl. The fentanyl and the illicit street drugs that Kouri Richins got from Carmen Lauber, who got from Robert Crozier. We know that Eric ingested the fentanyl from the Moscow Mule, the lemon drop shop, or both. Medical examiner Dr. Pamela Ulmer, toxicologist Brianna Peterson, chief medical examiner Dr. Eric Christensen, all testified that the 20,000 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl, an extraordinary amount, in his stomach.
Oh, yeah, Addie is me. The closing arguments for today, and this is the best closing I've ever seen. We're about probably 20 minutes into the 2-hour first part of the closing, but I've got it down to an hour and 10, I think.
Indicates oral ingestion. Indeed, Dr. Christensen not only testified to it, he told Kouri Richins that
hit the like button
in their phone call that she recorded. Ms. Peterson.
Wait, what was that? The phone call recorded?
In his stomach indicates oral ingestion. Indeed, Dr. Christensen not only testified to it, he told Kouri Richins that in their phone call that she recorded. Ms. Peterson's testimony, as well as Dr. Christensen, also proves that the fentanyl was illicit. Again, illicit coming from the street, illegal street drug, illicit fentanyl. And it was their testimony, right, was that there was not only fentanyl in the toxicology, but there was norfentanyl, which was a marker of an illicit fentanyl. There's also acetyl fentanyl as well. But it's the norfentanyl that is a marker of illicit fentanyl, which completely tracks with how Kouri Richins got the illicit street drugs. We also know that Kouri Richins intended to kill Eric Richins because the toxicology contained quetiapine.
Your Honor, we may have lost audio. Let's reset. My apologies.
Quetiapine is an antipsychotic medication.
Last one. What is quetiapine? Quetiapine?
Quetiapine is an antipsychotic medication. It's called Seroquel.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's a prescription, mental health medication that's prescribed for different things.
I gotcha.
Here's Sky, right there. The look she had on her face later was like, during the defense closing, was like, this is a pile of shit.
The quetiapine in the toxicology for Eric Richins shows that Kouri Richins was involved because she was prescribed quetiapine. Now, this conversation that she recorded with Dr. Christensen is also very insightful. She pretends to not know what quetiapine is.
Yeah, why is she pretending not to know?
It was
stupid.
Well, but he ties it all together, right? Like
it's her prescription. Of course she knows what it is. She pretends to not know what it is to cover up her involvement in putting the quetiapine inside Eric's body. She feigns the ignorance. She covers up her conduct in murdering Eric Richins in several ways throughout, beginning the night she murdered him, all the way through the walk the dog letter. In the orange notebook.
Explain why she put the Seroquel in there.
It doesn't need to be in there. Don't need to explain it.
I think she was just throwing everything.
But there is a reason for it. Quetiapine, Seroquel, which I've been on, or I was on for many, many years, knocks you the hell out.
But
like,
did the expert testify to that?
It's like a baseball bat to the head. Like you
I know, but
out.
I don't think the expert testified to that.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of things were missing that surprised me, actually.
Huh. Well,
she writes, she jumped out of bed, ran, turned on the lights, grabbed her phone.
Yes.
And called 911. The evidence proves that is not true.
What? The verdict is in?
What?
Hang on.
It's not? No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay, verdict. Verdict reached. Okay, well,
yeah,
I've got the evidence
verdict
proves that.
No spoilers.
Hold on.
I'm watching it live right now. There's nothing happening in court.
Me either, but
don't spoil it. If it's online, don't spoil it.
Let me look and see if it's on.
There's no spoilers. It's
just stop.
To their bedroom.
Stop.
Kouri Richins says she was in Ashton's
Okay,
room.
we read at 6:20.
There's no evidence of that. But she returned from somewhere to their bedroom.
6:20.
Unlocked
Pacific?
her phone.
Mountain.
So in 25 minutes. Okay.
That was fast.
But where are we getting this information from? I'm just seeing
per Nate eating. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. Well, I've got it up. As soon as they go back in session, we'll put it up. If she is not guilty.
Oh shit! The clock stopped. The verdict.
Put it on speaker. There's no call detail records.
Yeah, just stop.
Showing a call at that time.
On court
she
TV,
may have called on Wi-Fi.
Okay. Everyone chill out. We will go to court as soon as it's back in session. All right?
Chill out. It's happening, people.
That would not appear in the call detail records. It would appear on.
Oh, wait. This is a really important part. This is one of these things where they presented this stuff earlier and they didn't really understand exactly, like we theorized on it. He didn't make any argument for it, but now his theory right here makes perfect sense.
Somewhere.
For what he's proving.
To their bedroom. Unlocked her phone. Put it on speaker. There's no call detail records showing a call at that time, but she may have called on Wi-Fi. Somebody. That would not appear in the call detail records. It would appear on her phone.
It's like, what are you talking about? Calling it 6:20? That's just, or no, it's calling Wi-Fi. That's so stupid. What a reach!
If her phone had not been deleted.
Objection, Your Honor. These are facts that are not.
Please have a seat.
She then unlocked.
Kouri can't believe it, shaking that head. Yeah, right. She's like, this is all a setup. Such a sham, huh? You, Kouri.
Her phone again at 3:08, 3:10, 3:15, 3:19, 3:19. And then 15 minutes later, she called 911. That is not immediately called 911. Perhaps she was staging the scene during these 15 minutes. We're going to discuss the 911 call.
Look at that. She's staging the scene.
This is a receiver activation.
Okay, so these activations, right?
3:22:12. When we're in the 911 call, she's on receiver on her phone.
Yeah, Lauren Crime says verdict has been reached.
Yep, I see it. I'm watching.
The 911.
But did you hear that? It's in receiver mode, not speaker mode. So when she says I put it on speaker, she's lying.
Call operator
It doesn't matter how it sounds on the 911 call. It's in receiver mode.
asks her, "Are you on speakerphone?" She says yes. No. She's on receiver. Before we play this, sorry. We're going to listen to the first part, actually most of the 911 call again. I ask that as you listen to it, you'll hear the first minute. The first minute is not the sound of a wife becoming a widow. To echo her friend Chelsea Barney, the first minute is the sound of a wife becoming a black widow.
Sick burn.
Right there's a mistrial. Mistrial.
Absolutely.
Listen to how Kouri Richins on the 911 call
Look, she is not impressed.
immediately,
Well, she's just like,
presents-
that's nerve.
very soon after the call begins, presents her alibi.
I like how they're like, you calling him her insect? No, you dumbasses. That's not.
And also,
Nobody thought, oh, she's a spider?
bizarre.
Narrative. Listen to how she tells the 911 dispatcher where she was when Eric died. She is distancing herself.
Excellent point. And he kept making this over and over. How the first thing she points out is something else, how she's innocent, or when she starts the story, she always starts it with a drink because she knows that's what killed him.
Rather than, he's not breathing, he has no pulse, I have to figure out what to do, I need help. She's saying, hey, look, I was not there, I was in my son's room. That's her alibi. She's distancing herself from the time and the place that she murdered Eric. The 911 call operator asks her to perform CPR. Notice how she distances herself from that. No, I don't know how. No, he's too heavy. No, I can't move him. She is not immediately trying to revive him. We're going to run a clock from the time that the dispatcher asks her if she can start CPR to the time she purportedly starts it. It's 6 minutes. Listen, please, to the portion of the 911 call where the operator instructs Kouri Richins how to remove Eric from the bed. Listen how the dispatcher says, move to the side of the bed. Kouri Richins says she does. Remove the pillows, pull the arm, pull the leg, lift up the sheet, pull him off. If Kouri Richins is following the instructions of the 911 dispatcher, Eric Richins' body is on the floor on the side of the bed, not the foot of the bed where it was found. Listen also to her choice of language. She has dehumanized Eric Richins. When she is talking about removing Eric from the bed and she is protesting and she is saying she cannot, she is not saying, I can't move him. She is saying, I can't move it. Eric.
Yep.
Is no longer a him to him. She murdered Eric. Eric is an it. Finally, listen to when she says she is performing CPR and the phone is on speaker. The phone's not on speaker. Determine whether she's performing CPR. Okay, Scott.
I'm not breathing. Too cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court. Okay, what's the good phone number in case it gets disconnected? 435-671-1987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Hello. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. No, I don't know. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in the bed, did our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I keep the light out here. He's not breathing? He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. No, thank God. Available? Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Okay, are you right by your husband right now?
Yeah, she's so pale. Her mouth is like open.
Okay, listen carefully. Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the ground?
I'm just thinking. I can't with him. I can't.
You can do it.
God,
You
it's
need to calm down.
pathetic.
We need to help him. I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath for me. I'm here with you.
He doesn't have a pulse.
He doesn't have a pulse?
No. There's no pulse.
Okay, I'm here with you. I'm here with you. We need to get him help. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay?
Okay.
Tell me when you've done that.
Okay, I'm ready.
You're ready? Okay, he's on the floor?
He's on the bed.
Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor?
Let me see. He's Papa there. I don't know what's happening.
I'm here with you. You're not able to move him to the floor.
Go out. Don't come in here. Oh my God, my sister.
She's guilty. She's going to be guilty.
You know what's so ironic is that the operator keeps saying, the dispatcher, whatever, keeps saying to her, I'm here with you. And the name of the book that she wrote is Are You With Me?
Are you with me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was her inspiration, Suma.
That's right.
You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry
Is your mother there, ma'am?
about hurting them.
He's so bloody.
Is he still on the bed?
Her mother probably
Okay,
is
if there's
there.
a sheet or a blanket under
Yeah,
them, can you loosen it from the
probably is.
mattress?
Yeah.
Trying to
Okay,
clean
stand
up
at
the
the
rest
side
of
of the
the
bed
scene.
closest to them and remove anything under their head.
Okay.
Okay? I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now.
Okay.
Tell me when he's on the floor.
I move it. It's a dead weight. Like it just.
You're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him.
Can you please send somebody?
Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab his feet, slide them towards you until they're just off the bed. How old is your husband?
39.
39?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, were you able to pull his feet off the bed?
I'm pulling.
Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him.
Just a suggestion.
Okay. When they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now.
That protects the innocent and prevents the state from punishing.
You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get on the floor.
We can hear that.
Okay, you got him on the floor?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, listen carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his head. Is he laying flat on his back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes me feel
Okay, just listen
patriotic.
carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay?
I always do.
Place the heel of your
Yeah, I
hand
know.
on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest,
Even more.
right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Okay.
Okay. Stop pumping the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, and 2 inches deep.
Okay.
Okay. Start counting out loud so I can count with you. Okay. We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker?
Yes.
Okay.
Nope. That's a lie.
she's not.
1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know the front door is open?
No, it's locked.
It's, are you? I need you to go. Is there anybody else within the home, or is it just you?
It's all my kids.
Okay. Are one of them old enough to go and lock the door?
Yeah, it's unlocked.
It's unlocked now.
Yeah, he's here. He's here.
Okay.
The protesting, that was part of the 6-minute delay in Kouri Richins performing CPR. I can't move it. It is just dead weight. Contrast that 911 call with her self-serving text message to her best friend, Chelsea Barney. I tried so hard to save him, his lifeless body on my bedroom floor. I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life, that I needed him. None of that happened. She's covering up her involvement in murdering Eric Richins. Recall the alibi narrative at the beginning of the 911 call. Her letting the 911 operator and everyone know that she was not with Eric when he died. I was somewhere else. I was distant in place and time. When she calls her father-in-law, Eric's dad, Gene Richins, what does she say right at the outset? I was sleeping with Ashley and I came into the room. Gene, I wasn't there. Wasn't me. When Eric's sister Katie arrives, he wasn't breathing. I went to bed. I was in Ashton's room. He was having nightmares. I wasn't there. It was not me. Her alibi. Her cover-up. This is the written form that sheriff's deputies gave Kouri Richins early morning of March 4th to write out what happened. It says, describe in detail what you saw, know, or heard of the incident. Where does she start? Eric and I put the kids to bed around 9 p.m. We had a drink. In Kouri Richins' mind, that's when the incident started. It was the drink, and she knew it because she put the fentanyl in the drink. She didn't start with, I walked into the bedroom at 3 a.m. My husband was not breathing and cold. Describe the incident. The incident for her begins around 9:15 when she has the drink, because she knows that is, in fact, when the incident began. And then more of her self-serving alibi narrative. It wasn't me, I wasn't there, before she gets into really what matters. Intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins. We know it was intentional because she planned the immediate reaction. When she spoke with Eric's sister, Katie, very shortly after medical examiners rolled Eric Richins' body out of his home for the last time, she told Katie that she was going to she was going to follow through with the purchase of the Midway mansion. She was going to sell the home that she was living in, and she had a plan for running Eric's business, C&E. The morning of Eric's death.
That is so bad. Why even bring it up? I'm going to sell the home, but don't worry, I've got contingency plans. Why mention that, you dumb?
Stupid.
Just so we don't run out of time in case, because we don't know when to come back. Just for those of you who didn't see the defense closing, this was basically what it was like over and over in between bullshit.
Now the state's going to get up and talk to you again because they get the last word. And the reason they have that last word is because of that heavy burden. But when you filled out that jury questionnaire, we asked you if you would be comfortable making your voice heard in that jury room. Would you stand by your...
What is this? Look at the graphic. They put a Norman Rockwell painting or something.
Yeah, it looks like Norman Rockwell.
Your convictions by what you believe, and each and every one of you said yes. So here's my final ask of you. When you're deliberating and something comes up that we didn't respond to, will you be courageous enough to raise your hand and talk about what our response would be? Raise your hand for Kouri,
as well,
because you are the last line between an innocent woman and the state.
You are the last line.
Courage is what this moment demands.
Hold the line.
Courage to stand between a member of your community and the state and demand that they comply with the Constitution, that they comply with their burden. Do not let them fool you. Do not fall for red herrings. Kouri Richins did not kill Eric Richins. The state did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the courage to tell them this and find Kouri Richins not guilty.
Wow, powerful.
Bravo.
What about what?
Aggressively outside the jury deposed.
Folks, let's give you
Reasonable doubt. It's not just a slogan. It's not just a suggestion. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and
This is another part. This is not a replaying.
prevents the state from punishing without truth. And it is the state that has that high burden, the highest burden under the law, to prove each and every single element of each and every charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt.
That was only 2 of them. I got 4 of them in there. We probably could have done more. Let me resist.
Hands in place because she knew she was going to murder Eric. She had already thought about not only murdering him, but what I'm doing immediately after murdering him.
$1.99. If I
Her
sell
plan
it
with the
hard, my
Midway
hand would be
Mansion is
over it.
consistent
Thank
with
you.
her dream of living there with Josh Grossman, running it as an event center, farming and raising Eric's kid. Her plan to sell the home she lived in proves that she had no idea that home was in a trust, and she couldn't sell it. Her plan on running Eric Richins' half of C&E shows that she did not understand the buy-sell agreement, the life insurance coverage on the buy-sell agreement, or that life insurance coverage went to the trust, not her. The morning Eric died, she had a plan on how she was spending Eric's money and didn't realize it was trust money. We know that Kouri Richins intended to kill Eric. The evidence proves that she intended to kill Eric, in part based on her conversation with Josh Grossman shortly after killing Eric. Kouri Richins asked Josh if he had ever killed anybody. Killed was her word. Not have you ever lost a loved one? How do you agree? Not have you ever walked in and found a dead body unexpectedly?
Had that up earlier.
Not how do you respond to a tragic and horrible accident? It is have you killed? And then she asked how it made him feel. She asked that because she was working through her own feelings on killing and wanted Josh to help her work through those feelings. And never mind that that's a highly selfish question. She's worried about working through her feelings on killing. Never mind Josh Grossman's feelings on having had to have killed in service of his country. It was her feelings that mattered. The walk the dog letter. There's a lot to unpack in this. But right now, let's unpack the fact that Kouri Richins says Eric gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. She goes on to talk and says, Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Some refers back to pain pills in Mexico from fentanyl. Sorry, pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Kouri Richins knows 4 months after she's been arrested for Eric Richins' murder, a year and a half after she murdered him, she knows that she bought fentanyl and she has to explain it. And how does she explain it? A year and a half after murdering Eric Richins, she blames it on Eric. Oh, I bought it for Eric. That's the sum of the evidence. Her self-serving statement asking her brother to testify falsely that she brought it from Eric, for Eric. A year and a half after she murdered. Kouri Richins did not tell the 911 dispatcher, hey, I just bought some fentanyl for Eric. She didn't tell the paramedics, he might be dying from the fentanyl I just bought for him. He didn't tell the deputies that responded. He didn't tell Detective Woody. He didn't tell Dr. Ulmer. Didn't tell Christensen. Didn't tell her friends. Didn't tell her family. All the off-ramps she had the opportunity to take to say, hey, I bought the fentanyl for Eric. She doesn't, because it did not happen. She did not concoct this story until a year and a half after she killed him. And it is a story. It's a fake story that she wants her brother to testify to. There are, of course, other inaccuracies. Kouri Richins in the Orange Notebook writes, self-servingly, when the EMT walked up to me and said he didn't make it, we did all we could, I lost it, I immediately ran to the bathroom.
No, you didn't.
This is the video of when the EMT walked up to her.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What do you mean?
his dad. The other day, kids are in that door over there. There's 2 kids that are awake. They're in that door. Here, she get to the left. Yeah, I think the one master bedroom. Or the master bedroom. So basically, she said, went to bed at 9:30. She slept with the kids because she goes to bed. She went to bed. Then around 3 o'clock, moved into her bed.
We'll stop it there. We could play it for several more minutes. She doesn't immediately or otherwise run to the bathroom and throw up. When people make up stories, they are inconsistent in the retelling. Here, the Orange Notebook, Kouri Richins says they make the Moscow Mule and the lemon drop shot in the kitchen, and then they go to bed and brush their teeth. Here, they drink it in the bedroom, not the kitchen. Kouri Richins tells her attorney, it's on the right, she tells her attorney that Eric was on the phone when she went into Ashton's bedroom. But Eric Richins' phone activity tells a different story. Kouri Richins repeatedly said that she went into...
I'm not exactly sure why people are leaving. As soon as it switches, we will go to it. There's nothing happening in court.
And people want to see it.
There's nothing happening.
But people are
a blank
anxious.
Screen.
Ashton's bedroom,
don't trust you.
9:30, 9:45.
I don't trust you.
Eric
I
was
have
off
it on
the
my
phone
phone
before
right
9.
now.
In the Orange Notebook, Kouri Richins says that Eric was awake when she went into Ashton's room. In that rambling phone call with Bryce Knutson that Chelsea Barney recorded, she suggests that he was asleep because she says when she returned to the bedroom about 3 a.m., Eric was in the exact same position as he was when he fell asleep. That means she was there when he fell asleep, not in Ashton's room. Her story is inconsistent in the details. That proves that much of it is fake. We've read text messages throughout this presentation. We'll continue to publish some more for you to read. None of those text messages were recovered from Kouri Richins' phone. They were recovered from Eric's phone, Chelsea Barney's phone, Josh Grossman's phone, but not...
Wait, nobody believes it? Here, just a second. Look. You want to stare at this?
8:20.
I believe it.
Yeah, I know. As soon as they go up, I'll put it up there.
His phone, because they were deleted. That is part of her cover-up.
I have
When
one
comparing
eye.
the contents of the phone with few to no text messages, with the contents of the call detail records, with thousands of text messages, that's how we know they were deleted. When Detective Woody executed the first of the search warrants on April the 13th, 2022...
I don't know. Does anyone know that?
And she informed Kouri Richins that toxicology showed that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning.
No
Detective Woody seized her phone. On her phone that she got to replace the seized phone, on the phone that Kouri Richins got to replace the seized phone, these are the searches. What was Kouri Richins worried about? She was worried about the police recovering all her deleted text messages. Why? They're inculpatory. They would further prove that Kouri Richins bought drugs from Carmen Lauber to then murder Eric Richins. Her phone searches reveal...
That is an off-topic question, Judge. I have an off-topic question. Do we believe Lauren actually has a child, or is this the final troll boss? They're not a troll, because if they're with Lauren, they took a Christmas photo with Lauren. You're hanging out with him. You're giving him what he wants. That's not trolling. You're just weird. We don't know if it's his, but evidence is that he's in the vicinity of a child, at least.
What she was thinking. She's worried about being investigated. She's worried about having to take a lie detector test. She's worried about my office. She's worried about her seized electronics. Prison is on her mind. So is money. She's interested in the life insurance. We don't know precisely when these searches were conducted. It's just not in the digital data. We have the data we have. But we do.
And it's also really frustrating when the defense does their closing, how much they misstate this again. That's why I think the verdict was so fast. The defense just kept lying about what stuff is. She was worried about going to prison. That's why she's searching. No, she searched for luxury prisons for the rich.
Know that she hasn't been paid out yet on life insurance. And she started getting paid out in June of 2022. And this phone she got in April of 2022. So the inference is that these searches occurred between April and June of 2022. This one's the most insightful. If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? She didn't search if someone accidentally ODs. She doesn't search if somebody is dead for unknown reasons. She searches if somebody is poisoned, because that is what happened. Now we have to prove that Kouri Richins intended to murder Eric Richins, which means we have to prove that Eric Richins did not commit suicide. Kouri herself says he didn't. No mental health concerns. But the other evidence proves it as well. Eric had every reason to live. The first three of which are Carter, Ashton, and Weston. He was a phenomenal father. He protected his boys.
Thank you, VC Once Pony.
His money in trust mostly for the benefit of them, to protect them. He was a protector. He's not leaving his boys. He was also planning for the future. He was a successful business person, and he and Cody had future business plans. He had future plans with his sister. They were planning family vacation to Disneyland. He was planning on buying a cabin in the Uintas with his father for the family. Every shred of evidence in this case proves that Eric did not commit suicide.
Beaches said could be a split decision, guilty on murder, but not guilty on the attempted. So yeah, I would not be surprised. I wouldn't care even if they did not guilty on attempted. But several people have said, including I think Emily D. Baker said it, and other people have said that she said it. But the reason you bring the attempted murder charge is because you can't talk about Valentine's Day or any of the previous bias related to that because it's irrelevant to a murder if you're not saying that she attempted to murder earlier. So the reason to charge her with that was to bring in all of the evidence that she not only deleted her messages before the murder, she deleted it back through January. So
my guess is it'll be guilty on almost all, if not all, charges.
Yeah.
So fast.
Yeah, I don't really, but I'm saying like murder is the only one I care about, right? Because we get to see her go through the fraud trial as well.
This wasn't an accidental overdose. Eric Richins did not use drugs. He did not use illicit drugs. Set aside THC gummies. Kouri Richins said no, never to Deputy Wynn and paramedic Offred. These are people that it would have made sense to tell he used illicit drugs to in the moment as paramedic Offred's trying to save Eric's life.
Yes, Lisa Lulu, that was me playing American
But no,
Beautiful.
she was honest. Nope, never. Same thing with Dr. Ulmer.
Thank you.
As they're reviewing the toxicology and trying to explain the fentanyl, right? Dr. Ulmer's like, well, there's this fentanyl, really can't explain it. Did he do illicit drugs? No, never. Grossman, she's honest with anybody. She's honest with Grossman. No, Eric did not use drugs. Her best friend, another person.
Wasn't he there? Did he go home too soon?
She's honest with. Nope. Life insurance company? No. Chief medical examiner? No. And every bit of evidence that came into this case, everyone who testified and knew Eric well, his friends, his family, no, Eric didn't use illicit drugs. Not even.
Trove 2GCM, shouldn't poisoning count as factor for premeditation? No, it counts as a factor for aggravated murder, though.
Even prescription drugs. Recall at the outset of closing when we were looking at the aggravated murder charge. I mentioned the first two elements are murder, and then we get into the two aggravators. So the closing up until now has been the murder charge. That is straight murder, but the state, of course, has charged aggravated murder. So now we'll talk about the two aggravators.
Let me do that.
The why aggravator, money motive, and the how aggravator, administering any substance in a lethal amount. You'll recall Brooke Carrington's testimony. And when she began her forensic accounting analysis, this drew her attention. The number of overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions beginning in April. That jumped from 1 in September to 37 in October, beginning in October. That jumped from 1 in September to 37 in October to 77 in December. And Brooke Carrington's analysis was the beginning of the downward financial death spiral. Then Ms. Carrington analyzed the overall debt, and it showed a growing debt picture nearing $8 million in debt when Kouri Richins closed on the Midway Mansion. All the while, she's not paying it off. She's barely sending her creditors any money. And it's never an increasing amount of money. It's flat. The payday loans particularly showed distress to Ms. Carrington. This isn't a traditional mortgage. This isn't even hard money lending. This is, give me money today, I'll give you.
All right, the poll is up, but as I say all the time, read all the options before you pick. So I put guilty on all counts, guilty, not guilty murder, not guilty attempted murder, not guilty on all charges, or guilty on murder plus 2 other charges. So like whether you thought, 3 of the 5 basically, but one of them is being murder.
Money when you get paid at an extraordinary, exorbitant interest rate. And when Brooke Carrington solved this, she sees the line here go flat. Payday lenders would no longer lend to Kouri Richins. She was barely paying them off. Or barely paying
I can't wait to see your stupid face when they read guilty and murder.
Kouri Richins lost money flipping homes. You heard Brooke Carrington testify.
That should be the poll, actually. What is her reaction gonna be? Is it gonna be like one of these? Like her head bob? Or is it gonna be fake crying for the first time?
Extraordinary growth and
She's gonna stand there like a psychopath.
Unsustainable level of growth for even sophisticated business people. Kouri Richins is not a sophisticated business person.
Oh yeah,
she didn't even understand fundamental accounting, fundamental tax
so?
reporting.
I think she might actually really cry for the first time.
Carrington
for herself
plotted out the profitability analysis of each,
or she could look. She'll do an angry glance immediately at Gungan
of Kouri Richins' home flips.
I think she's going to do an angry glance
Kouri Richins,
at the jury and prosecution.
When she bought a home, when you total up the home she bought and the loan she took out, she started.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be a Donna Adelson. I think she's going to do I honestly think she's going to do it with something like this, like a look at the jury, like, are you kidding me?
She's going to be like, nuh-uh.
She started her projects $2 million in the hole. When she was finished her projects, of money that Brooke could trace to expenses, she could only trace about half of it to expenses because Kouri Richins did not conduct normal accounting. Kouri Richins lost $469,000
normal accounting
on her home flips. But recall that Brooke Carrington testifies there's this other pot out there of $400,000 that I know she lost. I just can't trace it to a particular project. When you add those up, it's nearly $900,000.
Judge is on.
Loss in flipping homes alone.
All right,
recall that Brooke Carrington said that doesn't.
The jury's jealous of her. That's right. This is forever.
Can you hear this? Can you hear the judge talking or not?
231-500-139.
Okay.
It's a little low.
Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state and the defendant.
That's as loud as I can make it, maybe. Or is it louder now?
The court is informed that the jury
is it loud?
Reached a verdict.
It's audible to me, yeah.
Audible.
We'll invite the jury in a moment.
This is as loud as it goes.
Okay, well, you screaming over it doesn't help.
I do. I'll ask the foreperson a simple yes or no question.
Don't cry.
Have you reached a unanimous verdict? I expect that person will say yes. I'll ask them to hand the verdict to the bailiff, hand it to me. I will read the verdict. This brings me to important instruction number 1. There can be no outward reactions whatsoever to the verdict. These folks are here against their will. They, all the lawyers, Ms. Richins, every attendee, my court staff, the bailiffs, everybody deserves your respect. There simply cannot be any outward reactions.
I just resized it.
Keep your hands folded in your lap.
No. I mean, what was he saying? But I get what he's
with
saying.
emotion, just look down. We cannot have any outward reaction. Second, once the verdict is read and the jury is discharged, you need to stay seated and follow the deputy's instructions about how we will leave the courtroom in an orderly fashion. If anybody in here can't follow these instructions, this is your chance to leave. All right.
Behave like an
fair
animal.
warning, counsel, Ms. Richins.
No, she's already got a
It is my
Kleenex.
practice to ask all the lawyers and the defendant to stand in respect for the jury as I read the verdict. I just don't want you to be surprised. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
We are.
All right.
Corey's hair is different today.
Yes, yes, yes. Here we go!
I can put our instant messaging.
Yeah, she does look like she's going to puke.
Okay.
No, no.
Rigorous defense they put on.
I got to end the poll.
Heck hell yeah.
Jeez. 3 of you voted not guilty on all charges?
Folks, please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, would the foreperson you've selected please stand? May I ask you a yes or no question? Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Okay, I'll whisper.
Would you please hand the verdict form to the deputy, and you can have a seat. Thank you. All right.
Eric's dad
Counsel,
is there.
Ms. Richins, please stand.
I think the whole family is there, probably.
Count 1, aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of aggravated murder.
Boom.
Oh, no.
We, the jury, unanimously agree that the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 1 beyond a reasonable doubt. The homicide was committed for pecuniary gain, and the homicide was committed by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Count 2, attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of attempted aggravated murder.
Damn.
Oh, no.
We, the jury, unanimously agree the prosecution has proved the following circumstances regarding count 2 beyond a reasonable doubt. The attempted homicide was committed for pecuniary gain. Count 3, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 4, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 5, forgery. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of forgery. It's signed. Please have a seat. Madam Foreperson, is this the verdict that the jury reached unanimously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may have a seat. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, do you wish the jury to be polled?
Yes, please.
All right. Folks, I'll ask you the same yes or no question, one at a time, starting on my left, working this way. Front row first. If you could show me your lanyard number as I ask you. Juror number 5, is this the verdict you voted in favor of? Yes. Juror number 4, is this the verdict you voted in favor of? Juror number 3. can't see your name. I'm so sorry. The foreperson. I just need to ask you again. I'm sorry. Juror number 2.
Yes, it is.
Juror number 1.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Juror number 8.
Yes.
Juror number 7.
Yes.
Juror number 6.
Yes.
All right. Counsel, is there anything further on this case before the jury is discharged? Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this trial is now finished. Thank you for your service. The American system of justice relies on your time and your sound judgment, and you have been generous with both. You serve justice by your fair and impartial decision. All of my previous admonitions are now lifted. You may speak about this case with anyone or with no one at all. It is entirely up to you. You might be contacted in the future by the press or by the lawyers. You do not have to talk with them or with anyone else, but you may if you would like. The choice is yours entirely. I'm now turning to the attorneys and instructing them to honor your wishes as officers of the court if you indicate that you do not want to talk about this case. If you do talk about the case, please respect the privacy of your fellow jurors. The confidences they may have shared with you during deliberation are not yours to share.
It's a little loud. It's blowing out my speaker.
Please rise
Sorry.
for the jury.
It's still very loud.
Yeah. Oh,
For me, it's not bad.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm saluting
All
right
please
now.
have a seat.
Obviously. Is that a metaphor?
Yeah.
Ms. Lewis, we need to get a pre-sentence investigation report, and we need to set sentencing. I imagine, Mr. Bloodworth, that the state would request that be.
Sorry, I don't know what to do.
Ms. Lewis, does defendant waive the 45-day
Is
limit?
that better now for me?
sentencing?
Suck it, killer.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Her.
So if I normal like this, I'm not blowing anyone out now?
No, you're not.
Suck it, Kouri! Suck it, Kouri! You lose! You lose on everything! Wait a minute. I thought Winston was much better.
Well, I
It
mean,
is much better.
looking at her mother,
Should
Kouri
be
is
looking at
exactly who I
Ms.
would
Lewis.
expect her to raise.
Good job,
You have
Zelda.
sense of
You
this,
did a
Mr.
tremendous job
Bloodworth.
today.
April is
Yeah.
not
You got that jury to come up with a
in
verdict
May,
in 3
do you
hours.
have a sense of-
Congratulations,
2 seconds.
Zelda.
would be appropriate.
You're a hell of a
Your Honor,
lawyer.
can I step back
hmm Well done.
talk to the victim's family?
Sure. And Ms. Lewis, if you need a moment to confer with anyone.
You killed your husband, your kid's dad, because you decided instead of just staying at home like everyone would love to do and have their spouse make $500,000 a year, you had to go out and ruin your life and everyone else's life because you wanted to be oh, look at me.
John,
I'm a high society member of Salt Lake City.
I hope they lock that crozier up.
Every hell in
Yeah,
the
seriously.
world.
Without having
You
to
know?
use
The
things, I
gall
am,
of the
course,
defense
willing
to say
do.
Crozier, it was
I
a
agree
Yeah.
with
successful
That's
man.
I mean, and what he did, like, just he
during
was such a piece of
the
shit.
Week of May 25 or the morning of May 13. But if those times don't work, or if the week of May 25 is too far out, I'll move something to accommodate council schedules. Ms. Lewis, why don't I begin with you?
An hour more than Boone.
Is a morning enough time?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Stupid mom.
We'll set sentencing for 9:30 a.m. Wednesday, May 13.
Oh, poor Kouri.
We're hereby referring Ms. Richins for the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation report. Ms. Lewis, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Richins, I'll see you again May 13, 9:30 a.m. I need everyone to stay seated, follow the instructions of the Summit County deputies. The court is in recess. Travel safely.
No, I don't. Bye, Kouri.
Oh, she's so sad.
I don't know.
What a dumb.
Hard to believe that didn't work. That plan of hers that she put together there.
The plan or that defense plan either.
How come they didn't follow the Constitution?
I mean, first of all, the fact that they did that interview being like, you know, unless there's something we're not seeing, the state has nothing. And then I don't know if you saw the short I did of her being like, we're going to have at least 20 witnesses and we're going to have a very robust defense and nothing, nada.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad.
Me too. I mean, I knew as soon as it was so fast, I really didn't think it was going to be that fast, but
neither did I. I mean, we were talking backstage before this started. Like we were thinking tomorrow or Wednesday.
Yes. I said I would be more surprised if it was tonight than Wednesday. Like,
right.
Because there were so many charges and, you know, it's always this way. I mean, if it wasn't for Casey Anthony, this wouldn't be such a
yes. If we didn't live in a post Casey Anthony world
apocalypse,
would we even be?
No, we'd be the way we were at Casey Anthony. We're not even paying attention. Of course, she's going to be guilty. You know.
Yeah.
Closures. While deliberating, you'll have this, and on the second page, you'll see all the foreclosures.
I got to get a drink a sec. I'll be right
She
back.
lost millions more in foreclosures. To include foreclosures on Chelsea Barney's home and the Midway Mansion. Kouri Richins would borrow money by any means necessary. 6 times, she submitted inaccurate bank statements to lenders to get money. Those bank statements reflected her business account and balances in C&E's business account. This evidence proves the level of financial desperation that Kouri Richins was in late 2021 and early 2022. The next level of financial desperation is taking $45,000 of your best friend's hard-earned cash tips from waitressing, telling her that you are going to apply that as a down payment to a mortgage on her house where she lives with her partner and her children, and then diverting part of it to pay off Fund 5 Merchant, a payday lender, and spending the remainder of it, as Brooke Harrington testified, on expenses to rehabilitate homes and servicing existing debt. Then telling your friend, your best friend, since middle school, that you applied the money to the loan, here's the deed, sign the deed, and then not filing it. And you will see, if you review that, Brooke Harrington's schedule that had all the property transactions, you'll see that not only did Kouri Richins not file the deed, she took out another loan on the house. That's the loan that was foreclosed on that resulted in Chelsea Barney, her partner, and their children getting evicted and losing their life savings. That is the next level of financial desperation that Kouri Richins was in January 2022. There's the tax liabilities. In the grand scheme of the amount of debt, $150,000 in tax liabilities is de minimis, but they were on her mind. There's an interesting little nugget here. She underreported her expenses in flipping homes to her tax accountant, which resulted in her paying more taxes than she would have. One would think, a sophisticated business person would think to limit their tax liability. That's not what interested Kouri Richins. What interested her was the appearance of success in business, the appearance of affluence. And by underreporting her expenses, it looks like she made more money than she did, and she appeared more successful than she was. Because she cared not about being successful, she cared about her facade. She cared about appearing successful. You'll recall that C&E distributed $36,000 to pay some of this $150,000 tax liability, which Kouri Richins then diverted to close on a home. And her tax liability was on her mind. 2 days before murdering Eric Richins, she spent over an hour and a half on the phone with the IRS. It was on her mind because if the IRS moved on her tax liabilities, Eric would find out. She had to fix it with the IRS before Eric found out. You're familiar. Kouri Richins needed cash immediately when she murdered Eric. Eric's long-term earning potential, immaterial. She wanted to close on the Midway Mansion. She had no money to refurbish it, flip it right away, to run it as an event center. But she was going to close on it. She needed money now. Doesn't matter if Eric's going to earn a ton of money down the road. That does not help her now with the Midway Mansion. It does not help her now with servicing her existing debt. She needs money now because she's closing on the Midway Mansion.
Call JG Wentworth 8776 now.
Corey's going to call Morgan & Morgan.
I have a structured unity, but I need cash now.
On March the...
I'm gonna murder my husband, but I need cash now. Good job, hear me out. Plus, it's good to see Suma and Eric. $5. You see one. I didn't read it. I showed it, but I didn't read it. No. Polynomial Purebred $9.99 super sticker. Thank you very much. And Pamela Search Stitch $19.99 super sticker. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
And when she closes on the Midway Mansion, it's worth $2.9 million. She's borrowing $3.2 million. None of it's her money. She's reaching into other people's pockets to get that money. Not only does she want money to purchase the Midway Mansion, she wants $87,000 for herself. She takes out $87,000 at closing, and how does she spend it? Servicing existing debt and expenses for rehabs. She ultimately closed on the Midway Mansion the day after she murdered Eric. There's an interesting thought here. Did she close on the Midway Mansion in spite of murdering Eric? Or did she close on it because she murdered Eric? She hedged. She was supposed to close on the 4th. She didn't want to close until she knew Eric Richins was dead. Because she knew she would have his money. She knew she could do something with the mansion. And that's why when everybody else signed on the 4th, or in advance of the 4th, she signed on the 5th. It's unconscionable that she closed in spite of his death. It's unconscionable that she closed because of his death.
Yep.
This is probably Kouri Richins' true plan for the Midway Mansion. And if Eric had not put most of his assets into trust, it could have happened. Recall Brooke Harrington's testimony that after closing on the Midway Mansion, Kouri Richins' liabilities were right about $8 million, and she was in the hole $1.6 million. Her net worth was negative $1.6 million when she murdered Eric.
I mean, that is such a simple assets liability calculation with equity, and the fact that the defense tries to play it off like, no, she was fine. It's so offensive to me as an accountant. I mean, whatever. And I think they even say she made money on every single house she flipped. No, she didn't.
No.
Saw this.
The defense said that.
Even worse if she did, quite frankly.
She made on what she said on her little spreadsheet paper that she handed to her attorney or her tax attorney.
Yeah.
That her business was in financial distress, her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing, and but for a significant infusion of cash and capital would continue to collapse. That significant infusion of cash and capital was supposed to be Eric Richins' money. You have a fortunate perspective during this case in that you get to observe the defendant. You get to observe Kouri Richins. And you
the defense didn't like this.
Observe her affect with some when some witnesses testify, and you observe her affect change when other witnesses testify. You observed that when we played the 911 call during trial, her affect was flat, no emotion. You also observed that when Brooke Carrington testified about the financial distress of her business, she was exercised, because that testimony pierced her facade.
Yep, 100%. She cares about her image.
It pierced her facade of being a successful, privileged, and affluent person. It was a narcissistic injury.
Change my mic.
She was bothered because the world saw that she is indeed not
All right, back in business.
and not affluent. The bulk of Eric Richins' estate was in insurance coverage. Some of it got paid out to the trust, some of it got paid out to Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins knew this, knew that much of his estate was insurance coverage. And different than taking money from Eric's home equity, different than taking money from Eric's bank account, to take Eric's insurance money, Eric has to die. Now for the aggravator of administration of any substance in a lethal amount. The substance here happened to have been fentanyl, could have been any part of the illicit street drug that she bought, happened to be fentanyl that she administered in a Moscow Mule and a shot or a shot. But we know that's how she administered it, because it was in his belly. We know it was a lethal amount. The death certificate, fentanyl killed him. That's the substance. Lethal amount can be as small as 3 nanograms per milliliter. And in this case, he had 15. 5 times what can be a lethal amount. That, by the way, is not an accident. That amount of fentanyl shows that Kouri Richins wanted Eric not only dead, but good and dead. Now, count 2.
Good and
the
dead.
aggravated murder. The only
Good
difference
and
is
you.
count 1. The only difference
Good
is
and you.
attempt.
Good
Attempt
and
requires,
you.
as the court instructed, a substantial step. There's plenty of substantial steps, from ordering the drugs to making the Moscow Mule. Here, the aggravated murder count proves the attempted aggravated murder count, and vice versa. The commonalities between Kouri Richins' conduct are not coincidental. In each instance, she purchased drugs from Carmen Lauber a few days out. In each instance, she spoke with the IRS a few days out. Taxes were on her mind. Eric would find out if the IRS was after them. In each case, she had an immediate financial stressor. We just discussed closing on the Midway Mansion. If you look at Brooke Carrington's materials, she had a note due on Chelsea Barney's house shortly before February the 14th. She had an immediate financial stressor in each instance. In each instance, she administered the substance in a way that Eric would ingest it. On Valentine's Day, it was a sandwich.
What do you
When
not
she
get,
murdered
Kouri?
him, it was a drink. Notice that she learned from her mistake. One can season a sandwich with fentanyl. Eric can eat it, tell something's wrong, set the fentanyl-laced sandwich aside. You throw a lemon drop shot back. By the time Eric would notice, the shot was in. It was in his body. Moscow Mule, just to be good and sure. In each case, she leaves Eric alone. She distances herself from the dirty deed. She leaves the bedroom when she murders him. She leaves the county when she attempts to murder him. As part of her alibi. Not only can she not be present, she has to be distant. So that when she calls,
Yeah, all these little details he keeps calling up, right? Of her MO.
911, she says, I wasn't even there. I was in Utah County. And in each case, she has a delayed response, right? It's the delayed response in calling 911.
Why am I louder now? I just set it back to what it was.
When she murders him, and it's
Am I way off again?
No, you sound okay
Yeah.
to me.
her delayed response in returning
Maybe Sweets of Forever is at an earlier part.
home when she failed to murder him. The element of, again, is it Kouri Richins? Yes. She is the person with the means, the motive, and the opportunity. Nobody else. The means, illicit street drugs in the sandwich. The motive, money, fresh start at life. The opportunity, she left the sandwich in Eric's car. Intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins, right? It's attempted to cause the death of
Yeah, there
Eric
must be
Richins.
a,
The same reasons. She told Becky Lloyd it would be better if he were dead. She wanted the Michael Jackson stuff, the lethal stuff, the fatal stuff, the stuff that kills. She wanted Eric Richins' life insurance. You only get life insurance.
People are jumping in late. Hope's camp. We already got the verdict.
When Eric's dead. The commonalities persist. Kouri Richins ordered fentanyl.
I think the deliberation countdown was 2 hours and 57 minutes.
From Carmen Lauber, or ordered something from Carmen Lauber. The Michael Jackson stuff, the fatal stuff. Carmen says, I told her I could get her fentanyl. She said, okay, get the fentanyl. She ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber, who got them from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper. Again, the volume of calls during the drug purchase between both Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier and Carmen Lauber. And recall, we don't have the
Yeah, back up like 20 minutes maybe. When you see the court on screen, because I switch it right over at the beginning, so just back it up there and you can catch up.
Content of the text.
Or watch it afterwards. The spoilers on the screen.
I'm sending a text to you next, Eric, of something that was in the chat on Law and Crime this morning that I don't get what they're saying. That's all.
Okay.
Because they were deleted from Kouri Richins' phone, deleted from Carmen Lauber's phone, and Crozier lost his phone. The IRS was on her mind.
That's a very tiny penis.
She called him twice.
Oh.
3 days before attempting to murder Eric Richins. We know she placed the call to the Mirror Lake Diner to order a potentially fatal sandwich.
I think the person just mistyped. You said they need to listen 911 call again. This dispatcher was giving Eric CPR over the phone, not Kouri. I think they meant the EMT. The first EMT, that guy that's there is like,
oh, okay.
Tell him EMT's on scene. I think he's just.
Oh, right. So he was giving it to him, not Kouri. Got it.
Right.
We know that Kouri ordered it.
Thank you.
Kouri picked it up in person. It was swiped.
And it is a very small
Kouri Richins' signature, but notice it's one stroke. There's no pen lift.
That was different. That's different.
We'll talk more about that in a minute.
Maybe it wasn't for
Kouri
us.
Richins then distanced herself.
No, it was.
She left the sandwich for Eric, and she drove an hour away.
If we wanted to see it.
To meet up with Josh Grossman.
To see it
on Valentine's Day. There's another commonality between the attempted murder and the murder, of course. They're big days. Losing your husband on Valentine's Day, that garners extra sympathy, extra attention. Losing your husband the same day you're supposed to close on the biggest purchase of your life, that garners extra attention.
Yeah. Kouri's like, what are you talking about? That's exactly why she did it.
Type of attention that Kouri Richins relishes in.
What do you mean I'm an attention whore? All I did was write a book and go on TV. And had, was shot getting beers the day after he died. And got really dressed up, glammed up for the emergency responders before they showed up in my matching PJs and my hair's up.
You heard Kouri Richins testify how Eric was a cowboy when it came to injury or illness. He worked through it all. He cowboyed up. Cowboys don't go to the hospital unless they're near death. They don't even think about going to the hospital unless they're near death. And at 11:33, Eric's thinking about going to the hospital. And then all the activity, the physical activity on his phone ceases for 87 minutes in the middle of a busy workday. Shortly after activity resumes in Eric's phone, he calls his best friend and business partner Cody Wright. Recall Cody said he could hear the fear in Eric's voice, a fear he'd only heard twice before, both times associated with death. A fear he heard when Eric told him his mother had passed away, and a fear he heard when someone who struck Eric's truck in an automobile accident, and Eric thought that person might have passed away. He then spoke with his hunting buddy and close friend, Josh Kays. You know and learn a lot about somebody when you hunt together and travel together. And Josh Kays said, Eric sounded somber and serious. Josh asked Eric perhaps the two most pertinent questions: if he was going to the hospital, and what was he going to do about it?
Thank you, Trishy.
Let's turn to Ali Staking, singular, not plural. Clearly close with Kouri. Friends since middle school. You observed the banter when Ms. Staking was testifying, the banter between her and Kouri Richins. It was friendly. She's still friendly
that
with
cute
her.
little baby.
And Ali Staking testified about how a week or two after Valentine's Day, when Kouri Richins attempted to murder Eric, when I questioned her, she said, well, Eric jokingly, kind of jokingly, maybe jokingly said that Kouri Richins tried to poison me. Perhaps joking. But Kouri Richins' reaction is what was important here. Kouri said no, she got defensive. That is not what happened. It was like an allergic reaction or something. It wasn't at all dramatic. She is covering up her poisoning him. Then when defense counsel questioned Mistaking kind of backed off the jokiness of Eric's comment and attributed the jokiness to everyone else. Ali Staking said, well, defense counsel questioned, what did he tell you? That he believed Kouri had tried to poison him. Maybe it was one of those joking things like, I'm sending a message to Kouri Richins. I know what you tried to do. I'm joking about it, but I'm going to let you know. Maybe he was serious. Either way, comes back to Kouri Richins trying to poison him on Valentine's Day. Kouri Richins repeatedly tries to cover up that she tried to murder Eric on Valentine's Day. She says she was home with him. She tells her best friend, Chelsea Barney, I was home with him. She was not. She was with Josh Grossman. She did not come home until after 6:30 p.m. She was saying he never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. That means he broke out in hives and used an EpiPen. When she spoke with her mother on August the 22nd, when she says she didn't put a love note and the sandwich in the front seat of his truck, she put a love note and the sandwich in the front seat of his truck. She's trying to distance herself. She's trying to cover up. She is trying to deflect. When Eric said he was thinking about heading to the hospital, what did she say? Take a nap. Call me when you're up. She's saying that thinking he will take a nap and not wake up. When he does, Eric texts Kouri. He's asking if she's home because he had just said, I'm going to hospital. Then he had stopped communicating, or he said, I'm thinking about going to the hospital, and then stopped communicating for nearly 2 hours. He's figuring she was coming home to assist him, but she wasn't. She's in Provo waiting for a cabinet installer guy. Maybe. She says then she's going to head home in 20 minutes. Nearly 2 hours later, question mark, where are you? You were heading home 20 minutes ago. She responds, what? Thanks for answering. Did you call? You didn't call. She thinks he's heading home. She's not. She's trying to figure out what to do. She's trying to figure out what to do because Eric survived. She had not planned on that. She is delaying to make her plan. And then at 6:34, Eric texts, we're headed in there. Food is on the front seat of his truck. The same place she left the poisoned sandwich with the love note. Eric Richins is telling her, I know what you did. That is the attempted aggravated murder. But that's the attempted murder. Now, of course, we have the two aggravators. They're the same. Same as with the aggravated murder. The money motive, same. Similar financial distress, same. There's also the fresh start at life motive, right? That hasn't changed a bit. Josh Grossman, it's Josh Grossman on Valentine's Day, and he's Josh Grossman on March the 4th. Money motive.
1 second. I want to back that up. Kouri's just like, wow, what a fantasy this is. Seems pretty seems pretty. Oh, go ahead.
I think it's the picture they use of her is kind of funny. It's like an odd choice.
Oh, my damn chair again.
Left the poison sandwich with the love note.
Seeing her reactions now after the verdict is in.
Yes. Did you see the when Zelda asks for a mistrial?
Yeah, we're gonna watch that next here in a second.
I was asking ex Derek.
Oh.
Yes.
You guys want to just finish up your conversation then?
Yeah, can we, please?
Kind of private, so now we'll wait.
Yeah. You're interrupting our conversation.
He's back. He's back.
Eric Richins is telling her, I know what you did.
Shut the up, Kouri.
Shut your face up. I'm so happy about Carmen also. And once again, I hope they arrest that Crozier guy.
Who, the successful guy?
Yeah, the successful drug dealer who's so successful that he got busted and everyone knows who he is.
Well, he's just successful just like Kouri, trying to make a way in the world.
That's right.
It would be interesting to know. Did Kouri throw away the sandwich? Like he left it there. He comes back. It's gone. He's like, thought so.
Yeah.
Thought so, Kouri.
Left the poisoned sandwich with the love note. Eric Richins is telling her, I know what you did. That is the attempted aggravated murder. But that's the attempted murder. Now, of course, we have the two aggravators. They're the same. Same as with the aggravated murder. The money motive, same. Similar financial distress, same. There's also the fresh start at life motive, right? That hasn't changed a bit. Josh Grossman, it's Josh Grossman on Valentine's Day, and he's Josh Grossman on March the 4th. Money motive the same, fresh start at life motive the same. Now the second aggravator, administration of any substance in a lethal amount. Recall Dr. Eric Christensen's testimony that hives, EpiPen, all consistent with an opiate-like or an opiate allergic-like response, a pseudo-allergic response. Hives, EpiPen, along with zero activity, shows that Kouri Richins attempted to administer the illicit street drugs that she bought 3 days earlier from Carmen Lauber in a lethal amount. She just failed.
Well, she presses her lips together because she never got those Crest White strips.
Yeah.
Next slide. Okay, the insurance fraud. There are two insurance frauds. Let me distinguish them, please, for you. The first one is a scheme charge, a fraud scheme. The second one is a fraud claim charge. Count 3, the scheme charge relates to the $100,000 true stage policy. We're going to put it up in a minute.
I mean, this is insurance stuff. I don't really care, but I'm going to put up the Lauren picture again.
Good, because
for those who don't know,
the
picture on the left is baby Lauren. I think, what is it? His first birthday, second birthday?
I thought that was his first.
Maybe
yeah,
his
that's
first birthday.
little baby.
With his little bronze baby shoes, but, you know, because Derek said, oh, that baby looks like Lauren. He said, no, Lauren looks like a baby. And now he does, of course, look like himself. But I like how I told Suma, I've never looked at a baby's picture before and had the reaction of, you pathetic loser. Just looking at a baby's picture.
Yeah.
You baby.
What a loser you are.
What a loser.
The fraud claim charge relates to the $250,000 true stage.
But he looks like he's getting caught in his first sting as a baby. On the left.
It's exactly the same. Nothing has changed, really.
Like he's sitting across from Chris Hansen.
Yeah.
Sit
Well,
down
I mean,
here.
To be fair, he's probably getting yelled at by Mama Gwen right now as all his brothers and his sister are jerking off or whatever it is they do in that miserable house.
Lauren's constantly taking his dick out of his diaper and like, come on.
Constantly. Just flopping it around.
What makes it all right for you to take your dick out like snot?
Snot. Snot.
The forgery, which we will get to, is a forgery related to count 3, the scheme charge. Let me unpack them now. Okay. Different than the aggravated murder and attempted aggravated murder, I'll address all elements of the insurance fraud scheme kind of at once because they all jump out of this single page. And the scheme is quite simple. Kouri Richins wanted to murder Eric Richins, thus took out an insurance policy on his life to get money for murdering Eric Richins. Then she murdered Eric Richins, and then she submitted a claim to get the money. That is the scheme. And we know it was Kouri Richins because everything on this application for this $100,000 true.
Yeah, and I missed that the first time. She screwed up his social on it. Did you know that, Exerg?
I was actually looking at something else. What were you saying?
The form, the life insurance, the postcard, she said, fill that, and they're like, well, you never know. So you just get your wife to sign for you, right? She inverted his social. Like
on purpose?
No, accidentally. Because it wasn't Eric filling it out. That's the whole thing.
You know, I don't know my wife's social.
Well, neither does she.
I 1 year combined both of ours while I was filing the taxes, and it kept rejecting. I was like, what is the problem here? Like, I was taking her first 3 and then the last 5 or 6 of mine. But
I mean, if I was doing this, I would have it written down properly, I think.
Yeah.
If I'm going to go through this much effort.
Yeah. I mean, that's
break
kind
the
of, I would have
law.
it written down on a sticky note or something, you know, and just kind of get my.
Yeah, she does have a master's in human resources, so.
Yeah, but she can't write or do anything or speak.
Paula Naomi, hello. Holly Naomi.
Insurance policy returns to Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins received the application because she was a member of PedFed. The application was addressed to her at her work address, so she would have been the one to receive it. If there was any questions about it, any further follow-up mailings about it, they would go to her and not to Eric.
Yeah, that's not suspicious. All right, everyone debating about Lauren and the baby. We'll have a further discussion on that, but these rumors have been around for 3 years. It's the same rumors.
Yeah,
so I feel
we
like
may have to do a stream about that one.
Yeah.
This number.
So it's not like this is groundbreaking. It's the same shit that maybe it's a second kid or whatever, but it doesn't make any sense. He said he was married before.
This applicant information is all her.
Last year.
Well, just that we don't
partner
have eyes on him
information
anymore. So.
No, I know, but people are taking it as like it's solid, rock solid evidence because it's in a filing in the court. No, we'll compare last filing against this filing and against the other bullshit that was said before.
All her as well. Her work address, no email address where they could contact Eric. We'll get to the social security number in a minute. The primary phone, that's not Eric's phone. You'll see that Eric's phone is 801-792-9317. And when you look at this closely during deliberations,
because this one's not that old. That's why I don't like wasting things that are still functional, kind of, right? I'm just a bigger guy. I feel like if it was my wife or my kid sitting on this, it probably wouldn't have the same issues, right? But
you'll see that was originally a 7 that she later marked up to read like an 8. She initially wrote his correct phone number, then did not want anyone from True States to call him, so she changed the 7 to an 8.
I'll take a look on Pacer.
So that Eric would never know that this policy existed. After Kouri Richins took $250,000 out of Eric's home equity, he put all of his insurance that he knew about into the trust. If Eric had filled this out, the beneficiary would have been the trust, not Kouri Richins. Then we'll get to the signature. That's the fraud count 5 as well. It plays into this. We'll talk to it during count 3, but it's also the freestanding charge in count 5. Let's go to the next page. The social security number was blacked out for privacy reasons on the application we just reviewed, but you'll recall Ann Coates testifying that the last 6 digits were transposed. We all know our own social security numbers. We often get a little bit confused on our spouses.
Yep.
Eric did not sign the application. Matt Throckmorton, the handwriting expert, Eric did not sign it. It was probably a simulated forgery. We'll call his testimony that Eric Richins has pen lifts in his signature. The forged one didn't have any pen lifts. You'll see Kouri Richins' signature throughout this case. No pen lifts. Then, Kouri Richins filed a claim for this $100,000 True Stage policy. It's actually the same claim for both policies. And she said she really does not know where her husband, Eric, got the fentanyl from. Of course she knows. She ordered it from Carmen Lauber.
Got it from her.
That is the fraud scheme. Plan to kill Eric, fill out life insurance so I can get money for killing Eric, kill Eric, and then claim the money. Now for the insurance fraud claim count 4. This is the True Stage $250,000 policy. This is the claimant's statement filled out. Kouri Richins beneficiary, Kouri Richins email, Kouri Richins address. Everything about this claim says Kouri Richins is submitting this claim. And then, like before, the fraud here, the falseness of it is she says she doesn't know where the fentanyl came from, when in fact she ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber. And indeed, later in the Walk the Dog letter, admits to asking Carmen for fentanyl. Finally, count 5, the forgery charge. We've discussed most of the forgery when we discussed count 3, but there's this without the authority to do so element. It's not a forgery if Eric gave Kouri Richins permission. The state has to prove that Kouri Richins did not sign Eric's name with permission, with authority. All of the evidence in this case proves that Kouri Richins does not ask for permission, she takes. She took
Based
with
on
the home
what?
equity loan. She took other people's money. She's a taker, not an asker. Finally, like I mentioned earlier, Eric Richins, the evidence proves, would have put the trust as the beneficiary, not Kouri Richins. If he had given permission, it would have been permission to make the trust the beneficiary. That's the forgery charge. Let's please now turn to Kouri's motive for a fresh start at life. You heard the instructions. The state does not have to prove any motive, except for the pecuniary gain motive because it's an aggravator. But motive explains why Kouri murdered Eric Richins, why she attempted to murder him. Motive explains a lot here. These texts at this point are familiar. The day after Kouri Richins speaks with Becky Lloyd and tells Becky Lloyd Eric she would be better if Eric were dead, she texts Josh Grossman that she's in love with him, a man not her husband. If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me, would you? That's the day after the attempted murder. If he could just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect.
I can't look on Pacer at the moment because apparently my debit card was the old one that expired. So then when I tried to auto-bill, it didn't do it. So I'd update it. So they've disabled my search until they clear tomorrow, even though I've paid it now.
We're familiar with
the
this
only things
text.
I believe that are new. There was something last week about
I saw
a
last week. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
revocation thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they filed for an extension and then, I don't know.
Yeah, they filed for an extension, but then there was something else besides that. But no one really knew what it was. I wonder if I took a screenshot of it. I may have. Let me take a look.
Okay.
We've read it already today. I ask you to read it again. This time, replace the word divorce with the word murder.
Yeah, this was good too. Replace the word divorce with murder.
I ask you to read it again. This time, replace the word divorce with the word murder.
Well, I murder and come up with millions and millions.
This graphic shows a juxtaposition between Josh and Eric that is insightful to what Kouri thinks about each of them. In each instance, she is texting. Well, she is kind of simultaneously texting. These are laid out chronologically. She is simultaneously texting with both Josh and Eric about closing on the Midway mansion. And she is so excited texting with Josh. I can't believe it. I want to celebrate with you. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you for always being my support, shoulder, and rock. I need you all the time. Some things I could never do without your encouragement. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. Eric tries to reach out. You want a shot? Can't. Sorry, busy. Then right back to Josh Grossman. To me, you're worth millions a year. I'm honored to be your best friend, your lover, your go-to. Life is going to be different, I promise. You're one hell of a patient person. I hate your hard days. I wish I could be there to turn them around for you. Can I try Friday? Give me a few days. Hang in there until then, please. By Friday, of course, Eric Richins was dead. Kouri had murdered him. She's right. Life's going to be different. She promised him. It was. Then, 16 days after Kouri Richins murdered Eric, are we there yet? And then 1 month later, Kouri's ready for Josh to be her husband. Josh Grossman loved Kouri Richins. He believed that she loved him. Not sure that's true.
Did you find it, Eric?
You saw him testify.
Yep,
he
just
was
found
gutted.
It's not a
grown-ass
letter or
man
anything. I'll
gutted.
show you.
All right.
You also observed Kouri Richins' affect when he testified. Flat.
Didn't we look at it like last week too? Is it the same thing?
No,
The evidence
this
proves
is something a bit different. I honestly don't
that
know what
Kouri
it is,
Richins
but I think
murdered,
this is what the person's talking
attempted to murder Eric Richins.
Yeah, I saw all
And that
this.
she committed 2 counts of
You saw
insurance
this one?
fraud.
What's your what line are you looking at?
I don't know what the hell I'm looking at.
Revocation report is just the revocation of his motion.
Forgery. The evidence does not support any other rational
But I
explanation.
saw that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
58 and 59.
Yeah. You can't open it. I tried. It says cannot be viewed. When I
The
looked
state,
last
since
week.
its opening statement, has stressed the requirement to consider
And then there's
the
59, I'll
evidence
send
that
it
has
to
been
you.
admitted and not what the attorneys say.
No, I saw it.
What the attorneys
I saw
say,
this last week.
insinuate,
Oh, okay.
speculate,
Oh, there's
is not
59?
evidence.
Yeah, there's one that is not
Sorry.
visible on.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and send it to me.
Thanks.
Back it up here because I'm just talking over it. He's just finishing up here.
The evidence proves that Kouri Richins attempted to murder Eric Richins, and that she committed 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. The evidence does not support
Got it.
any other rational explanation. The state, since its opening statement, has stressed the requirement to consider the evidence that has been admitted and not what the attorneys say. What the attorneys say, insinuate, speculate, is not evidence. Please let me show you why the state has stressed this. In the defense's opening statement,
I have some thoughts on it.
counsel said that the evidence will show that Kouri Richins had a 1/2 interest in the Willow Court home. There is no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show Eric and Kouri Richins went to marriage counseling. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show in the few weeks before.
Yeah, well, the defense is going to get all bent out of shape and be like, well, we don't have to show you anything. Let's listen to this list again, starting again.
The state, since its opening statement, has stressed the requirement to consider the evidence that has been admitted and not what the attorneys say. What the attorneys say, insinuate, speculate is not evidence. Please let me show you why the state has stressed this. In the defense's opening statement, counsel said that the evidence will show that Kouri Richins had a 1/2 interest in the Willow Court home. There's no...
Yeah, she said once you move in here, that's how it works. That's how marriage works. You move in, you get half. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Gungan. She's pissed.
No evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence.
And Corey's like, are you going to let him say this, Judge?
Don't you like how Gungan is dressed like a loogie?
She looks.
I wanted her to have the top button buttoned. She's got them all unbuttoned. I wish she just had the top one buttoned.
Sexy. Sex sells.
Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that Eric was always checking
She's a
Kouri's
handsome woman.
She sure is.
This is burden shifting.
phone. There's no evidence of that.
Sorry, what was...
The evidence would show that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show Eric and Kouri Richins went to marriage counseling. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show in the few weeks before Eric died, his closest friend thought that he and Kouri Richins were the happiest together that the friend had ever seen. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the night Eric died, he and Kouri Richins had their drinks and set their cups in the sink. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show that the cups were sitting in the sink and the nanny put them in the dishwasher the next morning and they still had fluid in them. There's no evidence of that.
Yeah, and he's not saying their job is to prove this stuff. He's just saying they're liars. Well, I would go beyond liars. He's saying they keep saying what happened, but they haven't shown you anything with like that. And what they say isn't evidence. Just remember that.
Defense counsel said that Eric talked to a friend named Scott Wagner at 10 p.m. the night he died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed, contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show Eric unlocked Kouri Richins' phone at 10:30 p.m. the night he died, and this is the last thing that he did. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show investigators interviewed Kouri over and over and over again about what happened the night that Eric died. There's no evidence of that.
And in fact, there's contrary evidence to that.
Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that law enforcement secretly recorded Kouri Richins' phone conversations for over a year after Eric died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed, contrary evidence.
Yeah, Kouri recorded her phone calls. Wait, guys, stop speculating about Lord. We don't know anything.
Defense counsel said that you will hear Kouri Richins telling her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. You did not hear that, although she did write it in the Walk the Dog letter 4 months after she was arrested. In listening to defense counsel's closing argument, please only consider the evidence that has been admitted.
All right, so that was the prosecution's opening. Then we get to the mistrial stuff. Sorry, Ravina Denver, I don't know if you were talking revocation or related to Lauren. So I did see what Eric sent me. It would be interesting. It's not termination, right? So it'd be interesting if they are just so sick of what he keeps turning in as, prenup. You're talking about prenup. I'm talking about revocation.
That's pretty normal for people who have.
No, I thought they were still talking about revocation of Lauren's parole kind of thing. It would be interesting if, based on everything he keeps filing about being around all these kids and stuff and leaving the country all the time, if they make a filing, hey, you're not even doing rape class anymore, dude. Like, let's revocate you back.
You should be able to teach that class by now, you loser.
Yeah. All right, now we'll see this little mistrial nonsense.
Oh, I love this. This is maybe my best.
Please rise.
Yeah, I think this is, it's a tough one.
Yeah.
It was up there in one of my favorite moments.
Yeah.
It's about 14 minutes for all of it, including the judge's ruling.
Including what?
Including the judge's response to them and their bullshit. And it's not, I don't think I've sped up.
Your Honor, could we address something else? I'd close the jury before we start.
Folks, let's give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please rise for the jury.
Or maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I only sped it up and then didn't take anything. I don't know.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd like to make a motion for mistrial and.
Of course you do.
What's new?
What's
It was
new?
every day. Every day they asked for a mistrial,
Yeah.
didn't they?
Listen, you can't blame a guy for trying.
Make a proffer on it. First of all, at multiple points in the prosecution's closing, he made efforts to dehumanize the defendant. In fact, calling her a black widow.
There's Rob Zombie.
Wait, which one's supposed to be Rob Zombie?
Looks
What is
straight
Oh, in the
back.
far back left?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I would say The Undertaker maybe as well from WWE. I don't know.
Could be anyone, really.
Comparing her to a deadly spider.
A deadly spider?
Calling her a narcissist when there's been no evidence.
False. Didn't say that.
Introduced to support that. No expert testimony, nothing of the nature.
And which is why he didn't say it.
Furthermore, it's completely improper for the prosecution to comment on her demeanor while she sat at counsel table. That's a comment on her failure to testify.
Where is it? Where is it?
Well, that's because you're an idiot.
Asking the jury to take into consideration facial expressions, which in his opinion may or may not have happened. I don't know what he's basing that on.
Her face. Watch. I love. During this argument over facial expression, she continues to make faces.
But it's improper, and it's our suggestion that is a comment on her failure to testify by.
I've never seen, and it's maybe Donna Adelson more with her. She was probably more like dramatic, right? But like in her flair with her fake crying and everything. But no, I don't mean just after the guilty. I mean during the trial as well, because the judge had to admonish her. But Kouri was doing this.
Yeah.
The whole damn time.
Whole time. Nasty looks at the witnesses.
Yeah.
Is the jury present?
The judge? No, the jury is not present. Jury has been excused.
Okay.
Yeah.
Revealing what her response to testimony was, is calling upon her to testify in this case. Furthermore, in the closing, there was wild speculation.
No. Argument of a theory.
On what was in Kouri Richins' mind, completely made up by Mr. Bloodworth with no evidence whatsoever to support it.
And this is your closing argument. What I don't understand this. You ask. This is what you would argue. You'd say that the prosecutor doesn't know. What? I know Robin's here. Robin, how much of this is just obvious counter argument in your closing as a defense attorney? The prosecution doesn't know. It's not a mistrial.
Also, Mr. Bloodworth wrongly told the jury that giving any illicit street drugs to Mr. Richins was sufficient to support aggravated murder. That, in fact, is not true. The only drug that would support aggravated murder would be fentanyl. What he said to the
That's not what he said.
Contrary.
He said whether she knew it was fentanyl or not, her intention was to kill him with drugs. Right? He didn't say it like it was true she didn't know, saying even if you believe she didn't know, she was still trying to kill him, and it's still aggravated.
Is not consistent with the court's instructions, and we would ask that be corrected with a curative instruction, that they should follow the court's instructions on what it takes. It would not be sufficient if she bought some other type of drug that did not cause his death. That's just not the law. I think that's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, forgive me. I need a little bit more detail as I go through these.
Yeah.
Which of these do you want a curative instruction regarding, and which of these are you moving for a mistrial on?
Moving for mistrial on all of it, Your Honor. The curative instruction, I think, is required by the wrongful information that giving him any illicit street drug is sufficient to support aggravated murder. That's just not true. And that's super important, because if they do believe that, there is evidence to make a finding that there was oxycodone. And there was no oxycodone found in his body. So that can't support a conviction. So that's what
Look at Kouri nodding your head, being like, yep, that's the way it is.
They did a fantastic job for you, Kouri.
Well, she's, preparing for her LSATs. She knows.
Body. So that can't support a conviction. So that's what I think requires the curative instruction. The rest of it, I don't know any way you can cure it, Your Honor.
The Utah Court of Appeals disagrees with you regarding the prosecutor's comments.
Damn.
Ouch. Like he just immediately.
A long line of cases talk about the potential prejudicial effect.
Actually, this might be Gungan's worst moment right here in the entire trial in terms of her stupidity.
Oh, this part.
If you look at, I'm going to take down
good.
I'm going to take down the banner on the side because watch Zelda as Gungan starts to talk. Zelda's trying to tell her hypothetical. He's making hypothetical.
Shut up.
But she can't do it, so then she just kind of has to roll her head back around like she was scratching her neck or something.
Proper comment by a prosecutor only being able to be measured after the defense gives its closing and the state gives its rebuttal, and we consider any curative instruction. What's your alternative position there? I could, for example, instruct the jury that Mr. Bloodworth's observations of Ms. Richins' demeanor are not evidence, and they are to rely on their observations of Ms. Richins, if any, only.
I just don't even think that her demeanor is proper to rely upon because she didn't testify.
I mean, she burst out in laughter during the...
Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to pass that earlier. So the judge is going to give a hypothetical here. It certainly can be.
Because she didn't testify.
I mean, she burst out in laughter during the showing of the decedent's body. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to tell the jury you can't possibly consider that.
Okay. Very good hypothetical by the judge, by the way. Very on point. Be like, there's no way you could say if she was laughing at the dead body picture that you would think the jury couldn't consider that as to her guilt.
You see Lauren, by the way? Sorry. Lauren behind the defense.
Oh, yeah. I said it in your chat earlier. I said I saw her beast on the face, swollen.
I don't know if Derek saw her, but she's behind the chat because he just found out who she is and who you copied.
Oh, yeah.
That child could understand this hypothetical. Watch Gungan. So we're going to replay it. Watch Gungan's reaction first.
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I totally trust you, but I have
Zelda's like, stop.
no recollection of any laughter when his body was
No, it was a hypothetical, Ms. Nestor.
Oh, thank goodness.
The bounds of your categorical statement that the jury can never consider the defendant's demeanor.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying she did that, and I was just horrified.
Please stay focused.
But I am focused. I just misheard you.
Lock in.
Okay, now we'll back it up again. Watch Zelda.
Yeah.
Zelda immediately tries. I will give Zelda credit for this. She knows it's a hypothetical. She's trying to save her idiot partner. Be like, no, he said hypothetical.
Possibly consider that.
Because Zelda also fell for Takesy versus Baxi.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I totally trust you, but I have no recollection of any laughter when his body was
No, it was a hypothetical, Ms. Nestor.
Oh, thank goodness.
The bounds of your categorical statement that the jury can never consider the defendant's demeanor.
I'm sorry. I thought you.
How did she get to this point?
I don't know. And look at, I like Kouri's face here too, because I think she's furious at Gungan at this point. Be like, I knew that was a hypothetical. How did you not know that?
I mean, everyone wants to know how she didn't know that. What the fuck? And also, it's so I totally trust you, but he's the fucking judge. What are you doing?
There might be. Okay, by the way, Lauren is right above Zelda. For those who don't know, that's Lauren Mathias, her bee-stung face. I say that just because I say it looks like she's having an allergic reaction. Somebody needs to give her an EpiPen. Actually, I said shellfish, not bee sting, so I'm going to correct myself. Ladies, leave your faces natural. Leave your faces natural, ladies. Much better. If you want to do a little nip tuck, that's fine with me. Just
stop while you're ahead. Stop while you're ahead.
You do you, but just know we can see when it's like this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We're not.
I tried.
You natural like Suma.
That's true. My face is natural. This is the face I was born with.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut
it. These are women with over 30 years experience. Yeah, it's hard to believe. But I think, but maybe, does she have goiter or whatever they call it? Like there's something in your neck that's blocking your thigh. Maybe the blood is literally blocking the blood to her brain because she has forgotten so much in this trial.
It's been like this for a long, I mean, maybe it's been a while. I don't know, but you'd think she would look into that. No. Yeah, where is Lauren's spotlight? She should really walk around with it.
Know me. I like the occasional Botox between my eyebrows so people don't know how much I hate it here. And please get me right. I'm not talking about the occasional, but Lauren looks like she's taking like the Iron Maiden injection version of Botox to her face. Like every single.
The thing with Lauren is that you won't recognize her from 1 second to the next.
But her face always looks like that. So I feel like it can't be just Botox, right?
Yeah, there's probably a lot going on there. Because it's always like in the mid, it's always like settling and then not and then new. And then,
Danny, that was my question. Suma had to teach me.
Yeah, she's
Lauren Mathias. Go ahead. She does hidden true crime. So if you'll notice, Suma and I's thumbnails have we started adding the look of the
ourselves and
ourselves in our own trial court. It started with hidden crime, and then she's been doing this thing with like a spotlight. Like, and the rest of it is dark, so we started doing that, and then I noticed she stopped doing it, so I think she might be looking at her thumbnails.
I doubt it, but it's a nice thought.
But maybe somebody was like, "You look ridiculous."
Yeah.
Why would I consider face surgery? I would have to. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to move the needle.
Saying she did that, and I was just horrified.
Please stay focused.
But I am focused. I just misheard you.
Please stay focused.
I mean, is what you're asking me is, do we want a curative instruction now? Do we want to wait until later? Is that what the court is asking?
Sorry. Missed these. Kentu Sukro, a club sandwich on me to celebrate. I don't know where you can find a $5 club, but thank you. Woodbridge for All from Adaby, $10. Thank you very much. And Futuristically Famous, $5. It's going to be crazy watching these women defend Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk case. That's the only reason I would possibly watch that case, but I don't know. Is it even going to be streamed? It's federal. Federal doesn't stream, I don't think. Isn't it a federal case?
I think, something different. I don't know. But Kentu Sukro, I think, is Jackie Anderson.
Well, she has been telling her what people are doing, especially on YouTube. Is that who's that?
What?
Who are you talking about? Unicorn.
Unicorn said what?
No, she has her minions out telling her what people are doing, especially on YouTube. I don't know if she's about
her minions are like, hey, you should do these thumbnails of this face.
Yeah.
And somebody said, oh, that's why you're doing it. Yeah. I mean, we joked about it. It's a joke.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just going to do this, see if it does anything, because I don't know why people keep doing it.
You know what? It is. They are a big hit, but I don't think for the same reason that hers might, I think it's a different crime.
They're state charges. Okay, got it. Oh, I'm thinking of the guy that tried to kill Trump on the golf course. That was federal charges.
Oh, that's right. That's also.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
That was federal. Okay, got it. Lots of assassinations in 2024.
Court's indulgence for just a moment.
2025.
Okay, I think we do want it now. If we can get one now.
Let's hash that out for a second. What I proposed was an instruction that.
I mean, hopefully they come off as tongue in cheek, and I'm making fun of it.
I mean, I think anyone who knows us knows.
I just thought you guys were being silly. Like, I didn't know what you were referring to. I didn't know HTC up until 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Well, it looks so ridiculous. I'm over there with my little head peeking up, like.
Yeah, yours are really funny.
I'm from the.
Too real. too similar, you know?
Like I'm looking in the background, like, oh.
Yeah. Like just kind of creeping up behind them.
The jury may rely on their own observations, if any, of Ms. Richins' demeanor in trial, but they cannot rely on counsel's statements regarding what Ms. Richins. I want to be clear, there were no comments regarding her silence.
Well, I mean, it's our position that when you comment on how she looked while she remained silent at counsel table, that is a comment on her.
That's not what she said, and you're about to get checked again. Gungan.
In our estimation. But I agree that he didn't say anything specifically about silence.
So then what are you talking about? I know he didn't specifically say anything about silence, but he's coming on the silence. How? How do these sentences come out of your mouth?
That instruction would be preferable to no instruction, I think.
Okay. And then the Black Widow comment was connected to comments that were made by Chelsea Barney, correct?
I mean, they came out of his mouth in closing.
And he specifically referenced Chelsea Barney's testimony. Is it your position that Chelsea never used that phrase or words?
I don't recall her saying that.
Yes.
It's because you didn't follow any of the evidence. Now look at this, Kouri. Her lips are. She is pissed. Look at this. Look at this view. She is pissed, and I think it's at her attorneys. It's not at the judge at this point.
But it's been a long trial, and I would not want to make that I 1,000% am sure, but I certainly don't recall that.
Well,
it was in the recorded phone call
I don't know.
with Bryce Knudsen.
And then everybody is speculating as to defendant's state of mind. It's one of the factual issues that the jury will have to determine according to circumstantial evidence, because as we instruct them, there's no direct evidence. Why was anything that Mr. Bloodworth said regarding the inferences that can be drawn regarding her state of mind inappropriate?
Because they were made up out of whole cloth with no evidence to back it up.
You're going to have to be more.
Oh my God, that is rich. That is rich. For everything that you have said in this trial, Gungan, shut up. Well, there's no evidence of this. Made it up out of whole cloth. Like the gay texts?
Specific.
So he went to great lengths to fantasize about what she was thinking about when there's been no evidence to that. He could have certainly said, look, she could have been thinking this, she could have been thinking that. He didn't. He gave them what was
right, because he's not throwing mud at the wall like you morons. Well, maybe this will work. Well, but you don't know she didn't sign it, but you also don't know she didn't have permission if she did sign it.
In her mind, which is just based on things he made up in his own head, not based on evidence.
Why aren't they all based on his view of the evidence that came in at trial? Was there any references?
What?
What's Zelda doing over there?
She's checking her Tinder.
She's on Grindr.
Ashley Madison, where we met.
As we learn later, she goes ahead and includes this on her story saying, oh yeah, my husband died very early. And I was like, yeah. I thought that was a little argumentative or whatever. Okay, so this is...
So, I mean, but yet here you are in the free world somehow. Maybe because you didn't kill him.
Maybe she's checking the Sushi Glory Hole app. Did I sent you that video, right?
Yeah, you did.
Sushi Glory... no dick and no sex. Because that's 2 doors over, and you're gonna want to make sure you come in sober.
It's melting.
This is...
Oh, yeah, so good. Also, I don't know, you're just so out of place there for some reason.
I know, it's certainly out of place.
It's perfect.
To evidence that did not come in.
Well, first of all, calling her a narcissist, I mean, that didn't come in. There was no testimony that she's ever been diagnosed to have a narcissistic personality disorder. There's no evidence at all about her mental condition. And then when he talked about her putting the reasoning why she picked certain days to get more attention.
She's screwing with her microphone. That's the problem.
Oh, is that what that big box was?
Yeah, that's a transmitter, I think. Okay. Yeah. But to be fair, Bloodsworth was adjusting his at the beginning, but he was doing it seamlessly. The only thing you could tell, he was touching his back, and if you didn't understand that, that's where the microphone pad.
I thought he was just pulling his underwear up.
He didn't even lose a beat.
Nothing about that has ever come into play, ever. I mean, that's just one of many. He went through lots of scenarios about what she was thinking as if it was a fact, and it wasn't.
Over here.
So, I mean, I think he can encourage the jury to use circumstantial evidence to try to reach their own conclusions, but he can't say this was in her mind when he doesn't know.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it.
You know who could have told us what was in her mind? What?
She's still fucking with her microphone.
I know. No, she's switching pockets, all this kind of stuff. And I bet the tech over at the sound table is like just sitting there like,
yeah.
I spent 30 minutes hooking her up and she couldn't help it. I told her, don't mess with it because it's not going to come in correctly.
Polishing it.
Told her, don't do that. But she wanted it in this pocket. I said, you're going to rip it out. If you turn around, if you twist, you're going to rip it out. She didn't want to hear it. And now she doesn't. She's too embarrassed to go back to the tech table. She's like, well, I ripped it out. I don't want to get yelled at.
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, were there any particular points that defense counsel raised that remain unresolved in the court's mind?
Go, Bloodsworth! And the defense has got to be like... The prosecution didn't even have to answer anything. It was just so stupid on its face. The judge knocked it down.
Objection to the proposed instruction regarding the jury must rely on their own observations, if any, of defendant's demeanor, but cannot consider counsel's statements regarding her demeanor.
No objection.
Okay. And then the statement regarding giving any kind of illicit street drug is sufficient to show the murder count. Mm-hmm. Talk to me about that. I did catch that comment. They're not making that one up. Now, there was more, and in the total course of the state's initial opening, I think you made it clear that you were encouraging the jury to make specific findings beyond a reasonable doubt regarding each required element. Mm-hmm. There was that initial comment, though. I don't think an instruction regarding having trouble crafting a curative instruction that doesn't just give a theory of the case.
Is it worth a watch before we see the defense?
Review this.
Your Honor, I don't think anything needs to be cured.
How long
the state does not have to prove that the defendant intended to murder Eric Richins with fentanyl.
True.
The state only needs to prove that the defendant intended to murder him with the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber.
And that they contained fentanyl. Yeah.
Well, on the second element or the aggravator? Because there's a distinction there.
I think on both. She has to actually knowingly or intentionally cause the death for count one. So if she buys something that she thinks is OxyContin.
Correct.
And intends the giving of the OxyContin to kill him. And it turns out that what she got was blue M30s that had fentanyl and it killed him. The difference between aggravated murder and murder is irrelevant. She has committed an aggravated murder. What the distinction I think that I acknowledge is that she doesn't have to intend to kill him with fentanyl. She has to intend to kill him with poison. Even if she thought she was getting one and got the other.
Correct.
As long as it worked. Correct. She committed the crime.
Correct. And I think that's what I said throughout.
I think that is the weight of the argument overall that you made.
If there's a particular sentence I said that is different than that, then I agree we should cure it. But
yeah, he knows the defense doesn't know what particular sentence it was. Defense can barely follow its own reasoning, its own flow of testimony. Or its own flow of strategy.
I don't think I said anything different than that.
On this one, Ms. Nestor, I think the better course, rather than for the court to insert itself at this point, is to allow the rest of closing to play out, and we can readdress this issue at the end.
Okay.
I expect that this issue will get teased out in detail through Ms. Lewis's closing and the state's rebuttal. Give me a moment to collect my thoughts regarding the others. All right, thank you. Court will be in recess.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, can I just maybe say one thing?
Yes, please.
The state did not refer to the defendant as a narcissist. The state said that was a narcissistic injury.
Right, I got it.
Oh, another failure for the defense.
11:40, please. We'll be in recess. All right. The issue before the court is a motion for mistrial and request for curative instruction in the alternative made by defendant on the record this morning. The motion for mistrial is based upon several comments made by Mr. Bloodworth in the state's initial opening that, in defendant's view, are so improper as to require a mistrial. The court will address defendant's arguments one at a time. First, the defendant argues that Mr. Bloodworth's reference
in order from dumbest, or least dumb to dumbest,
to Chelsea Barney, using the phrase Black Widow during a recorded telephone conversation that was played for the jury, though Chelsea Barney's comment was not admitted for its truth, improperly compares defendant to some kind of terrible insect. The court listened to the comment in real time during the state's opening. That is not a fair characterization. Rather, that was a rhetorical flourish by Mr. Bloodworth comparing comments by one witness or the defendant herself to her becoming a widow, to Chelsea Barney, referring to her being referred.
Yeah, defense closing is coming up right after this in approximately 3 minutes.
To are considered as a black widow. It's not a reference to an insect. Rather, it's a reference to, in the court's view of Chelsea Barney's comment, a spouse that kills another spouse. There's nothing so improper or improper at all about that comparison, which has a factual foundation in Chelsea Barney's statements that were played for the jury as to support a request for mistrial or require any other relief. Moreover, the defendant...
I know, but we're still going to listen to it because of how bad it is in comparison to the prosecution. It makes it that much worse.
Request a mistrial.
We saw the defense closing, and I
no, somebody said they hadn't seen it, so I said we're going to watch it.
Based upon in defendant's view, Mr. Bloodworth characterizing.
Plus, we got all the music added.
Ms. Richins as a narcissist. Defendant argues that that is unsupported and improper expert testimony from counsel that has no basis in the evidence. The actual phrase used by Mr. Bloodworth was narcissistic.
Yeah, I hope they use some little. They look like the Virgin Mary mini statues. Like they just went and raided a Catholic church or something with the basket. Don't they have them at the? Don't they? Or is that not like? I'm not Catholic. But do they have those? You didn't see it, Suma. Well, Suma didn't see it. They show all these figurines on a slide, and it looks like Virgin Mary statues.
It looks like someone crying.
Just like the Norman Rockwell photo they showed of all the men trying to order the woman around.
Yeah, now she's the iconic feminist. Robin says the defense can't follow their own logic because they are not at all logical.
Right. Correct. And it is beyond insane for them to claim that the state has never had a theory. They've had one clear theory the entire time.
In
big mouths, that's all they have.
Relation to Ms. Richins' hearing from Brooke Carrington when she testified that in the state's view, defendants' appearances of wealth and success were not accurate. That is permissible line of advocacy during closing argument. It is not testifying in any way by Mr. Bloodworth. It is not otherwise prejudicial or unfairly prejudicial. With respect to Mr. Bloodworth's argument related to defendant's demeanor, the court determines that in an abundance of caution it is appropriate to instruct the jury that they may consider their observations of defendant's demeanor in the courtroom, if any, but they may not consider counsel's statements regarding counsel's observations of defendant's demeanor, as counsel's statements and counsel's observations are not evidence. Moreover, the court notes that Mr. Bloodworth did not comment on Ms. Richins' silence or in other way otherwise implicate her protected right to choose not to testify. Mr. Bloodworth's statements regarding what the state believes it has proved.
Thank you to all of you joining us now. We get people coming in. If you could remember to hit that like button, it's greatly appreciated. And go ahead and sub to Suma and X Derek, my guests. They are linked in the description, I believe. I couldn't tag them in the title. It was too long. But we're going to be moving quickly from here to the defense closing statement, which again is slightly sped up with some music added for all the times we need to salute.
Regarding defendant's state of mind at various points in time is permissible advocacy based upon evidence in the record, and defendant's counsel will have ample opportunity to try to persuade the jury to draw different inferences from that same evidence regarding defendant's state of mind. There's no basis for a mistrial there. And regarding any misstatement by Mr. Bloodworth in his initial comments regarding count 1 that may have created confusion as to whether the state needed to show that regardless of her intent to purchase, secure, or otherwise administer fentanyl, all the state needs to show is that Kouri Richins intended to purchase, secure, and administer poison, and that it happened to contain fentanyl. That was, on the one hand, borne out in detail through the rest of the state's initial closing, and the court expects will be borne out in detail through defendant's closing and the state's rebuttal. The court determines that no curative instruction is necessary on that point at this time. Mr. Bloodworth, any clarification?
No, Your Honor.
Ms.
I
Nesbitt.
kept this part in just to see. Watch
All
her
right.
face.
Are we ready for the jury, Mr. Butler?
Talk about facial
Ms. Lewis?
expressions.
Okay. You may consider your observations of defendant's demeanor during trial, but you may not consider counsel's statements regarding counsel's observations.
This past here. Yeah, look at her. She's in front of the jury now. All that stuff was outside the jury, but now she's in front of the jury. She has just been told her facial expressions can be viewed or taken into account by the jury. She is dead-eyeing the judge.
Now for lunch, so that we do not interrupt defendant's counsel's closing argument for the lunch break. We will take a recess until 12:45. During the break, as always, please do not discuss the case. Please do not allow anyone to discuss it with you. Please do not do any research whatsoever about the case. We'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
Yeah, Zelda had lots of stupid stock photos. I'm surprised they didn't say like Getty Images on or something. Like they just got them off Google. All right, here we go. Defense closing. Oops. I'll play this while I find the file.
Reasonable doubt. It's not just a slogan. It's not just a suggestion. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the state from punishing without truth. And it is the state that has that high burden, the highest burden under the law, to prove each and every single element
Please take off your hats.
of each and every charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt.
Beautiful.
All right, here we go. Oops,
Empowering.
Yeah, it is empowering.
In the early, in the early morning hours.
And her voice was so feeble when she started, and I said, "Oh, strong start for a 110-year-old on her deathbed."
Yeah.
Of March 4th, 2022.
Like a woodland creature.
The house was quiet.
Yeah.
Kouri Richins fell asleep in her young son's room, like many parents do. At some point in the night, she gets up and walks back down the hallway to her bedroom. She slips back into bed beside her husband. She settles in next to him. She reaches over, and he feels cold. Eric Richins, the father of her children, the man that she has built a...
This is so lame. This is exactly like the opening. You didn't show any of this. You didn't give any evidence of this.
Just say it again.
Just say it again.
Life with. Something feels wrong. She pulls the blanket up around him, but something still isn't right. He feels heavy. She turns on the light.
Luckily, he is dead.
What does that mean? I'm surprised they even said it again.
He's lying there. But she does say, because she says on the 911 call, he's heavy.
Yeah, she said he feels heavy though. Before, like, heavy. Just save it for when you can't get him off the bed. No, he's too heavy. He's too heavy. Yeah. I can't get him off the bed.
She describes him to even, I think, the guys who show up or something, as heavy. But don't repeat it. It was stupid when she said it.
Yeah.
She looks at her husband, really looks at him. She realizes.
Really looks at him.
Something is terribly wrong. And in that instant, in that bedroom, in the quiet early of the morning,
oh my God,
Kouri Richins' world collapsed.
In the ugliest house on the block.
Once I saw this first part, I was just like, oh my God.
Reasonable doubt. It's not.
Right, this is the organic one.
It's a slogan. It's not just a suggestion. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the state from punishing without truth. And it is the state that has that high burden, the highest burden under the law, to prove each and every single element of each and every charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state stood up on day one and they told you they were going to prove that Kouri Richins had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. And we're going to talk about each of these, but first, I want to talk a little more about reasonable doubt. I've told juries for a long time that one way to understand reasonable doubt is, are there other reasonable explanations as to what happened? As you look at the evidence, if there are other reasonable explanations, this is reasonable doubt. And you have to find Kouri not guilty. I put to you that every fact that the state has put forth to say that Ms. Richins is guilty has another reasonable explanation. Let's go back to March 3rd, 2022. From everything we've heard during this trial, Kouri and Eric were happy that night. They were celebrating.
What are you talking about?
What?
You have to have zero respect for the jury. Zero respect.
And for the dead.
And the dead. What are you talking about, man?
Kouri had...
She's on the phone herself saying he didn't believe in me. He didn't believe in me and what I could do. I stole $250,000 and I turned it into $11 million, Bryce. She's describing unhappiness.
Was just about to close on the Midway Mansion. Rightly or wrongly, she believed that this was going to be the deal that put her over the top. The deal that had made everything she'd done with her business, the good, the bad, and the ugly, all worth it. The night of March 3rd, they have a celebratory drink, they go to bed, and then Kouri hears one of her sons cry out. And like parents all over the world do, she goes in to lie down on the floor of her son's room. An alibi or the truth?
It's a lie.
She wasn't inconsistent when she told this story. She told everyone, I was lying in Ash's room. I was lying down with him. Mm-hmm. Which is reason to...
Yeah, but then she was inconsistent at the times and...
What does experience tell you? When she wakes up, she goes back to her room. Eric appears to be asleep. We don't know for sure what happens over the next 15 minutes or so. The state asks you to leap to conclusions about what she was doing during that time. Yet they have not shown you any evidence of this.
It's fascinating.
They just tell you to believe it.
It is.
But what does reason tell you? She gets up. She goes to the bathroom. She picks up her phone. We all pick up our phone all the time. She's been away from it for an hour or two. She goes to the bathroom. Maybe she walks to the kitchen. Maybe she gets a drink of water. Maybe she lets out the dog.
Maybe she sends a couple of gifts.
She goes back to her bedroom, phone probably in hand, gets into the bed, next to her husband, again, realizes he's cold, pulls up the blanket, realizes something's wrong and turns on the light. It probably takes a moment or two for her brain to register what she's seen. And then...
How? I mean, honestly, I don't know about you. It doesn't seem like it would take a minute or two, maybe a second or two. Did she say minute or two or second or two? She said minute or two, didn't she? It would take 5 seconds to be like, wait a minute. Oh my God, she's blue. Oh my God, what? And then maybe another 5 seconds to check before. Yes. Before I call. It's not a minute or two. Honey.
Lights a cigarette, pours herself a drink.
Eric boo. That was 20 seconds. She's saying minute or two.
Yeah.
She makes that call that nobody ever wants to make. She calls 911. A big part of this state's case is that Ms. Richins is not grieving properly. You heard this from a couple of different witnesses, 2 or 3.
Oh my God. And this is the worst argument. There's objectively bad ways to grieve. If you go out, if your spouse dies and you are immediately seen on camera, for example, popping champagne, being like, that bitch is dead, that would objectively be bad, wouldn't it, Zelda? So you cannot judge anyone's way of grieving because that would be bad.
Yeah, and just the fact that they have to discuss this call for as long as they do is a problem, shows that there's a problem.
But I mean, this kind of gets into my, my pet peeves, and I'm not going to go on a rant. My pet peeves where people go, well, you can't say this movie is bad. No, it's objectively bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, calling 911 is like a no-brainer. Like, you just do it like, I don't even know, just from the perspective of trying to pull this off, why you wouldn't just fucking do it fast and right.
But there are objectively bad ways to grieve. Popping champagne, saying I'm glad he's dead.
Shots.
Hey, hey, you guys want any beers? Glad this bitch is dead.
Yeah.
That would be objectively bad.
Not good.
if we can admit there's an objectively bad way to do it, there is a sliding scale, and your client is on the bad end of the scale.
Yeah. What does that mean?
No, I meant no ranting about movies, Baba Ganoush. I'm not going to rant about movies, but I'm saying people all the time will say, you could, it's all subjective. No, it's not.
I was unexpectedly widowed when I was not much older than Kouri, and I had 2 little girls. How do you judge someone in that moment?
How shocked do you think the jurors were that she was married, and that her husband didn't naturally leave her? He died.
Yeah. If I've learned one thing during this trial, I've learned I didn't grieve right. I didn't know that, but it's clear now that I didn't. They want you to look at a woman in the worst moment of her life and to judge her grief. There is no wrong way to grieve. They're asking you to judge how she is acting at that moment and then use that moment of evidence of guilt. In the opening, we pointed out, and quick, go ahead and put it on the.
You're not
if the state looks at facts one way, and sees a witch. But if you look at those facts another way, you see a widow.
They're going back. They're back to the trough of if you see one facts one way, you see a witch. But if you see a widow can still be a murderer. A murderer is anyone who kills their husband is by definition a widow at that point. You hard. This is such a stupid. This is, remember the Eric, the trespass cam with the lady that's like, go ahead, right?
The trespass cam?
The trespass body cam when she's like in the restaurant, she's like, not this case. When we watch body cams, she's like, go ahead, and everyone's like, guys, do we really have to do this? And they're like, yeah, this never happens. Right? And she's like, I can't, are you doing this to a grandmother, a teacher, a mother? Like,
I love that body.
None of that matters. The fact that you are a widow does not mean you cannot be a murderer.
Here's an example. Hands over her face, curled up.
It's such a bad picture to show. She looks like a child.
Bad.
Why are you doing this? It's even a child's almost PJs.
Not almost.
I mean, my wife gets us all family PJs every Christmas when we're going to my parents' house for the Christmas photos. So we're all wearing the match thing. But I've never felt like I'm dressed in like a junior men's, like it's Christmas colors and everything, right?
But that's okay. She's just alone there. So.
But this looks like a onesie.
Yeah, it really looks like children's.
Hey, Sloth Cat wears onesies.
Yeah, but his has a hood, and I'm pretty sure it had his ears, and that's much different.
A witch hiding because she's done something wrong.
Yes.
Or a widow hiding.
It's not either or. They're not mutually exclusive.
And blocking out what has just happened to her, what has just happened to her children, what has just happened to her family and to her life.
Or what she's done.
Well, familiar? Portrayals of women grieving.
There's the statues. See them, Suma?
Oh, yeah.
Portrayals of
moments.
They Googled women crying with hands over face, and they found anything they could. But none of these people are sitting Indian style or Rochambeau, whatever you call it, on
wearing plaid pajamas, and also why
crisscross applesauce. Sorry, I never know what the terms we can use anymore are. Jesus. Well, that woman looks like she has her arms crossed in the top left, on top of her knees, buried in. That looks pretty sorrowful. The woman to the right is sitting on a step, and she has her hands buried over her face, and she's not being interviewed by the police. And then this other woman is on her knees, begging with her hands over her face, and also probably not being interviewed by the police. No, Baba Ganoush, the music is only on these speeches. It happens 4 times. Don't worry.
Portrayals of women in grief.
Do we even know these women are in grief? Maybe they're being...
We don't know these women.
Maybe I would say maybe the one on the bottom, on her knees, has just been sentenced to death for being by the king or something.
Everyone is laughing. Who knows?
No, she's just been sentenced to death for sucking.
Oh, Diane Downs?
Yeah.
No wonder she's so handsome.
You blew all of the court gestures, Queen. You're out. It's guillotine time. No, I didn't suck up.
And blow all of them.
The state tells you during evidence that, she didn't immediately talk to Gene Richins when he came to the house because she felt so guilty she couldn't talk to him. Or was it because she didn't want to tell a father his son had died? Oh, she didn't tell the boys when she should have. It was weird. She didn't go talk to them. They were in the playroom.
I mean, maybe those were Mary. It wasn't obvious what they are, but it did seem like Mary Magdalene or Virgin Mary statues, right? I'm not commenting on Virgin Mary or Mary Magdalene. I'm saying those statues could be anything.
Yeah, no, it does have that vibe. I agree with you.
Right.
Again, because she felt guilty, or because she was dreading the most difficult conversation, the conversation no mother ever wants to have with her young sons. Their father is dead. The father that everyone agrees was a wonderful father is gone, and she has to tell those little boys, you're never going to see him again.
But she didn't. She had her sister-in-law do it. Or her mother, or whatever, right?
Believe me, that conversation may be the worst moment in a mother's life. How can a woman be...
Well, I don't know. We might have to do a poll at the end. What is worse, the figurines there or the Norman Rockwell painting that they do later?
On how she handles that moment. You heard her friend Allie staking.
Very good.
When
Very
Allie
poignant.
arrived home that day, she said Kouri
Mother said, go to bed. It's 4 a.m.
was clearly upset. She said she was distraught. This is someone who's known her since junior high, not an officer who met her 5 minutes ago.
Oh, because you know what? Somebody who meets somebody within 5 minutes can't see that how somebody's acting from a normal perspective, right? It's less biased with the friend you've known since junior high school. That'll see who you are, really.
She said Kouri was acting as you would expect. That night, friends came over to talk about Eric, to drink to Eric. A wake is what the Irish call it.
Oh, come on.
Is that necessary?
If you're going to call it a wake, they at least better be drinking Guinness. Are they Irish even? They're Mormon. They're not Irish.
No, they're not Irish.
Even if they're not practicing Mormon, they're not Irish. Are they Irish? Somebody help me here.
Well, why?
Make it make sense.
The state wants you to leap to the conclusion that night Kouri was celebrating.
Yeah, Katrina VR. The comparison of the slideshow work between the state and the defense is so drastic. It is so bad.
Eric's death. You heard Allie stalking. They were celebrating Eric's life. They kept it like...
No, they were Irish. Okay, fine. Mormons can be Irish, I guess. But what evidence was there that they're Irish? There's no Lucky Charm on the or a leprechaun up there. They're not fans of the Notre Dame. Like, look at the Irish to you. Yeah.
Like for the boys. They were dancing. They were smiling. All of them were. Even Eric's sister. Can we not smile?
Probably Irish Mormons. I misspoke that I'm talking about.
No, they can only be Mormon. They cannot be anything else.
Oh my God. No, but I would say, just as an example, if you are Irish and Christian or Irish and Muslim and Irish and Mormon, your religious beliefs probably trump your genetic lineage in terms of burial rites or burial practices. Jesus.
I want to tell you no. But reason and experience.
Same thing with Irish or atheists.
Experience tells you differently. Let's talk about the investigation. The investigation in this matter was nothing but sloppy. It was driven by bias. Did you notice?
No one to grow on for that one?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, most Irish are Catholic as well, but there's no red. Josh had red hair. He's not a
How
Richin.
did we get down this conversation?
Zelda started it. She said it was a wake. You know, if you ask the Irish.
States closing, they didn't really
Irish Catholic.
Okay, Catholic Irish people drink a lot. Christian Reform drink a lot. You would drink at a Christian Reform at the reception afterwards, not the funeral.
Everyone
itself.
drinks a lot. Life sucks.
Right.
for the boys. They were dancing, they were smiling.
This description of this is so disingenuous.
Was celebrating Eric's death.
Yeah, they were celebrating his death.
You heard Allie talking. They were celebrating Eric's life.
How?
They kept it light for the boys.
Didn't one of them take his pants off?
Yeah, but they kept it light for the boys. Then why are you shotgunning alcohol in front of the kids? Doesn't make any, like, maybe after you go to bed, right? And it's the adults only at that point, right? But hey, we'll keep it light. Hey, look, kids, I'm shotgunning a beer.
They were dancing, they were smiling. All of them were, even Eric's sister. Can we not smile in our grief? They want to tell you no. But reason and experience tells you differently.
Well, they were screaming Richard, so I wonder, is Richard, like, is Eric his middle name? Like, it's Richard Eric Richins or something? I don't know. That's what I thought, maybe. Like, maybe Eric's his nickname for... Oh, wait, no, it's EEC, or EER, or is it ERR? I don't know. Who knows?
Let's talk about
it's not on my envelope.
The investigation. The investigation in this matter was nothing but sloppy.
Okay, Eugene
it was
is
driven by
name.
Bias.
Yeah, so they were cheering Richard.
Yeah, I don't know who Richard
Lauren's
is.
brother?
Was there someone named Richard there? Because that's kind of what it
I don't know. I didn't know of anyone named Richard there.
We haven't heard of a Richard, but there are all kinds
What
of people.
about Ronnie?
But
I
don't know.
think Ronnie's full name isn't Richard, but it's also something that's not Ronald, so who knows? Robert or something. I don't know why they call him Ron.
It's
Did you notice during the state's closing, they didn't really even talk about the investigation? Instead, they speculated. What was in people's heads? What were they thinking? Speculation, conjecture, not proof. Instead of looking at the evidence to determine what happened,
she also doesn't know what to do with her glasses.
The state they determined what happened, and then they found the evidence to support it.
Also, I'm just going to say it again, but a little blush never killed anyone.
Oh.
Zelda.
Carolina Hurtado says it was DJ, Corey's brother. So is DJ's real name Richard? Is it Richard DJ Kouri?
I thought her real name was Kouri.
Well, no, it would have been, but whatever. It was weird. It was all weird. And it even looked lame for just a house party. All right?
Oh, yeah, the lighting. I mean, that was like...
No, I'm saying it's a wake.
Been very offended with the lighting.
I'm offended by everything in that home.
But I've had better parties just hanging out with my friends for no particular reason. It's more of a jovial celebration.
This is confirmation bias. Confirmation.
Katrina VR says Corey Dunn was her middle name. Yes, yeah, we got that. But their family name, for some reason, is Kouri. They named her Kouri, which is really weird.
Bias is when you favor evidence that supports.
Which obviously made the loan application look much more suspect. That you have this weird spelling of Kouri, Kouri, and they're like, "Oh no, we have a cosigner, my aunt, Doreen Kouri," and then like, her last name is your first name. This is a made-up person.
Belief and ignore evidence that contradicts it. That is how this entire case was investigated.
Yeah, they started from the conclusion that he was poisoned with fentanyl, and they worked it backwards. Did he poison himself, or did Kouri poison him? That's usually how you work cases. You don't just go, well, was he abducted by aliens? Was he shot?
Backwards from a conclusion. It started on March 4th. Detective Woody, before she's even entered the home, Amy Richin tells her they think Kouri's somehow involved.
Didn't they say, if I remember, somebody correct me, didn't they say, the sisters say to Detective Woody, Kouri killed him, not Kouri's involved? Kouri had something to do with his death. Not involved. Kouri killed him, right? Darden is...
I don't remember that.
Where's the other state guy, the older fellow? He's not there.
He's right there next to Bloodworth. The guy with the mustache?
The magnificent beard?
No, the one who did some of the, like, the older guy.
Oh, yeah, I don't know where he is. I know what you're talking about. The guy that would always go,
Yeah, the guy who sounded like a bad public defender.
They give him the day off. They're like, we don't need you. You're fine.
Yeah, no one will notice you're not here.
She's probably handling another case, I would assume. Where does Darden come from? Darden comes from the second husband that Kouri's mom married.
Yeah.
So Lori
died under suspicious circumstances.
Lisa Kouri married whatever Darden, and then her name became Lisa Darden.
She has two brothers, and one is a stepbrother, I think.
And two stepsisters, right? I think.
I don't know.
Then both Katie and Amy Richins tell Detective Woody they think this is because she recently found out about a trust Eric created. Immediately, this influenced this investigation. But what happened that first day? They found nothing to support foul play. Kouri tells them he was a user of THC gummies, that maybe he used one that night.
What?
That would be why they didn't do the full search, because they didn't have probable cause.
THC gummies? That's the devil's lettuce.
They never ask where the gummies are. They do a cursory search of the bedroom and bathroom. They admit that they don't look in places where the gummies were found a month later. High up in the bathroom, high above the refrigerator, high up in the laundry room, somewhere in a pocket of either Kouri or Eric's jacket in a closet.
No, this is an easy. Whitney Marie says, I wonder why Ronnie didn't come there. No one was sitting behind her mom. Well, they didn't allow Ronnie to come because Ronnie would not stop smiling. He'd be like... in the background and be like,
Ronnie doesn't want to get in trouble, doesn't want to be, arrested.
Ronnie doesn't want to get involved.
Ronnie doesn't know. Ronnie doesn't understand how to act. Like he doesn't understand that his sister's guilty because he's a moron.
He doesn't know how to act.
No, he's a moron. He doesn't know how to act, right? He's like, we're like, well, your sister's guilty. You can't be back there going,
yeah.
You laughing the entire time.
All places where they would have been put out of reach of children. But they didn't.
I don't even see the state taking notes. Look, Bloodsworth looks like his heartbeat right now is about 55 to 60, maybe. Just
he's a
almost
ice cold gangster.
Just like, are you serious? This is he expected more out of this.
Ronnie's any of them that day. You know what else they didn't do? They didn't secure the scene. They moved things around. They told you they didn't have probable cause to search the whole house.
Ronnie's still trying to iron his suit. He couldn't get there in time. No, he went because to pick up the phone, and then he left the iron on there, and there's a big iron mark, and he's like, Mom, I burned my shirt. Can I come in the t-shirt? And they're like, Ronnie, just stay home.
We couldn't search the whole house. All we could do was look in the bedroom and the bathroom. But they could have asked for consent. Kouri gave them consent when they asked to search one place outside of the bedroom. The entire house could have been searched that day.
Maybe he spilled his lunch on himself.
But they didn't do it. They didn't even ask. What else happens that morning? Officer Nguyen, he does well, not little, but
it's not Nguyen, it's Win. Did you guys know that? Nguyen is pronounced Win.
It actually depends on the accent.
Well, whatever.
That's what the judge says that, I think. I don't know. It took me a while.
It could be
well,
both.
I've got enough shit up here in the Northwest, which has a lot of Asians.
Poor you.
I'm just telling you, as someone who goes to a Vietnamese monastery a couple times a year, it could be both.
Well, most of the Asians I've been in casinos, but did you know that? Have you ever heard that one Bill Burr joke when he says he's on a date?
A lot of his jokes.
No, he said he's on a date, and then somebody leans in and goes, and his date leans in and says, I don't want to sound racist, but there are a lot of Asians in here. And he goes, how's that racist? There are a lot of Asians in here. Like,
there's another one like that too.
It's not like you said, "What the are these Asians doing in here?" That would be racist.
Checklist. He says, did he have any history of prescription abuse? Did he have any history of illicit drug use? And what does Kouri tell him? No. How easy would it have been to just say yes? If she had just killed him with illicit drugs, why, in the name of God, did she just not say yes?
Because she's an idiot. She's a moron.
Yeah, where you been?
She thought they weren't going to test for it. That's why she didn't say it. And she thought the body was going to be cremated, but obviously she forgot about that plan because she was just going along with whatever the sister said. And then her mom realized, oh, Kouri forgot the script, Kouri forgot the plot. We're going to have the body cremated. Oh, yeah, we're going to have it cremated.
Had she said yes?
No, it was a joke. But there are a lot of Asians there.
Yeah, we've already gone into your racism against the Asian people.
Oh, my God.
No, like how you got out of jury duty and all that. Also, there are a lot of Asians here, too, by the way.
Hearsay. Text not evidence.
We probably wouldn't all be sitting here today. She didn't say yes because she did not know how he had died. Over the last 4 years, they've gone back to that house 10 more times. And they...
Show it to Madison. But if you said there are a lot of black people in here, it would be most likely... It'd be taken as racist, most likely, even if it was a fact.
Still can't tell you what happened the early morning of March 4th, 2022. 10 warrants. That's a lot. That's not typical.
I got to find this picture.
They were still searching for evidence on February 9th of this year, 2 weeks before trial.
It's from a casino.
4 years of investigation.
Yeah,
and they are still trying to find evidence to make their case because they know they don't have enough. They're still trying to prove Kouri Richins guilty. So let's talk about Todd Gabler. In comes Todd Gabler, the private investigator. Jeff O'Driscoll told you, well, he was an investigator for the
hair from the end of the closing to the verdict?
Yes. The part is gone.
Yeah, the part wasn't there when she heard the verdict.
Yeah. This is already different, like, right? It's less like that. But then she went all no comb over.
He's putting trackers on the car of Kouri, her mother, her brother. He's trying to track Carmen Lauber's car. He's providing evidence to the police. Detective Woody testified that this information from the private investigators would help advance their investigation. He testified he was in the house alone numerous times, finding things the police didn't, not using gloves, calling law enforcement when he found things. He said
well, it's not like he's jerking off on it and it wasn't tested for DNA. Who gives a shit?
He didn't need a babysitter while he did all these things, which is different than what Clint Benson told you. He said nobody was ever in that house without me being there. That wasn't true. What he told you wasn't true. Todd Gabler was in and out of that house numerous times by himself.
With permission.
He also told you
who didn't
that
say
he was completely...
What did you say?
Who denied that he was in and out of that house alone? He say
admitted it.
Yeah.
No, they're saying that Clint Benson said, yeah, no, I was there every time the private investigator was there. And then the private investigator said, well, no, I was there every time with his permission.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, he clearly planted evidence.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he clearly, you know what he did? He clearly manufactured the audio recording of Kouri and then manufactured a letter with her handwriting and then, you know, everything, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fair and unbiased, testing two hypotheses.
I mean, this goes back to the opening statement when I said, or I don't even know opening statement, whatever. I was like, I don't really care if the detective said, hey, you're going to find a recording device here. What's on the recording device? Is it Kouri's voice? Then who gives a shit?
Yeah.
His hypotheses, suicide and homicide.
Yeah, well, what are the other options? Oh, accidental, right? Her accidental. But you didn't present any evidence for that.
His own computer.
But if he stole
his own computer.
That was embarrassing.
And he stole his own computer. I mean, because Right.
He ignored any others, including accident. And how did he handle this unbiased testing of hypotheses? You heard Josh Grossman. He said the first time he talked to Todd Gabler said right out of the gate, before he killed Eric, Josh told you that tainted what he thought of next. How does it not taint an interview when you're opening?
No, he said it influenced the way the investigation went. He didn't say it tainted it. You idiot!
Line is, oh, Kouri killed Eric, so now let's tell me what you have, what you know. Josh told you he started looking back at things differently than he had before because of that. Like I said, he tracked Kouri's car, he tracked her family's car, he tracked Carmen's Lauber car. He didn't track Cody Wright's car. He had more to gain from Eric's death than anyone. He didn't
Who had more to gain?
Yeah, I missed
Cody.
that as well.
Did he just say Cody had more to gain than anyone? Are you kidding me?
Car, he tracked her family's car, he tracked Carmen's Lauber car. He didn't track Cody Wright's car.
So his partner killed him? Are you serious?
He had more to gain from Eric's death than anyone.
No, he didn't. He literally did not. The amount he got from getting half the business was less than Kouri was going to get.
He didn't track anyone involved in the civil case regarding the trust. He only tracked people that he thought might lead to information for law enforcement. Did he follow up on Eric's trip to Mexico shortly before the death? No. Did he go to Mexico? Did he try and figure out where Eric had been in Sonora, Mexico? No.
I got it.
Nothing about that investigation was unbiased. Nothing. He passed it all on to law enforcement. And then what he did is he said to law enforcement, you should talk to Carmen Lauber. She's on the ropes in drug court. This would be a really good time to interview her because she would be very likely to be compliant at this time. Everything about this investigation was led by the Richins family. They started on day one and they continued until trial. They are the ones who initially hired and paid for experts. Their private investigator gave information to the police. Yeah, and by the way,
okay, here we go. Here's the second salute.
Gabler testified that he followed all the rules of being a private investigator. And that may very well be true. But he doesn't have to operate under the Constitution. There's a reason that we have rights under the Constitution. There is a reason that law enforcement has to get warrants to enter your home, to take electronics, to search your house. It is to protect the citizens of our country. It is to protect the innocent. Sidestepping these important constitutional rights by hiring a private investigator who then let law enforcement know what to do taints this entire investigation. And you know what? That is terrifying. It's terrifying. If someone has enough money to hire a PI, they can circumvent our constitutional rights, dig into every aspect of our rights, of our lives, and turn it over to police. We have a constitution for a reason. It's to protect us all.
Yeah, it is from murder.
Rock flag and eagle. Rock flag and eagle. Go ahead.
Trying to feed into that, like a lot of people in certain places are very like anti, cops,
like all the
enforcement. They don't want to be monitored. They don't want,
like the people chasing down ICE.
A lot of Mormons are that way too, actually. That's like Ruby Frankie, everyone those cops tried to go to find those kids when they didn't know where her daughters were like so uncooperative.
All right, we're gonna listen to that again just because it's so hyperbolic and so ridiculous.
Information to the police.
Hold on, pause.
Yeah, and by the way,
I usually don't stay late on Monday, so I'm gonna head on out at this point.
Wait. You don't want to see the video a sec? Give me 5 minutes. Can you give me 5 minutes?
Okay.
Like literally five. I got to just pull it up from my email.
He testified that he followed all the rules of being a private investigator. And that may very well be true. But he doesn't have to operate under the Constitution. There's a reason that we have rights under the Constitution. There is a reason that law enforcement has to get warrants to enter your home, to take electronics, to search your house. It is to protect the citizens of our country. It is to protect the innocent. Sidestepping these important constitutional rights by hiring a private investigator who then let law enforcement know what to do taints this entire investigation. And you know what? That is terrifying. It's terrifying. If someone has enough money to hire a PI, they can circumvent our constitutional rights, dig into every aspect of our rights, of our lives, and turn it over to police. We have a constitution for a reason. It's to protect us all. I want to talk about the lead investigator, Jeff O'Driscoll. Here's what he testified that his investigation consisted of. He got assigned to the case sometime in March of 2023. He got a search warrant for some medical records. He thinks he got a search warrant for a couple of cell phones. He interviewed Chelsea Barney, where they discovered that they were wrong about some text messages. Law enforcement was wrong with what they thought they were looking for. He interviewed someone named Jake Sorensen, who must not have had anything important to say because we never heard from him. Then he interviews Carmen Lauber because he was told to.
Don't tell us about who you didn't hear from, ma'am.
By the private investigator. That's it. That was the investigation. He didn't investigate any other leads. He didn't attempt to corroborate information, particularly in the letter that we saw that Kouri wrote to her mother, the walk the dog letter. Now, he told you he didn't need to corroborate that because he didn't get that letter till after Kouri was arrested. So, I guess the state was done. You wouldn't want to start looking for things that might show her innocent. You've arrested her. Interestingly, they were still executing search warrants. They were still trying to find evidence for guilt, but they weren't looking at any evidence that might show innocence.
All right. So here, this is what I wanted to show. All right. So this was, oh, come on. Why did you split the screen for me? Stupid thing. All right. So this was one of my most surreal moments when I thought maybe certain people have gambling problems. And it just doesn't make any sense. This is November 2020. Does anyone remember what was happening late 2020 in terms of like,
COVID.
Yeah. And what was the whole thing that was going on, especially in Washington State? Lockdowns, right? Stay home, stay safe.
Is Washington
that was
State
happening
even real?
everywhere.
Okay, but I mean it started in Washington. It started like literally 2 blocks from where our old apartment was. Like the retirement home that all the cases were found at was right down the street.
I don't know anything.
Anyway, so this is early November 2020, and I see this next to me. Hold on a sec. And I don't mean this isn't a person. I mean this situation. Look at this.
Okay.
That's some
And I'm just-
dedication. But you're at the casino as well.
I'm not wearing a full face guard and a mask.
Yeah, because you're an idiot.
Well, but I'm like, lady, you're wearing the full. I'm wearing the mask because you had to wear the mask. You had to wear the medical mask. That's fine. She's got this full spit guard, cough guard. I'm like, lady, if you're really that, maybe just pump the brakes in the casino for a few weeks, huh? Come on.
Asians have been doing the mask thing for a while because they live in very high concentrated, Also, there are black people in masks. That's when I knew.
Oh, well, I'm not saying anything about Asians. I'm saying this woman in particular, she happens to be Asian.
I thought so because this started because of Asians.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I wonder if she's got a video of you that she shows.
Yeah.
Well, she was certainly eyeing my kiosk.
Were you winning big?
Yeah.
Oh, I just got a bonus. That's why she was looking over it. No, I'm not upset. I'm not upset at all. What I'm saying was it was interesting to look at her and be like, if you're that concerned about getting sick, maybe just stay home for a little bit. Like, it can't hurt your pocketbook, right?
Maybe it can. Maybe
what do you mean?
Winner.
No, that's not for others. It's to keep herself sick or self.
I think she will wear that everywhere. I mean, also Asian ladies, older Asian ladies, they love a visor. So this was kind of a combo
They
thing.
do
Okay,
like
but
the visor.
Joel Guy Jr. wore the visor. Joel Guy Jr. wore the visor as well, right? I'm just
that's
saying
so we can see his face because hello.
It's a nice face.
Yeah, you don't want to deprive.
There's going to be a plastic surgeon.
Okay, yeah. I guess everyone doesn't see what I'm saying. I'm saying when there is a COVID outbreak, a pandemic, and she's She's a high-risk individual. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like it's somebody young not wanting to spread it. She's a high-risk individual. Maybe just stop the slots for a couple weeks.
It's absolutely possible that everything she said in that letter was true.
That was that
fact,
what
there
you
was 3
wanted
things
to
in that
show
letter.
me?
Yeah, that's what he.
Yeah, that's what I want to show you.
Okay,
nice
that's
night.
cool. Have a good night, everyone. Remember to kiss your finger.
Oh, shut up, Blue River. I don't hate anybody. It was just a weird thing.
Were corroborated by state's own witnesses. But they didn't investigate it. Again, ignore what might.
I mean, it's one step below biohazard suit. It's like she's coming in there with the full air tank on, like the full white, the what do they call it? Brian Walsh used one.
Hazmat?
Not hazmat, but
the other word. I don't remember what the word is.
Tyvek suit or something. The Tyvek suit with the mask and everything, and just. Like, hold on, let me put my card
for
in.
a while, they didn't know that, and they said that COVID could get in through your eyes. I mean, it makes sense. So she was not taking any chances.
Okay, but if you're that afraid of it, don't go to it. But the
She's more afraid of not going to the casino.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. In the area, like the casino was the only thing open. Like you could go to places and you had to go in one at a time. But since it's tribal lands, tribes were like, we're going to do whatever we want, right? Mm-hmm. Why go to the biggest concentration of people and we can still smoke inside at that point?
Contradicting your theory.
That's why.
Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt. Also, remember that letter never went to anyone.
Right.
So it's nothing more.
Bethany K 80 distilled it down to the perfect thing I'm trying to say. If you're that scared, just stay home for a little bit.
I don't know how scared she was. She obviously wasn't that scared. Just because.
What else did he do? He didn't interview
scared of missing on a jackpot. The verdict means gummies are okay again. $2. Thank you very much. And Baba Gadoosh, $9.99. Thank you very much. Here's to cover the other half of the club sandwich. Thank you very much.
Person Eric was talking to in Mexico the night of his death, and we'll come back to that. But he didn't follow up on that. He said that. I didn't follow up on where Eric went in Mexico or who he was communicating with in Mexico when he was there. He didn't investigate what.
Yeah, you're not that amazed by. I'm amazed by it. I'm fascinated by human behavior.
Eric did, or where he went on February 14th, 2022. He didn't follow up to see if did Eric go to the hospital that day. In fact, he did nothing regarding that day. Nothing.
Exactly.
What
Slots
else?
aren't going to play
He didn't
themselves.
find fentanyl anywhere. Allegedly, there were 90 to 120 pills of something. At least oxycodone. Where were they? I guess somebody took them, but they didn't have them. So whatever pills Carmen may or may not have provided to Kouri were gone. They no longer existed.
And just to let you know, after we get through the defense, there's the 15-minute prosecution rebuttal. So we've got that ready as well. Just so you can plan your evening accordingly.
They couldn't find or test those pills. And we do know that she bought oxycodone. But you know what? There was no oxycodone in Eric's stomach that night.
Baba Gadoosh.
So instead, Detective O'Driscoll says,
point. She says, smokers with an oxygen tank amaze me. And that's something you see at the casinos a lot. Like if you go to the casinos in like the Blue Ridge Mountains or whatever, nobody doesn't have an iron lung with them practically.
I haven't seen a whole lot of that actually.
Yeah, it depends on.
I'm not saying it doesnn't exist. Your player points were about to expire.
I'm telling you, it exists for sure. I've seen it a lot in a lot of like certain kind of casinos. You know, people. Nothing stops people from going to the slots. The schlots.
Libby, rebuttal is at 125. I think I've got Wendy here at 150 because I couldn't cut out her blanks. So
it's the second time you're playing this.
What?
Is this the second time you're playing this?
No. The rebuttal prosecution is what they're saying. Rebuttal is a little bit slower with the spaces cut out. Wendy's faster because I couldn't cut out the spaces effectively.
We wanted to corroborate Carmen's story. I mean, we were going to corroborate it. We weren't just going to go by it. The story that they fed her. They want to corroborate the truth. They wanted to corroborate a story. Again, let's find what confirms our theory. Let's ignore what doesn't. Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I've had COVID. So I believe
Sitting here in this courtroom after 4 years of investigation, there was an awful lot that O'Driscoll just could not tell you. Things he couldn't remember. He couldn't remember what people had told him in interviews. For example, he was asked, did you interview Eric's allergy doctor? Well, yes, but I can't remember what he said. Well, that might have been important.
Yeah, right.
Because he testified that the EpiPens in the house belonged to the children. Well, maybe because Eric had recently used his a couple of weeks earlier when he had an allergic reaction. He said, well, if I could have a few minutes, I could find out what was said. I could give you more information. We were in trial.
Stop pounding the desk, ma'am.
He was on the stand 4 years after Eric had died. 3 years after he'd been appointed as lead investigator. And either he wasn't prepared to testify or he just didn't know. He is the lead.
There's Sky, by the way. For those who don't know, Sky is directly to the right of Driscoll here in the gray suit. Mm-hmm. She does not look impressed to me. She does not look impressed at all by this.
Neither does he, actually. He's like...
Everyone is just like, what are you doing, ma'am?
Yeah. Investigator.
She's sitting with the state, I see.
Yeah.
Now the state elicited testimony from him that...
Well, I mean... We don't know because there were passes handed out. Cause there were limited passes for today. So, I mean, maybe they were just like... She knows, maybe she knows some of the detectives and like, hey, can you ask?
I feel like she's friendly with Bloodworth.
Well, I mean, I think they probably were like to the Richins, or like, hey, can you ask if they have an extra pass and I could sit in? And I think the Richins would be like, her old defense attorney sitting on our side. Yeah, thank you. Come on over.
How could he possibly know the entire case? It's just too much.
Baba Gadoosh, Sky was her old attorney before these numbskulls.
I couldn't know.
And according to Kouri, a dumb bitch.
All that information.
Because she Googled her house and maybe she wasn't like, Sky would have been a lot easier on the eyes and ears and brain in this trial than all of them.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that because she's more attractive. I'm saying because Gungan and Zelda are idiots.
It's interesting. I mean, obviously, Sky is beautiful, and she's always been beautiful. But I do notice that when she represented Kouri, she had a much more severe look about her. I thought, I don't know if she changed something. She's a softer look now.
I mean, maybe Kouri was driving her nuts.
Yeah, maybe.
They relied on to testify about this investigation. You didn't hear from anyone else about the last 3 years of that investigation. They chose him. You know what else he couldn't testify to? He couldn't testify how the fentanyl got into Eric's system. He said
she didn't leave the attorney. The attorney's firm dropped her because of a conflict of interest related to the civil suit. So I don't know. We don't know what beyond that means because it's sealed. So
well, he ingested it.
Yeah. Kouri said she and Eric didn't believe in COVID, but she also got COVID. So I don't know how Kouri doesn't believe in something she got.
Well, she's just against it. That's all.
There was no evidence, none, that fentanyl was put in a drink.
Her hair was darker.
That was
darker.
Argument is not evidence. And they waited until closing to tell you, oh, she put it in a drink without any evidence to back that up. Okay, she made him a drink that night, but that's it. She made him a drink. There's no evidence that fentanyl was in that drink.
Yeah, and she also said they all got COVID, but she doesn't believe in COVID. She doesn't believe in vaccine. I'm going to raise hell if they put COVID as a cause of death. Oh, hell no.
And the lead detective who couldn't tell you anything, he sat through this entire trial. He heard every witness testify. He had an opportunity to form his answers or reform his answers based on what he knew other people had said. And yet he still didn't know the evidence.
This is at 150% because it's all bullshit.
Eric's sister's face is so expressive.
That's a bad pause game on me, but
you know what I mean? Like, she looks very, I don't know, like vulnerable, or she's just, they really did not.
I see anger. She doesn't like these defense attorneys at all. Like, they're just.
She doesn't. You can tell. Like,
well, yeah, I know, but they're just the gay insinuendos of like affair, like even just the affair. So so he was cheating on Kouri, like all this stuff that we know is bullshit, no evidence.
Ridiculous.
And Kouri punched her sister
in the throat.
I want to talk a minute about deleted texts and the phone searches just quickly.
And we're going to talk about deleted texts and phone searches just real quick.
Deleted texts. They said there were deleted texts off Kouri's phone, and
they didn't say there were.
It looks like that probably was true. Why would you delete text off your phone?
These attorneys were paid by the state. They are not hired by Kouri.
Maybe because you were having an affair?
Yeah, affair, murder, drug deal, right? So just
over the
third
last
reason.
2 years, you might want to delete that.
Not maybe because you're having an affair. You were having an affair. So much so you had a second number
off your phone before.
That's Amy, right? That's Amy. The one in the middle, the one that Kouri punched, I believe, right?
Oh, I think so.
Because I recognize her from the bond hearing when she was denied bail, or the bail hearing, right? And she said,
Her husband's family finds out about it. Maybe because she was buying oxycodone. I mean, she asked Carmen for pain pills. Doesn't mean she killed her husband. But you probably want that off of your phone. The phone searches. So the evidence showed that Kouri found out on April 13th that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose. And that's the day they took her phone and she gets a new phone. These searches are all done on that new phone. Searches of how much fentanyl does it take to kill someone, or how much fentanyl is a lethal overdose? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, because she just found out her husband died of a lethal overdose of fentanyl. You might want to know what that means.
no, it might mean that you gave him a lethal overdose of fentanyl, and you want to see if the results of the test line up to indicate that you gave him a lethal dose.
And she texted other things. They said, oh, she texted about women's prisons.
No, that's searching. They can't. The lack of precision in this defense is so annoying. She texted about other things. She searched the internet about these things, not texted.
Of course she's worried. An innocent person would be worried. Anyone would be worried if they just found out that they are a suspect in a homicide investigation. She would have been scared to death. She was looking for information based on what she found out after her died. All right, what?
Really? Because she seemed like on all the jail calls, she was laughing about how ridiculous it was. Right, Suma? Are you kidding me? They'll come up with anything. Oh, my God. Can you believe these guys?
Yes.
And then the private investigator, he's so obsessed.
Do we know about those last few hours before Eric's death?
God, he probably wants to do me.
Yeah.
It's not a lot, but we do know some things from the autopsy and the toxicology reports. We know that he had fentanyl in both his blood and his stomach.
Yeah, you would be even more afraid if you did it, that you'd be going to
We
prison.
know he had quetiapine and alcohol only in his stomach and not his blood. So this means the quetiapine had to be taken after the fentanyl. Had they been taken together, they would have both been in his blood.
I don't remember the testimony that said quetiapine would be taken up at the same rate that fentanyl would, but maybe it was out there. So then I guess it would be, maybe she put it in the shot and then she put the fentanyl, or she put the fentanyl in the shot and then put the quetiapine in the drink. But the fact that there were two drinks supports the possibility that they were in two separate drinks.
We know there was no histamine response, no anaphylaxis. So he had not had an allergic reaction to anything in his body that night, including fentanyl. The state wants you to believe that the allergic reaction he had on February 14th was to fentanyl. If he had an allergic reaction on February 14th, he would have had one again 3 weeks later. Now, I know the toxicologist testified, well, you don't have an allergic reaction every time, and you can look at her testimony, but it was a little bit hard to understand, but I believe she was talking about, you might eat peanuts for a lot of times and then have an allergic reaction, and then it starts. Once you have an allergic reaction to something, it doesn't typically go away. We know he had norfentanyl in his body, and this is because his body had started to metabolize the fentanyl. The state's toxicologist told you that the fentanyl could have been...
Look at this awesome slide. This looks like something you do in like the 80s, right? When you're doing like one of those transparencies you're putting on the overhead.
Left over from a previous use. That was a possibility. Another reasonable possibility. The fentanyl was there from a previous use.
No, not according to his liver.
That was the evidence. That is reasonable doubt. What else do we know from the ME and the toxicologist? Well, we know that the fentanyl was not put in a drink. And how do we know this? There was only fentanyl in the blood.
No, Carolina Hurtado, it said the firm had to bow out because of the civil trial, which is different than the fraud trial. She's facing two more trials, or two more cases. The civil case and the fraud trial.
Not alcohol. The state's toxicologist leaned toward the fact that maybe Eric didn't even drink alcohol, that the alcohol in his stomach was post-mortem decomposition. But the other scenario that she said that was possible was that Eric took the fentanyl, then took the quetiapine, had a small amount of alcohol. She testified that it would take 15 to 60 minutes for fentanyl to make its way into the blood. That alcohol takes 15 to 30 minutes to make its way into the blood.
Don't forget to hit that like button if you're here. Thank you.
So if the alcohol and fentanyl were taken together, they both would have been there at the same time in the blood. But just the fact that one reasonable possibility is that the fentanyl was taken before the quetiapine and the alcohol gives you reasonable doubt that it was placed in a drink an hour earlier. Now the state's saying, well, maybe she put it in a non-alcoholic drink. So their celebratory drink maybe didn't have alcohol in it. There's no evidence of that. But they're throwing around a lot of theories. Why is that? Because they don't have them.
Worst line of the close. There are not a lot of theories. There is one theory that they have been doing the entire time. And this is when I started just doing all caps in Suma's chat. Because I can't stand it. Can't stand it.
They don't know what happened. Dr. Christensen and Dr. Ulmer testified that the manner of death could not be determined. This is really important. Dr. Christensen testified the ME's office didn't know enough about Eric's history to determine if it was an accident. They also didn't have enough information to determine it was a homicide. The ME had at least a reasonable doubt as to the cause of death. And the ME...
No, she didn't. She said she couldn't determine it.
We'll just get up there and make shit up, lady.
Yeah. So glad we got this
around her neck.
I don't know, but it reminds me of something maybe like
something out of Harry Potter.
It's kind of this outfit kind of looks like maybe not the color of the jacket or the cut because it's a female jacket, but something Denzel would wear, right? Just like the black turtleneck almost with the gold chain around it.
He isn't held to the high standard that the state is. And there was no evidence that the autopsy could have been amended at a later date if additional information was received. The ME testified, excuse me, the ME didn't tell you that they couldn't amend the autopsy. He just told you they didn't.
And they didn't, even though they could. This is such a...
What else did they do? Why didn't they do a hair follicle?
She might have been wearing like 4-gauge steel corrugated chain around with a clock on it. What is this bullshit?
Dr. Christensen said, well, we don't do that unless we're asked to. Would you be asked to do that by law enforcement? Again,
like
Summit County was only looking for evidence to confirm their theory. Yeah. Evidence to support that Kouri was behind Eric's death. They did not want to look for evidence that contradicted that theory. Had they done that test, we might have our answer. Confirmation bias. All right, let's start with the means. The state did not and cannot prove that Kouri ever purchased fentanyl. Carmen Lauber, interestingly, they barely mentioned Carmen Lauber in their closing. The only witness who could...
No, they mentioned her plenty.
Into Kouri's hand.
They said the digital evidence supports her story.
Let's talk about her testimony. Admittedly, a lot of it was painful to watch.
Your part was painful.
Your
Zelda?
face is painful to watch, Zelda.
And in some ways, she's sympathetic. But she is looking at multiple long prison sentences.
So is Kouri. That's why Kouri would lie. Go ahead.
I thought she was talking about Kouri.
And her only way out, was to testify at this trial. But what she could not do was put fentanyl in Kouri Richins' hands. She told you that she had no memory of what actually took place in 2022. During those interviews, she told detectives over and over again, my brain is fried. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My memory is gone. So what she testified to you wasn't what she remembered. She admitted on the stand that what she testified to was what she had been shown, what she had been told.
No, that wasn't it.
Detective O'Driscoll told you that Carmen Lauber could not remember the purchase of drugs after Eric had died. When asked by Ms. Nestor if at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric's death, his response was, her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that supported that. You know what? She did testify to that. She testified at length and in detail about something that even Detective O'Driscoll said she didn't remember. Carmen Lauber was not able to tell you that she bought fentanyl. She agreed on the stand that it was the detectives that first put the word fentanyl in her mouth, in her head. She was told by detectives...
Don't say put in your mouth when you killed your husband by oral ingestion of fentanyl.
In this case, that she bought fentanyl. Eric died of fentanyl. You bought drugs. You bought fentanyl. She took that story and she ran with it because she had everything to lose. And Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard...
And it just happened to match up with the digital forensic evidence and all the circumstantial evidence. And yet none of Kouri's story, if it's true, matches with any of the evidence.
Told her, you are getting a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card. And what do you have to do to get that big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card?
There we go.
This is embarrassing. Did they say the phrase "big giant get out of jail free card"?
I don't know.
Because she keeps saying that.
Here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
Is this off the internet or is this Zelda holding it while Gungan takes a picture of it? Like they went out and bought a Monopoly set?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I could do a search and see if this picture comes up.
Yeah, a reverse image search. Yeah. possibly.
Well, or just search for the card, you know?
It's just, and your client is involved in mortgage fraud. I wouldn't go like compare yourself to the game of Monopoly where you're buying all these properties. Is this for real? Yes. I didn't put this in here. The defense put this in here.
It's from dictionary. It's from dictionary.com. It's the first one.
Okay. So they just did a half-ass Google search. Yeah. No, the defense put this in, not me.
Give them the details.
Their presentation.
Well, it's a monopoly clause because they also say you go straight to go collect $200, right? Like they just cannot get the monopoly analogy out of their head.
That will ensure.
And in truth, Kouri's money was like
Kouri gets convicted of murder. You heard that from O'Driscoll's own mouth. He tried to explain it away, but he went in and he told this woman, "Get out of jail free card. Give us the details to ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder." She had to tell them that. She had to tell you that. She had to say she purchased fentanyl.
Bloodsworth, look at his face. He's not worried. That's why he's not objecting to this bullshit. He's like, whatever.
The detectives walked into those interviews not to find out what happened, but to
look at this guy's reaction in the back.
She's like, to confirm what they already had decided happened. Again, confirmation bias. She told them at that first interview, "I literally never dealt with fentanyl." And she had reason not to deal with fentanyl. She told you that. She had a daughter who had overdosed from fentanyl. She was afraid of fentanyl. She told them that Kouri asked for something for an investor's bad bag. Maybe it was for Eric, but she told them that Kouri asked for an investor's bad bag. And that later she asked for something stronger. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug.
Maybe it was for Eric. So she did buy pills from Carmen? What are you talking about, ma'am? You just said she didn't buy pills.
She told them Kouri never asked for fentanyl. She admitted that she got the word fentanyl from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard. She told them she couldn't remember. She asked them to lay it out for her, to put the pieces of the puzzle together, to write it down and I'll sign it. They argued that was because, well, she didn't want to write it in her cell. That's why they wanted us to write it. Well, she could have written it right there at the table, I suppose. But you know,
I mean, Candy Rapper, we've had several people come in here and say they know this and that. So you can just go ahead and email me, and I'll put it in here in a sec. And just hear me out 2023 at Gmail. If you email me a picture of you and Carmen, since you've known her for 4 years, and put along the bottom or something, 40, hear me out.
40 plus years, not 4 years.
No, 40 plus years.
Mm-hmm. You said 4 years.
I meant 40. It's the alcohol. It's
no.
I got a nun tongue.
It's my fault.
It's your lying ears. Not listening to my tongue. Okay, so there's my email. Candy Rapper 420. Go ahead and email me a picture of you and Carmen together, and I'll believe you, and I'll hear what you're saying if you get some inside info. Not everyone here loves Carmen, so
yeah, tell her we love her.
Yeah.
Oh, what else? Remember? She also
otherwise
told
you're just making
the
it up.
United States Attorney basically the same thing. Put it together for me. And the U.S. Attorney or the Assistant U.S. Attorney said, "Oh, we don't do it that way. You have to tell us what you remember." They literally offered a big, giant get out of the jail.
Wait a minute. Ma'am, didn't you just say they fed her a story? Because you just said, no, we don't do it that way. You have to tell us what you remember.
Free card.
Yeah, AI can fake a lot of things, but, you know, somebody holding a picture with the, hear me out in front of it symbol, it's easy to tell. Okay, here we go. Get out of jail free card again, which means they've had it up the entire time, and Court TV is just switching back to it. Oh my God!
Last question to Detective O'Driscoll. They brought up the TV show, The House of Cards, but who held all of the cards in this case? Jeff O'Driscoll told you. Carmen Lauber held all of the cards. Their entire house of cards is being held up by her. And now at trial, 3 years later, she comes in here and says she bought oxycodone once and fentanyl 3 times. Oh, she had her story down. She told it very nicely on direct. But when pressed, she couldn't remember anything. Not from 2022, not from 2023. She couldn't remember on Friday what she testified to on Thursday. And I didn't.
Well, you can't remember the words you said in the last questions you asked, Zelda. You can't remember what your page you're on.
Ask her about her mental health or her learning disability to be mean. I asked her because it explains why she was so easily convinced by law enforcement as to what she needed to do and what she needed to say. She described her learning disability as low education.
Pajamas.
Well, you can decide what that means for yourself, but one possibility is she has an intellectual disability. And if that is the case, she is more vulnerable to suggestibility.
Yeah, that's the other celebration night. Carmen is off subpoena, right? She can finally talk to other people that say, hey, you did a great job.
Yeah, exactly.
Than most people. Easy to manipulate. And they took advantage of this. We all saw it. They did too, but they had to find someone who would confirm their theory.
Everyone confirmed their theory, ma'am. Every single person confirmed their theory.
It's a little more than a theory, I would say.
But you know what? Through all of this, there were a handful of things that Carmen Lauber was consistent about. There were a few. Kouri asked for some pain medication.
So she did buy pills?
Kouri said that in the Walk the Dog letter.
Yeah, she did. She said it at...
Then she told you, I brought oxycodone from Susan Kohler on February 11th. Prescription oxycodone. Now that's important because if Kouri had any pain pills before February 14th, these were likely what she had. She said Kouri never...
No, it would have been from the first drug deal from Robert Ko40uri.
Asked for fentanyl. She said that in all of her interviews. Carmen never asked Robert Ko40uri for fentanyl. She said that. She was consistent with that. That she got pills from Robert Ko40uri. That the pills she got from him were light green. 15 to 20 milligram oxycodone pills. When she bought from him again, she asked for more of the same. Those are the things she said throughout. Everything she said, every other thing she said has changed multiple times. It changed again while she was on the stand. Now she says the number of purchases were more. That changed. The date changed. For the first time, she says that Ko40uri was the first one to say the word fentanyl. It's the first time we've heard that. Wasn't in the interviews.
I mean, whoever the Charlie Kirk shooter is, he's
I'd say he's fucked anyway, so.
Yeah, but I mean, just like, what are they going to get up there and be like, well, did you know that this gun... Did you know this... No, these
robust defense, like they do.
No, they're gonna say something like, "Were you where the alleged murder weapon was seen in the hands of a detective?" And then the person's gonna be like,
"Gay."
No, wait. They're gonna be, "Are you aware that the alleged murder weapon was seen in the hands of a detective?" And they're like, "Yeah, that's the detective removing it from the scene after he shot Charlie Kirk." And they'd be like, "Oh, fair enough."
That's fair. Next.
That's fair.
She's not a truthful person. There were a couple of little things she lied on the stand about. Not super important, but I'm going to point them out because they were just untruths. When I asked her if she was on any medication for her anxiety or any other illnesses, she said no. But then later, when Mr. Bloodworth asked her, she said yes, she was on medications. They were in her car in her purse. She told you Nancy Peterson drove to buy the drugs because she didn't have a driver's license. When we showed her that photo was reversed and that she was driving, did you notice how smoothly that story changed? Oh, well, yeah, I drove one way, she drove the other. By the way, where's Nancy Peterson? There was someone who might have been able to confirm Carmen's story, but we didn't hear from her.
Go ahead.
No, nothing.
This is how they hear it in their heads. They're like, man, we're just landing blow after blow after blow with this jury, dismantling this prosecution. All right, Candy Rapper, I'll take it out.
What else did Carmen lie about? Okay. She said on that stand, and she told you, I never violated drug court after I got out.
She just said, now let's talk about Carmen Lauber. You've been talking about her, ma'am.
I'd get out of jail free card in May of 2023. But then when confronted, she had to admit, oh, yeah, I did. That's right. She told you, well, I was holding a can of alcohol, but I didn't drink it. When confronted, though, she had to admit that wasn't true. She said on the stand, and she told you that. Oh, I just held it. Oh, but you told your probation officer you drank it. Oh, yeah, I guess I drank it. But what's the most important thing she admitted to lying to? She lied to a judge. She lied to a judge.
Well, you've been being disrespectful to a judge for 4 weeks now, so.
I mean, to the jury, it is going to be such a small fraction of the amount of bullshit you have tried to say to this jury. Oh, you're trying to bend the truth? Because she wanted to go see her fiance in Nevada and said, I've been good, right? What about all this stuff you keep getting caught lying about?
By writing a letter saying that she had been 100% compliant with drug court. Now, why did she lie to that judge? She wanted to go to Vegas. And she told you on the stand, she admitted it. Yeah, I was untruthful with the judge to get something that I wanted. She was untruthful because she wanted to go to Vegas. There is a lot more at stake here than going to Vegas.
Fuck you.
She is, again, being untruthful to get what she wants. And what she wants this time is to stay out of prison. And she will say whatever she needs to make that happen. You know what else she got by telling that story? In addition to her get-out-of-jail-free card, she also got an advance straight to go and pass drug court on the way card.
Yeah, another Monopoly analogy. Advance straight to go past drug court.
Robin says, I can't believe they had all weekend to prepare this closing. A first-year law student on the first day of law school would do better just from watching Legally Blonde. That's the vibe I get too.
Yes. I'm trying to find who was the person that was emailing me saying that they knew Candy something. Candy Rap. Candy Rap. Check your email. Did you get a bounce back? Because I don't see anything. Did you type? Oh no, got it. Okay, got it. Never mind. Got it. It is bad. It's bad.
No more showing up at drug court. And she told you drug court's tough, but she didn't have to go anymore. No regular check-ins. She decided to text hi or lobber to Detective Maynard.
I'm not going to show it to anyone.
No more drug tests. She's still on probation. Still waiting to go see.
For the record, I'm not sharing it. Like I don't share all the stuff for validation. Just like you wouldn't want anyone else pretending they were somebody as well. So, based on this picture, this is a photo that would be from a phone. So and this person is female. I will say that. Candy Rapper 420. I'm not going to show it to anyone, but yes. So Woodbridge Widow, if you wanted, if you'd be open to it, would you come up and answer some questions? We won't. You don't have to show your face. Or anything.
Widow, it's Candy Rapper.
Oh, sorry. No, yeah, I'm clicking the wrong. Candy Rapper. See, that's why I have Sumi here, right? Yeah. Sumi knows. Sumi keeps me straight. Candy Rapper, if you'd be open to it, I could email you a link back and you can come up. You don't have to show your face. You could just be voice. And if we could ask you some questions, that'd be...
No.
Okay, you don't do panels? That's fine. I was just saying if you wanted to, because we're all very, very big fans of Carmen here. Yeah. But thank you for validating. So yes, she does know Carmen.
Oh yeah, good. Of course you don't know Crozier.
You don't know Crozier. I mean, that's great.
We wouldn't even ask.
But we were not.
To go to court, see if her charges will be dismissed. And she's not being drug tested. Is she telling you that?
And welcome. I know you're here only because of the case, but this is a fun place to hang out.
I saw her also in Melly's chat or someplace last night.
But we have plenty of fun discussions here about many criminals. So I'm going to go ahead and mod you up so nobody can block you out because they don't know that you've been verified, right? So
truth about being clean? We have absolutely no way to know. She got everything she wanted by testifying to things that she admitted she had no memory of. Can you feel for Carmen Lauber? You can. Can you believe her beyond a reasonable doubt? You cannot. And if you can't believe her beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to find Kouri Richins not guilty. I want to talk about Robert Crozier, because he's also an addict, and he also changed his story. But what makes him different? First, his original story was...
Dana Rapper says, but I will let Carmen know tomorrow when I see her that you guys were all very nice and that you send your concern and hope she's doing well. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I personally, I don't know about the chat or whatever. I was panicked when I first heard
she wasn't
Bloodsworth said we're trying to get a hold of her. I was like, oh my God. Because we all had that worry afterwards. We're like, hopefully she's able to do well because to keeping her under subpoena, and everyone should know that everyone likes her. Everyone thinks Zelda is a monster.
She was really valuable to this case, actually, to the defense, to the state. She did a great job.
Well, even beyond value, just like what she did was like what a normal human being would do. Having the obituary taped up, like having a soul, having like some kind of conscience. And there's no judgment here for, addictions and that kind of stuff. So yeah, please let her know. And I was waiting for them to drop the subpoenas so I could go spend some time with my friend. Okay, so you're going to see her soon. And yeah, just tell her to watch the day that we cover, I guess. I mean, it's going to be nothing but love. We're going to be hating on the defense as they cross-examine her.
If she watches any of the coverage, she'll see how much people love her.
But if you watch any of the coverage, make sure it's on Hear Me Out. It's where people come to get the know.
Given a 13-minute interview while he was coming down from drugs. Not in 10 hours of interviews over multiple days. Detectives came in and they told him he sold fentanyl. He said, "Yeah, we know you sold fentanyl. You just need to confirm it. We won't jam you up. Just tell us you sold fentanyl." And he agreed with them.
Plus, I think you could back me up on this too now. Maybe this is the one, like, I'll say the one little feather in my cap, which puts me apart from other true crime reaction channels. I will yell and constantly swear at the defense as they're doing bullshit versus other people be like, "Are you kidding me?" I'm like, "Go
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people do that too, but they're not as strong.
I haven't seen it.
Same.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
they say,
well, I mean, not lawyers.
Besides you, but you're not live on the camera. You put it in the chat. You go, "Oh, that's so bullshit."
Sometimes I am live, but you don't watch me enough to know that. Apparently,
I watch you all the time.
I know.
I watch you.
No, I try not to interrupt. That's why.
I watch you when you. I've got
watch me. I always watch
the spy cam in the corner of your bedroom.
No, it's true. I mean, you're a big mouth, which is valuable.
I wear my emotions on my sleeve, and I hated the way the defense questioned Carmen, and I let them know.
No, that I complained of. We did complain about that a lot because it was disgusting.
But no one can outmatch my anger. The only reason I say that, King Rapper, is because there's a lot of people in a lot of chats claiming to be a lot of people. That's why I say it. Like, hey, you got to show me something before I say you're that person.
And they asked, "Did Carmen Lauber know she got fentanyl?" And he said, "Absolutely." But what did he explain to you on the stand? Now that he's been through rehab, now that we know he's sober, he gave people what they asked for when he was selling drugs. He always gave them what they asked for. So when detectives came in and said, "Well, you sold Carmen fentanyl," Carmen asked for fentanyl, he said yes.
I think I even said, if memory serves me right, I said I would knife Zelda to death if I found her in the alley after the way she treated Carmen. Right? Mm-hmm. People back me up. That's what I literally said. I will find that dark alley and I will kill her for the way she treated Carmen. Go Zelda.
He said, "What I meant is, if that's what she asked for, that's what I gave her." What else makes him different, though, from Carmen Lauber? He changed his story from what the prosecution wanted him to say to what they didn't want him to say, not the other way around. Why do this? Why would he risk his immunity? It would have been so much easier for him just to stick with his original story. Let's go back. So he gives that original story in April of 23. He sobers up. He meets with the state. He meets with Mr. Bloodworth in April of 25 before he ever spoke to me or to Mr. Berman.
Yeah, might have been a little bit too far, but it was just my emotional out expression.
And he tells them at that time that he got it wrong. He says, "No, I sold Carmen oxycodone, not fentanyl." And how does he know this? He told you. Because he didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022. And he sold to Carmen Lauber in early 2022. Also, his source gave him fentanyl that was so dark it was almost purple. It wasn't light green. It wasn't light blue. Okay, so then he meets with our team in October of 25. He says the same thing. He signed an affidavit swearing it to be true. He testified to the same thing at trial. "I was only selling Oxy in 2022. And not only that, he told you it was prescription Oxy from a pharmacy. So not fake Oxy that was actually fentanyl, but real Oxy." And he was a bit of an expert on the topic. I think he knew more.
Yeah, that will be bad. Okay, I'm pulling back. I'm no longer going to murder Zelda if I've seen her in an alley.
More than the drug expert did. He told you, light green pills, those were 15 to 20 milligram pills. Light blue pills, those were 30 milligram.
Because she was found guilty?
Pills. His prescription was 10 milligram pills. He knew his stuff. He was a pretty successful drug dealer. And he told you, "When I sold fentanyl, those pills were almost purple." What did he have to gain by testifying to this? He's never met Kouri Richins. He'd never met Eric Richins. He didn't know Carmen. He isn't getting anything from anyone. It's for these reasons that his testimony is more credible than Carmen's. Her freedom is at stake, so she had to say fentanyl. She has to give them Kouri. He has nothing to gain. He just told you the truth. The state told you in closing that they traced the fentanyl. It's absolutely not true. Carmen never even looked at those pills. She didn't test those pills. She didn't take any of them, according to her. And we don't know where any of them are. Where are these some odd 90 to 120 pills? They didn't trace that fentanyl. We have no idea where that is. They didn't trace any fentanyl. So how did Eric end up ingesting fentanyl? What other reasonable explanation might there be? You know, I'm not going to stand here and say to you that Eric Richins was a drug addict. He wasn't a carbon lover.
What's up?
Imagine if Zelda is found stabbed to death in an alley tomorrow.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, I know. Somebody just said that in there. But I have my GPS to back it up. I'm not in Utah. I'm not going to Utah. I don't live in Utah.
He wasn't a...
Plus, I'm on camera.
I don't think the evidence shows
Also,
that.
Ko40uri wanted to keep his street cred. He shouldn't have shown up wearing a pink shirt. Just saying.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean he didn't use. That doesn't mean he didn't ask Kouri to get him pain pills. He probably did.
A while ago.
So what do we know? We know Eric was in pain. He had Lyme disease, which can be very painful. He had back pain. He had knee pain. We know he'd been in Mexico not long before his death.
And?
Look at what he was doing right before his death.
Yeah, I don't delete in my text. Plus, I think that's... Honestly, Suma should be asking me to delete the text based on, like, they're going to be like, who is this Suma person? Why is she sending me so many dick pics?
So right before his death, he's texting. Pedro Sonora, back and forth, back and forth. Did they interview him? Like we said, no. He texts his friend Scott Wagner. More, Pedro Sonora. From 8:30, between 8:30 and 8:36, he texts him 1, 2, 3. Well, these are back and forth. But between them, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 texts. He gets a call from Scott Wagner. What's his last Google search? How far is it from Scottsdale to Nogales? And then he gets a text from Raul. We also don't know anything about Raul. Maybe he made other calls. The state said maybe Kouri was calling on the Wi-Fi. Maybe so was he. We don't know who else he talked to, but this is what we do know. Oh, which this is a good place to bring up, I think, that the state did stand up here and they told you that we said things in open.
This is a good place to bring up, I think. Do you not have a plan?
That didn't come in during trial. That's true. Strategies change during trial.
How many hours does she talk? She's got about 15 minutes left.
But remember, we are not the ones under an obligation to put on any evidence. It's not us.
Oh, yeah, I guess it was pretty
We're
long.
not under an obligation to put them. It's them.
Wait, what?
I said even sped up, but then I said, yeah, I guess it was pretty long.
Yeah. And we've been pausing it, so.
Okay, so what else do we find on that first day that
Because you've been so rudely interrupting it.
Eric died? What else do they find? The hydrocodone bottle. Whatever happened to that bottle? Why wasn't it tested? What was kept in that bottle? The bottle sitting...
I think this is when I was raging, be like, did they see if Kouri went to Mars on the 4th? In between, while Eric died, they didn't test that. Did they test it? Did they consult a dog psychic who would have been a witness saying, well, Kouri is
Well, they take Ko40uri's immunity away because they can after what went on there.
They should. He totally lied.
I have a feeling that things are not going to go well for him.
Right by the bed on Eric's nightstand, right next to his phone and watch that were placed neatly in his charger. An expired...
But the thing is, here's the weird thing. I can't imagine things going badly for a drug dealer who deals fentanyl.
No, that's true. You make a good point.
Especially when the detectives are saying, stop doing that shit.
Yeah.
Prescription bottle with nothing in it but residue. Can you see the residue there? Why would that be sitting out? A 6-year-old prescription bottle. What might be the best way to bring illegal pills back from Mexico? Put them in a prescription bottle? Put them in your suitcase? What might be the best way to store your illicit oxycodone? Stick them in a prescription bottle? Put them by your bed? And now that bottle's gone, and nobody knows where it is, and nobody tested it. And you saw that white powder, and you can look back when you go back, but you saw that white powdery residue on the nightstand next to Eric. Nobody tested that either.
Yeah, but here's the thing, ma'am. If it was fentanyl, I've seen so many body cams of like police accidentally overdosing because they touched the residue of something, right? And they have to get Narcan because they're overdosing, right? So what are you talking about? She's talking about like it's powdered sugar everywhere. And they're like, nobody tested it. And they just, whatever, we'll just blow it off, have the Roomba pick it up. What the hell are you talking about?
So what's another explanation? What could have happened? Eric was about to take his last pain pill out of that bottle that he kept by the side of his bed. He's on the phone with people in Mexico. He's checking how long it takes to drive from Scottsdale to Nogales. Maybe he knew he was getting fentanyl in Mexico. Maybe he thought it was something else. and he accidentally got fentanyl. Maybe had they tested that bottle, we would know, but they didn't. You know what else we know? Though we know he had a prescription for naltrexone, and it appears he wasn't taking it. A drug used to help people control craving for drugs and alcohol. It's not a drug used to treat Lyme disease.
Yes, it is.
There's a reasonable alternative. Reasonable.
It literally is. It's an off-label use of the drug. What are you talking about? You stupid cow. At least we have 2 speeches coming up.
To motive. The state absolutely did not prove that Kouri's relationship with Josh Grossman was a motive to kill her husband. Josh and Kouri had been seeing each other on and off for about 2 years. You heard from Josh. He testified that their future together was a fantasy. That at no time did Kouri ever lead him to believe that she was going to leave Eric for him.
What about when she said, I want you to be my husband someday? This is how you lose a jury. Like, you're pissing on my leg.
It was clear that Josh loved Kouri more than she loved him. You can see it in his face. You can see it in his demeanor. You can look at the text shortly before Eric died where Kouri was trying to break up with him. The state wants you to find that the conversation Kouri had with Josh about his time in Iraq is somehow evidence or proof of murder. But Josh told you she was grieving, that conversation was about life and death and Eric and bow hunting and the supernatural. That it really didn't even seem that unusual at the time. He only thought it seemed unusual when the private investigator told him Kouri killed Eric.
Corrine worked for Doreen Kouri. Interesting. So Doreen Kouri is a real person then, right? Was she an owner of K Richins Realty?
It's not evidence of a homicide. It isn't proof of anything. Yes, they were having an affair. Eric was also having an affair, possibly more than one.
Yeah. A gay affair, an emotional affair, everything but an actual affair. And there's no evidence of that, ma'am.
You heard there was a text about an open relationship, and they can laugh about that, but that's what the text said.
Yeah, because it's a joke.
And you know what? We do not.
You know who could have said we did have an open relationship? Kouri. She could have said it if she went on the stand, but she didn't.
I'll bring this up to make Eric out to be a bad person.
Really?
Wait, sorry. I'm juggling multiple windows here. What did she just say?
I think she's...
I backed it up 4 seconds.
About that, but that's what the text said. And you know what? We do not bring this up to make Eric out to be a bad person. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Because I don't know how does it prove that Kouri didn't kill him?
Oh, you think Richard means dick?
Oh, maybe. Wait a minute. Zelda looked like this trial sucked out her soul. People were not kind. Danny the girl, I would object and say she looked like she had no soul. She looked like she wasn't even human at the beginning. She looked like a fictional creature.
Danny is defending Zelda at all.
No, I know, but she said she looked like this trial sucked out her soul. I'm saying I would like evidence that she had a soul at the beginning.
Matter what he was doing in his personal life. That's not the point. The point is that there were parts of Eric's life that he didn't share with people. Just like he didn't share with Cody that he used marijuana, or even that he took prescriptions. The point is we all have secrets, and Eric had secrets. But back to Josh, the best evidence that Josh was not a motive for Kouri to kill her husband is that after Eric died, she never did get together with Josh. She didn't show up at the brunch that they planned to celebrate the closing on the Midway Mansion. She didn't go on a vacation with him in April. She never even finished paying for that vacation. Josh told you that Kouri changed after Eric's death. She was grieving. That he saw less and less of her, and ultimately she broke things off.
He didn't say grieving. He said
by the way,
change.
if Kouri was as motivated by money as they would have you think, would she really have killed her wealthy husband to run off with the handyman who lived for free in one of her houses?
She wouldn't have started the losing business if she cared about having a wealthy husband.
That doesn't fit with the state's theory.
It absolutely does. They explained it.
The state says, look at texts. Replace the words in them with different words. They stood here and made up what was inside people's heads.
In retrospect, knowing what happens on the rebuttal close, the replace the word divorce with murder is such a smaller offense to them versus what he does with the walk to dog letter. And please stay tuned for that rebuttal because he nails it. I've never seen anything like it in a close.
They were thinking, The state has to rely on evidence.
He just
They have to
gloves
prove their
off.
case, and they can't do that. The state did not prove that Kouri killed Eric in order to be with Josh. All right, money.
Candy Rapper said, just hear me out. But just, I'm not judging you, Candy Rapper, but that is misspelled. It's hear me out. It's just hear me out like a cat says it. Here, and then meow with a T at the end. I'm just letting her know. Doreen Kouri is defendant's aunt. She owned the cleaning business Carmen worked for. No, we know that. But Kouri put Doreen as the 80% owner on Kouri Richins Realty as a co-signer that they rejected because they could not get a real signature from her.
Money's a motive for a lot of things for a lot of people. Was Kouri a brilliant businesswoman? No. Was her business struggling? Yes, it was. Was there fake it till you make it? There seemed to be a lot of that going on. Brooke Harrington testified that money was not a priority to Kouri Richins. She could have used an accountant. She said she didn't even use QuickBooks. And this is all.
How does that make your client less retarded? She wasn't even, she was tracking nothing.
A young mother trying to run a business, like most young mothers, young working mothers, did her accounting take?
I know Doreen is Kouri's aunt. I'm asking about the 80%. Oh, I'm going to stop repeating myself.
The backseat to her family? Probably. The state also wants you to believe that Kouri was cheating her best friend, but that's not what the evidence showed. The evidence showed that the $45,000 that Chelsea gave to Kouri was not earmarked for closing. Kouri could do whatever she wanted with that money.
That is not true, ma'am. That is not true.
All that mattered was that when she went to that closing on that house, that she showed up with $45,000. It didn't have to be that $45,000. It could have been $45,000 she expected to come in from another flip. But then Kouri was arrested and never got the opportunity to do that.
Ma'am, your client was arrested over a year later. What do you mean the opportunity? This is so...
Silent business partner.
Oh, silent. Okay, she wasn't, but... Okay, interesting. But then if that's true, she definitely didn't want to sign on to any of the bullshit Kouri was doing, being like, no, I'm not taking on another 80% debt. Yes, it is so illegal to do that. You have to put it in escrow. Even when I bought my house, we put the down payment in.
Kouri wouldn't break the law. Kouri,
that's just the bank. It goes into escrow. It is so illegal.
That's why that house foreclosed.
It foreclosed because your client was running a scam and she didn't turn in the deed, which is also showing she was trying to keep the property herself, which is why she took loans out on it because she wanted it in her name. Why are you dying on this hill? Let your client go get, busted for forgeries on this kind of stuff. Like, just.
But you know what the evidence has shown? That Kouri, rightly or wrongly, truly believed that Midway mansion was going to turn everything around. They were celebrating that night. If Kouri was going to kill Eric for money, she certainly would not have done it on the night that she believed she had just secured a multi-million-dollar property.
You dumb
Like, I don't know what Kouri she's talking about.
She needed the cash from Eric's death to keep the property going.
Hi, choo-choos.
Now we're about into the 50-minute rebuttal. It's better to just
stick it out.
Just watch through the end of this and then replay because we're 90% of the way through.
But we want the verdict. So.
And if you look at the state's exhibit 6,
yes, I am some kind of accountant.
You will see that Kouri actually made a profit on every single home that she flipped. She had reason to believe that she was going to make a profit on this one. No, she did not. All the foreclosures.
That might be the biggest lie of the trial. Why are you going to try and lie this? She made a profit on every single house she flipped. Are you kidding me? What is this?
A lie. That's what it is.
It's a lie, but why lie about it?
Because she's all over the place,
But she just said the phrase "fake it till you make it." So if you're making a profit on every property, that's not fake it till you make it.
No. Well,
it doesn't make any sense.
Those were all after her arrest. And something else They say it would have cost way more money than she had to rehab the mansion to live in with Josh, which again, Josh said was fantasy. That wasn't going to happen. But if you don't believe him, look at text. Look at State's Exhibit 2-17D on page 33. This is where she and Eric are going back and forth on how much it would cost to rehab the mansion. And he says, we can't afford that. We don't even have time for that. What does she tell him? And you can look at it. I don't have it word for word. She tells them, no, we're not doing that. I just need money. I just need to give the numbers, to the
But then she closed on the house. I just don't understand any of this.
investors. She didn't intend to rehab that. She intended to flip it after a little cleanup. All right, I want to talk about the gifts that the state...
The Army Corps of Engineers said there couldn't be sewer hooked up to it. What?
Talked about in their opening and throughout trial.
Delulu.
They made such a fuss about these. They were accessed on Kouri's phone on March 4th, the morning of March 4th. They were tied to the celebration. That's what those were about. If you look at that exhibit, I think it's 3-40, you can see that the orphan gifts were accessed at the same time.
You know what's also kind of weird? I just hear keywords. Celebration, I think of Anthony Tote. Celebration, Florida, where he murdered his family. Yeah,
down to the second.
Yeah,
as a picture
a Disney property,
of the Midway Metro.
No one.
So what do we know about these gifts?
The owners didn't even sell the property. They sold it to themselves as some kind of like probably property transfer to try and take a higher tax basis in it. It's just so ridiculous.
We know that some photos were stored in a cache on the phone, not connected to any particular text. We know that they were accessed
Wrong
the morning
mansion.
of the 4th.
Her book would
We know
be
that at least one of the pictures, the one of the mansion, was sent by Eric the evening before, which likely means all of these photos were sent prior to the morning of the 4th.
Why?
About Eric's death.
Why does that mean that?
She wasn't celebrating death. These gifts were sent earlier, and she was celebrating closing on that mansion.
No, shut up.
It just doesn't follow she would kill him for money. She received less from life insurance than she thought she was going to make on that mansion. Josh Grossman told you that she was surprised when she found out about the $1 million life insurance policy from auto insurance. It appears she didn't even know that. And if you take Brooke Carrington's testimony as true, and by the way, she was a good witness. She's a professional, expert witness. First hired by the family, and then paid $200,000 by the state. A prosecution witness sitting right here today behind the prosecution. Very different than the MEs, who are just here to tell you their findings.
Well, I mean, we can't talk about
testimony. The life insurance wasn't a fixed problem anyway. Kouri spent that life.
Was that?
We can't talk about any of her witnesses because she didn't have any.
Yeah, she didn't. But
so,
insurance within a matter of weeks and was still in debt. And you know what you heard on that phone call between Bryce and Chelsea and Kouri? All I want's the home. It's all I want. They can have everything else. They can have the money. I don't care. I just want my house where I've raised my boys. And you know what? Eric was making good money. In 2020, he told Christina Miller, the attorney he went to about talking about a divorce, that he was making, his income that year was over $33,000 a month. Kouri Wright testified that they made $500,000 each the last year that Eric was alive. I believe there was testimony that there were other years he made even more. Not sure about that, but I think that was in there. So if this case was about money, Eric was worth so much more to Kouri alive than dead. Opportunity. Well, I guess her opportunity was she was the only one in the house. Who else was in the house, though? Who else had an opportunity to take those pills? Eric.
Judy.
4 years later, 10,000 searches.
There we go. The next salute.
Over $300,000 worth of expert witnesses. 3 weeks of trial. The FBI, the DEA, Homeland Security, the Summit County Sheriff's Office. They cannot tell you how Eric ingested that fentanyl. They haven't done their job.
The guy in the light blue shirt looks like he's hearing this. The guy
yeah.
And now they want you to make inferences based on paper-thin evidence. They speculated on a number of things during closing, and they want to tell you, they want you to do their job for them. Tell them no. Tell them if they're going to charge a person in your community with the most serious crime there is, they better have the facts. They better have the proof. They better have more than speculation and conjecture because that's their job. It's not your job.
You stupid bastard.
I want to talk about the elements. The first one, aggravated murder. Okay, so they have to prove that that Kouri Richins intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins. The state has not proven this. They haven't even proven that she obtained fentanyl. They have not proven where the pills ended up or how Eric took them. The state stood up here and argued, well, it really doesn't matter what drug she purchased. As long as it was an illicit street drug, it absolutely matters. Because what did he die of? He died of fentanyl. There was no oxycodone in his system. There was no other drug in his system. They must prove that she purchased and gave him fentanyl. Oh, and let me talk about Becky Lloyd for 1 minute. She said that she had a conversation after a drink or two where Kouri allegedly said, things would be easier. I'd be better off if Eric was dead. But what else did you hear? You heard Becky on a recording tell the officers and investigators. I don't think I could testify to that on the stand. I'm not sure that that's true. But then she testified to it. I don't know. Maybe they threatened to bring a catch pole for her dog too. One thing I want to point out here, though, is if after looking at all the evidence, you believe that Ms. Richins accidentally obtained fentanyl when she thought she was getting oxycodone, and then Eric took those pills voluntarily and died, that is not intentionally and knowingly. That is not aggravated murder. And if you conclude that, you must find Kouri Richins not guilty. All right, attempted murder. What is the evidence of this?
How'd that work for you?
And again, it has to be intentionally or knowingly, and it has...
What'd you say?
I said, how'd that work for you?
I wasn't even listening. I was trying to get a clip from the other. What'd she say?
She's just carrying on about it. And if that's the case, then you can't have to find her not guilty.
Okay, gotcha.
You know. The rest of the elements there, she had to take a substantial step. So here's the evidence. Kouri bought an omelet and an egg sandwich at 9 o'clock in the morning of February 14th. There was no evidence that she left that sandwich in the truck. To the contrary, there was a conversation with her mother saying, they think I left some sandwich in the truck. That didn't happen. Eric said he wasn't feeling well. He took a nap between 11:30 and 2. He called a couple of friends and sounded upset. He joked a few days later with Kouri and friends that his wife had tried to poison him, that he had an allergic reaction and used an EpiPen. Alex Staking told you that, Ollie Staking. She never said that Kouri got defensive. She didn't say that. She said they were all laughing. She said that Eric didn't seem upset or scared. It was a joke. Won't be the first time a spouse ate something and said, oh my God, my wife tried to poison me. That's it. That's their entire case. He didn't go to the hospital. He didn't do anything that day but take a nap. Eating an egg sandwich, having an allergic reaction to something, and taking a nap. There is no world in which that is attempted murder beyond a reasonable doubt.
Or just say, Candy Rapper, go ahead and check out night 4 towards the end. I can't find a good clip to show you, but I go on my people said I got emo drunk. I was very upset about the way Zelda treated Carmen. So it's towards the end. It's a 5-hour stream, yeah, but whatever.
Oh, they point out that months later in text to Chelsea, her friend, that she gets some details wrong about that day. Maybe because she didn't try to...
But I would say my defense, I managed to get emo drunk and still control the stream and click on stuff.
Was that the night I left? Found out.
What?
I shouldn't have left. Was that the night I left?
Yeah, the night you left, everyone's like, he shouldn't have left him alone.
I knew it. I had a feeling.
Day really wasn't all that important. She said, I bought him lunch while it was breakfast. Again, they stood here and said, Eric was thinking this, Kouri was thinking this. She was, off with Josh thinking all these things. None of this was evidence, not any of it. None of it is proof. They talked about some IRS calls that she made on those days. No evidence as to what was in those calls. No witnesses from the...
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, that's the stream. Like, the end, that's when I go off. I am so mad at Zelda.
IRS. Speculation. Conjecture. Not proof. Reasonable doubt. Okay, I'm going to jump quickly. The other 3 counts I'm going to go through quickly, but I'm going to go to count 5, which is the forgery count. Now, remember what we're talking about here. This is one of those life insurance policies that any of us who belong to a credit union get, where you don't have to do anything. You sign here for $100,000 free life insurance. And this was filled out for both Kouri and Eric. Matthew Throckmorton, the handwriting expert, all he could tell you is that Eric probably did not sign the True Stage insurance policy. Probably is reasonable doubt. And he could not tell you that Kouri did sign it.
I'm a great big guy, but I've got great hosts. Suma with her theme music.
They have not proven that Kouri forged Eric's signature. And there was no evidence either way if Kouri had permission to sign Eric's name on that True Stage life insurance. I mean, let's be serious. It's the rare couple. He doesn't occasionally say, hey, honey, I'm going to sign this for you. Is that okay? But there was no evidence either way.
This is so stupid. This is so stupid. A man that has been robbed by his wife, $250,000 in the marital home, that is a HELOC that not only was taken out, but then is maxed out and no payments are taken down. Then they have to give her a loan to rehab a property. Like, I didn't even think about that earlier. The loan wasn't even to pay off the HELOC to keep the home safe. It was to do rehab on a property, which she never paid down the HELOC to get it below the maximum at the end. She maxed it out. He revoked the power of attorneys. He took steps to revoke the power of attorneys, and then he put all of his assets into a trust to protect the assets from his wife. Why would you say to somebody like that, hey, honey, yeah, go ahead, just sign my name there? That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
She's not guilty of forgery.
And she stole the quarterly tax payroll payment. Do you know how bad that is? The IRS doesn't found. You got to send that in.
All right, jumping to the insurance fraud counts, count 3. Count 3 is directly connected to count 5, because this count alleges that Kouri fraudulently obtained that insurance policy, and the fraud was forging Eric's signature. They said there was a reversed social security number on there, but the fraud's the signature. So if the state hasn't proven to you count 5, it automatically follows they haven't proven count 3, and you must find her guilty, not guilty on count 3.
Warrant is really for 16-year-olds.
Is it weird that my dad got me Warrant's cassette tape for my 16th birthday? Times were different in the 1990s. He said, "You like Warrant, right?" I would have thought it was weird. Like,
I mean, isn't that music kind of for 16-year-olds?
it was so glam rock. I mean, it was so butt rock, glam rock. It was just
It's fucking awesome is what it was.
no, rap was awesome.
Round and round. I love rap.
Love you, buddy, just give it time. Or what's the other one?
Yeah.
I'll find it in a second.
Count 4 says that alleges that Kouri fraudulently collected the True State insurance policy. All that means is if she did kill her husband and then represented something different to collect that insurance, that would be fraud. But if you find Kouri Richins not guilty on count 1, you have to find her not guilty on count.
Lay it down. Lay it down. Lay it down.
The state has not proven their case.
Hey, Melly.
They don't have the evidence.
You know, you don't really know me.
I told everyone that Rob Zombie was there, and I pointed him out.
I want to imagine how big Suma's hair was in the early. Like it was probably so big. It probably looked. It was at least probably 3 feet wide in diameter.
If it was, believe me, I'd be showing you a picture.
And she probably had the leather jacket with the studs on it, and then like the dangly earrings, and she was just like, ah.
Yeah, like the motorcycle jacket with the fringe.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Evidence that Kouri Richins killed her husband. So instead, they have tried to show you as much evidence as they possibly can to convince you that she's the sort of person who would. Getting close to the end.
Here we go. Another one. I think this is the third one. We've only heard 2, right? Two salutes, I think.
I think 2 so far, right?
This is the third.
3? I don't know.
I'm sure you would like me to stop talking, but I have to tell you.
We're getting close to the end. I think you'd like me to stop talking. Yes, ma'am, stop talking.
Yeah, but also a stupid thing to say. Anyway, it's like manipulative and weird to me.
Yeah, all right, we'll back it up for a second.
Insurance policy. All that means is if she did kill her husband and then represented something different to collect that insurance, that would be fraud. But if you find Kouri Richins not guilty on count 1, you have to find her not guilty on count 4. The state has not proven that.
We want to find her guilty on everything.
What?
What if we want to find her guilty on everything?
What if she's guilty on it?
Asking for a friend.
They don't have the evidence that Kouri Richins killed her husband. So instead.
Oh, assuming from New Jersey, so she definitely would have been at like every Bon Jovi concert that was at.
They have tried to show you as much evidence as they possibly.
She was on so many shoulders.
Yeah.
She's up there ripping her top off, me like, check it out, Bon Jovi.
So me.
Convince you.
She's going home with her boyfriend in the Toyota pickup with the light rack on the top, the black Toyota pickup. Yeah.
She's the sort of.
Or an IROC. As he's doing donuts in the field, spinning out of the parking lot.
Getting close to the end.
Yeah.
I'm sure you would like me to stop talking, but I have to tell you, I'm afraid to stop talking. Because as I stand here right now, Kouri Richins is still cloaked in a presumption of innocence. I don't ever want to walk back to that table. As a defense attorney, that is one of the longest walks a lawyer can make. This entire case is going to flash before my eyes. And all I will be able to think about once I sit down is, what did I miss? What did we miss? What didn't we tell you that you wanted to hear? Did I focus on what you wanted to know? Did we do enough? You're about to go through those doors and into the jury room and start deliberations.
Dear God!
Everyone in this courtroom, everyone watching around the world, we all wish we could follow you and listen in. But that room, that jury room is yours. It's sacrosanct. In that room, you get to decide. And when you get in that room and you look at the evidence, if you think that Kouri Richins might have killed her husband, that she likely killed her husband, that she probably killed her husband, you must find her not guilty.
You must find her not guilty.
Probably, likely, very likely. None of these reach that extraordinary burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things.
But that's not even the last speech. That's not even the last salute speech. That's how bad it is.
Go to that room. First, you might be tempted to go around the room and take a vote for guilty or not guilty to see where y'all stand.
Rob the Eater Pro. I had a genuine question on this. Rob the Eater Pro. When she says, first, you might be tempted to go in and take a poll of like who you think's guilty or not guilty, or who thinks guilty, not guilty, and I encourage you not to do that. I thought that was very
wrong.
Yeah, I thought that was crossing a line. It feels like,
I agree.
Isn't that giving like some kind of jury instructions?
Business were in the jury deliberation at all.
We'll hear the rebuttal in 3 minutes, Judy Marr, but in the rebuttal is 15 minutes. Rob the Eater Pro, is that? I know Bloodsworth doesn't object because the defense is terrible, right? But would that be an objectionable statement in a normal trial? It's not crossing a line? Okay, fine. That's fine. I've never heard it before. That's all.
We ask you refrain from this. Instead, we ask, talk to each other about where you see reasonable doubt. Also, if Kathy or Alex...
Don't talk to each other if you think she's guilty. Just talk... Hey, does anyone see any reasonable doubt?
Myself did something to offend you during this trial. Please hold that against us and not against Kouri.
No, I didn't mean from a mistrial standpoint. I meant from like could the prosecution object at that point? That's all I'm asking. Could the prosecution be like, objection, Your Honor, that is not the defense is giving jury instructions, that kind of thing. Okay, here's the final one.
Now the state's going to get up and talk to you again because they get the last word. And the reason they have that last word is because of that heavy burden.
And this is the most epic.
But when you filled out that jury questionnaire, we asked you if you would be comfortable making your voice heard in that jury room.
There's the Norman Rockwell painting.
Would you stand by your convictions, by what you believe, and each and every one of...
And I don't think it's a mistake at all that it's a bunch of men surrounding the woman, right? They're very clearly, in my opinion, trying to telegraph to the woman like, hey, all the men are going to say, find her guilty, but you need to stand up for this innocent woman over here.
Yeah, turning her into this, like I said,
this martyr.
Feminist martyr is like Sarah Boone being a survivor.
Yeah, well, how many women
would have to die?
Mothers would be celebrated if they had died.
Yeah.
Convictions by what you believe, and each and every one of you said yes.
Well, no, I figured that's why they didn't object.
Feminist icon, exactly, Katrina.
Well, she is a feminist icon. I'm going to back it up because I stepped on it again. Let's hear just her speech. I'm not going to talk.
Talk to each other about where you see reasonable doubt.
Oh, I had a crimper. I still have
Also, if Kathy or Alex or myself did something to offend you during this trial, please hold that against us.
If it were
and
I
not
who
against
died.
Kouri. Now, the state's going to get up and talk to you again because they get the last word. And the reason they have that last word is because of that heavy burden. But when you filled out that jury questionnaire, we asked you if you would be comfortable making your voice heard in that jury room. Would you stand by your convictions, by what you believe? And each and every one of you said yes. So here's my final ask of you. When you're deliberating and something comes up that we didn't respond to, will you be courageous? Courageous enough to raise your hand and talk about what our response would be. Raise your hand for Kouri, because you are the last line between an innocent woman and the state. Be courageous. Courage is what this moment demands. The courage to stand between a member of your community and the state and demand that they comply with the Constitution, that they comply with their burden. Do not let them fool you. Do not fall for red herrings. Kouri Richins did not kill Eric Richins. The state did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the courage to tell them this and find Kouri Richins not guilty.
I mean, I feel like I just heard the Emancipation Proclamation. Good job, Zelda. All right. Then the prosecution gets up and delivers this brutally efficient counter close. Or, rebuttal closing. It's 15 minutes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Next, guys. Parlor tricks are not legal standards.
Parlor tricks are not legal standards. Oh my God. From the gate.
Legal standards are what matter. Let's review a couple of the important ones. You'll have them in your instructions when you go back to deliberate. Reasonable doubt. I come back to this one again and again. Evidence usually consists of testimony and exhibits presented at trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence.
No, you should be watching.
I've come back to this slide in rebuttal precisely because of defense's closing. There is a reason the state provided you in its slides with the cite to every single piece of evidence it argued. We told you what transcript page and line number. We told you what exhibit number. Because what the attorneys say doesn't matter. The evidence is what matters. And there's a reason defense counsel didn't cite you to the evidence. Next slide, Scott. A lot of the evidence is circumstantial. It is. People do not.
This might be the greatest image I've ever seen in a closing argument ever coming up here, because this is and I love it's even more effective because they set it up with the umbrella analogy that everyone uses. Look, if you come outside and you see there's rain on, if you see
the other night.
Yeah, you see there's water on the pavement. And, you know, everyone's carrying umbrellas. Yeah, it's the odds are it rained while you're inside. I have never seen anything so great as what they're going to show. And if you have not seen it, everyone look at your phones right now. You're going to want to see this image.
Video themselves poisoning their spouse.
Sorry, I stepped on that. He said, yeah, I'll back it up 10 seconds.
Defense counsel didn't cite you to the evidence. Next slide, Scott. A lot of the evidence is circumstantial. It is. People do not video themselves poisoning their spouse.
But Sarah Boone does videotape her murder, in fairness.
But circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. You can use circumstantial evidence to conclude facts just as you can use direct evidence. The instruction gives the example of it is wet outside and people are closing up their umbrellas. That makes sense. Let me put it to you a different way. Does everybody know what happened here?
So for those who aren't looking, this is the picture of an elephant's rear facing a wall, and it is very clear he has sprayed diarrhea all over a wall. And there's a silhouette of a man standing there that must have blocked some of the elephant diarrhea, and now the man is not there. But we can conclude that a man was standing there when this elephant blew ass all over this wall. This is one of the greatest images I've ever seen in any courtroom and any argument. And I want to know how many times this is used forward from here. Like, I want to know prosecutors that are looking at this and be like, that's the image I'm going to use. Is there any doubt what happened here? This blew ass all over this man that was standing there, just like the defense tries to throw all this bullshit over here. And I also like, it's not.
I don't know why he didn't use a bull, actually.
No, it is very intentional. Look, like the man is like pointing to the side, being like, I'm showing you this. Right? It's not just a human with his arms out like it's look at this over here.
Yep.
It's very clear the elephant shat all over him. As they're trying to say, look at this.
Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber. The state didn't. Hold on, let me check something. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber, not the state. Go ahead, Scott. Thanks.
Look, you can see, this is the first time I've seen this. Look at Kouri Richins' jaws. Like, I clenched my teeth, right? So I notice it. Look at her teeth. They're going in and out right here. Look at this. This is her first, I think this is the first almost on-camera confirmed rage we've seen.
Hold on,
look
let me
at this.
Kouri Richins.
Watch your cheeks. Everyone look at your screen. Here we go.
Chose Carmen Lauber, not the state. Go ahead, Scott. Thanks.
Kouri Richins. You see that?
Chose Carmen Lauber because
she's like, what? You saying I'm elephant shit?
She was the drug dealer she knew. The state granted Carmen Lauber immunity because it cares more about a murder case than a drug deal. That should surprise nobody. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber in part because she had control over her. She could help her out. She employed her to some measure.
You're welcome.
She could help her out. A little quid pro quo. You give me some drugs, I can help you out with your drug court. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber, not me. Her testimony is corroborated. If you only believe Carmen Lauber's testimony that is corroborated, that is plenty of proof to convict. He was only at that Maverick in Draper 3 times. That's what the digital evidence shows. Each of the 3 times she was there, so was Robert Crozier. And those were the only 3 times he was there. Their testimony corroborates each other in the relevant manner. It corroborates that they met, that he sold her drugs, illicit street drugs,
thing.
that it had fentanyl. Blues had fentanyl. Corroborates that they weren't prescription drugs. He got them from a plug, not a pharmacy. They were packaged in a little clear baggie, not a prescription bottle. All the testimony of Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier that matters corroborates each other.
But these transactions when Carmen...
Go ahead, we've seen this one again. Crozier was at the gas station 3 times. Carmen Lauber was there every time. The March drug deal, timing of this is very interesting. Shortly after Eric's death, Carmen Lauber spoke with Kouri Richins and asked, please tell me these pills were not for him. Of course she denied it. No. But then, a few days later, she asked for more pills. Curious as to why. Perhaps to cover up that the pills were indeed for Eric. If I ask for more, she'll know they weren't for Eric. It's also interesting that she said she needed something to get her mind. What? I don't know. Maybe she wanted the pills for herself. This suggests she wanted the pills for herself to calm her mind, which tells you she knows that a pill that she buys from Carmen Lauber is not bad. It's a whole bunch of pills that kill.
Oh, shit. Bloodsworth.
Consciousness of guilt is evidence of guilt. Kouri had a guilty conscience. She couldn't talk to her father that night, not because she was overcome by grief, because she could not face the man whose son she had just murdered. We're going to play these clips right here now. This is when Kouri Richins is asked whether she's going to tell her children, whether she's going to talk to her children. Notice Kouri Richins' reaction in the moment. To this will be Katie Richins' reaction in the moment. Go ahead, Sky.
Where are your children now?
Asleep in that room. 2 are awake with their ear to the door. They go, let me come out, please. Somebody come out.
95%, Danny.
What happened?
We don't know. We went to bed.
Where are the boys? Hey, Clint's here. He's gonna help. Where are my boys?
Get rid of
This is worse, my brother.
Listen out, Danny B, then restart it.
Kouri, is there a way we could relocate your boys upstairs?
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a lot of traffic.
Yeah, that's how we're doing. What? Wait.
Kouri Richins walks away. Katie then takes the boys upstairs.
Look at Katie right now. She's having an emotional reaction just to hearing the video. We saw no emotional reaction from Kouri when she saw it. She's like,
Rob Zombie is more emotional than Kouri.
I don't think this is Rob Zombie at the left because he was further to the right, I believe. But
No. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Rob Zombie. In the back. Yeah.
No, I mean Rob Zombie on the left here. That's what you're saying. This is Rob Zombie?
No.
No. Oh, okay. You're just imagining Rob Zombie. Okay, got it.
Well, that wasn't the guy who said it was him. It was the guy in the back with the.
Okay, fine.
Oh my God, Melanie.
Jesus. Are we having a big swinging dick contest again?
And
I have a tiny one. I have a tiny penis. I will lose.
I always win.
Yeah.
Of tragedy and profound sorrow, you not only comfort your children, they comfort you.
Could be.
Kouri Richins hides her face because she doesn't know how to react because she is not grieving. She doesn't want to see other people see her non-reaction. She's not grieving because she feels no grief. She just murdered Eric.
Kouri, you're still doing the eye raise here?
Turn your face off.
Turn your face off. Just bury your hands in bury your face in your hands just like you did on that night. It'd be better.
You heard Deputy Wynn testify. She wasn't crying.
I'm not fighting.
Deputy Wynn's body camera did catch.
Oh, we're not fighting.
Look at this. This looks like a hidden true crime thumbnail here. You see it?
Yeah. Yes.
Moment of surprise.
Or a Van Gogh. It was the screaming man. What is this?
That's the moment.
Don't be embarrassed. That one girl, Melly. I say so many embarrassing things here.
It wasn't embarrassing at all. It was funny.
Yeah, don't be embarrassed.
I'm taking it to my grave. As far as I'm concerned, that is Rob Zombie. Tell me otherwise.
Her that she was that.
Tell me we'll both know.
Deputy Wynn, was
nothing.
Sending Eric's body for an autopsy. That's her surprise. She didn't tell anybody that night that Eric used fentanyl.
This is the wrong face, Kouri.
Because she thought she would get away with it. She didn't think.
Oh, really? I thought I would get away with it? What is this?
Anybody would find out that Eric used fentanyl.
It's
the minute Deputy Wynn said, we're sending him.
Interested, almost like.
I
don't know.
Body for an autopsy.
Yeah, it's such a weird look of like, and, or okay.
Yeah, just obnoxious.
What does that mean? And?
That's her reaction. The 2016 empty hydrocodone is immaterial. Eric had no hydrocodone in his toxicology results. The only other hydrocodone reference in the entire body of evidence before you is that investigators recovered on the first search warrant bag, like a Ziploc type bag.
That's Kouri's troll. I mean, mother. Right here. This is, look at her face. It's got the face of the, like, if you ever seen Black Mirror with a guy that tortures himself to death, or not tortures himself because he likes pain that gives him pleasure. He cuts all of his lips. Kouri just has or Kouri's mom just has the face of like, can't believe my daughter's so stupid. She didn't even go for the cremation right away. I had to remind her.
Bag, like a Ziploc type bag, full of hydrocodone pills in the laundry room in the mudroom of the house.
I know, it's weird.
Kouri's still in disbelief.
Kouri Richins removed him from that bottle, staged the crime scene.
Do you believe what he's saying? We'd be out of here so fast.
This is also inconsistent with the notion, having those hydrocodone bottles in the house is.
I already answered this earlier, Libby. Hear me out. Why do you think Kouri's brother was nowhere to be seen in this whole trial? Because he's an idiot, and he'd be sitting in the back going, "Hey, Kouri's child." He'd be smiling like an idiot. He wasn't allowed to be in there probably because he was on the defense's witness list, but they didn't call any witnesses.
They were able to be there then, though, after they called no witnesses.
Yeah, right. Because he'd be in the back, like, "It's so cool. We're on TV. It's so cool."
He probably had like a Kino ornament or tournament or something.
Here, Ronnie, just look at your tablet again. Here you go. Here's your Game Boy DS. All right, just go ahead. Cool.
Pills in the house is inconsistent with the notion that Eric had a secret drug habit and was going to the street for illicit pain pills. And there's a baggie of hydrocodone in the house. Okay, there is no good reason these images.
Commentary has always been long, very long and beautiful, says Candy Rap 420. But I will say her hair looked much better on the stand than it appeared in the jailhouse interview, which I just assume is getting healthier, right? But
totally different in that interview. She sounded different, you know?
No, I'm just saying the hair itself. It looked much more vibrant on the stand. It looked very, very, very good.
Were accessed the same exact minute that.
Oh boy, here we go.
I hate how many people get this first meme / GIF wrong in the top left. People will say like, "Oh, it's somebody like wiping their mouth with money." Or it's a woman wiping her face with money.
Yeah.
This is Jeff Daniels from Dumb and Dumber drying his tears with money.
Yeah.
How do you not know what Dumb and Dumber is?
Well, it's blurry. Oh, I see. They show him moving. Yeah.
Yeah, it's moving.
Yeah, because they don't know. Listen, there are people who are so stupid that they've never even seen the movie Dumb and Dumber. Hard to believe.
I mean, if you believe those, like the polls, right, where like people can't point out South America, I'm just like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious? They don't know where South America is.
There's people. I've seen Dumb and Dumber, not to brag.
I saw Dumb and Dumber in the theater, and it was the best thing I'd ever seen. I was in 7th grade. I nearly pissed my own pants laughing.
What else is new?
And these images were accessed the same exact minute that deputies departed the house the morning that Eric died. None.
Back it up again because I stepped on it. But he just lays it out again. There's zero reason for these to be here.
Notion that Eric had a secret drug habit and was going to the street for illicit pain pills. And there's a baggie of hydrocodone in the house. Okay, there is no good reason these images were accessed the same exact minute that deputies departed the house the morning that Eric died. None. And there is, by the way, despite what defense counsel just told you, there's no evidence that Eric Richins sent these images. He sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before that was accessed at the same time as these images. Sorry, he sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before, but it was not the image that was accessed at the same time. The image that was accessed at the same time is the distance full view of the Midway Mansion, which makes sense in this context. Not the image that Eric sent of the pile of rocks in front of the Midway Mansion. Details matter. We don't know who sent these images, but we do know that they were accessed on Kouri's phone at 8:29, the exact minute that deputies signed the log out of the house, and that whoever accessed them turned the phone this way to view them better.
So probably not Eric because he was dead.
Yeah, but because he was dead. And we don't even know that they were sent because she deleted all her history.
Yeah.
This could have easily been her own search history, right? It's so obvious. Bedtime Lullabies gifted 5 Hear Me Out memberships. Thank you very much. That's very generous. Congratulations to those who got them. Somebody said, I'm pretty sure. Oh, Miagaria said, pretty sure I saw Dumb and Dumber in the theater too.
Definitely.
But this is like back in the.
I also saw
this. Oh, good.
Yeah, go on.
I was going to say this is in the early to mid 90s theater experience. So you go up, you show. You can't
I saw it in the last week.
Well, no, you can't buy your tickets online. You have to show up and get a ticket and wait in line and all this stuff. We were sitting next to the handicap spot where they would have cut it out for the wheelchair. We were in the very, very back row. Me and my cousin. They were 16 and 17. I was 14. And I can't believe it. Like, whatever. It would never happen today that we're all just out there.
The distant image of the Midway Mansion.
In a Dodge Caravan minivan.
Maybe she was celebrating the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating Eric's death. Either way, there's no good reason these images were accessed at 8:29. Kouri Richins.
There is not. There is zero reason for it.
Minimized how Eric died because she needed to cover up her involvement in Eric's death. The worst minimization was the one to his father. After speaking on March 17th with the medical examiner's office, Kouri Richins told Eric's father, knowing this was not true, that Eric Richins died in part of COVID and in part of the same lung fungus that Gene's wife, Linda, died of. That is not only covering up her involvement, that is cruel.
Mm-hmm.
She covered up with the medical examiner. She pretended she didn't know what quetiapine was, even though she was prescribed it. She pretended she didn't know what acetaminophen was, even though it's Tylenol, and there is probably not a mother in the United States that does not know what Tylenol is.
Well, Kouri might be that mother.
She pretended she didn't understand the word illicit. He has a master's degree.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to just hold everything against her, maybe Kouri's
their master's degree.
did. Have you ever considered the fact that Kouri's an idiot?
In feigning ignorance, with Dr.
This is the best line. In feigning ignorance, and I don't know if he goes in the same way I would have crafted it. In feigning ignorance, Kouri gives away everything that you need to know. Everything she pretended not to know, everything she said didn't happen or she didn't know about, reveals things she knows about.
Dr. Christensen, she was fishing for information to craft her defense. She was asking, was it injected? Did he eat it? She wanted to know what the medical examiners knew so that she could craft around it. She was really worried about the amount of alcohol. On April the 13th, Detective Woody told Kouri Richins that Eric died of fentanyl intoxication. Right after that, she tells Josh, oh, it was just a trace. Chelsea, it was just a trace. It was his lungs that were shot to shit. She is minimizing, deflecting, covering up. She is distancing herself from her murder. Manner of death on the death certificate.
Remember to hit the like button if you're here. It does help the channel up. And subscribe to Summa, Cum Loudmouth, and Eric, which are linked in the video description. As well as check out our playlist of all the subjects we cover in the description of this video.
It is immaterial. It's a box we check.
And subscribe if you're not already.
It's used for statistical purposes. They turn the information over to the Bureau of Vital Statistics. It's immaterial for this case. You determine the manner of death. Murder. Aggravated murder. Perhaps in a perfect world, the medical examiner would amend the death certificate, but you heard Dr. Ulmer. She signed it on June the 6th, 2022, when the investigation was really in its infancy, and she had one foot out the door. It was her best solution to finish her report.
Rob the Eater, a pro, says, remember that Bloodsworth prepared this prior to the defendant's closing and didn't know what, I think you mean didn't know what he would need to say in rebuttal. Oh, did know? I mean, either way, like did know, that's even more genius, or didn't know and he still prepared it. This is the result of hard work, preparation, and control of the trial. Yeah, but like...
sharp contrast with...
Well, are you gonna... Rob the Eater, pro, I feel like you're like discounting the defense's like strategy of like, nuh-uh.
Before she retired. It is what it is. Bureaucrats.
How do you know Eric wasn't gay? Okay, yeah, did not know. Yeah, didn't know. Yeah, for those who weren't watching it live, he said, Your Honor, if I could have 15 minutes now, it'll save me 30 minutes later. If I can just do this. And he basically got this entire thing done in under 25.
Eric did not ingest the THC lace gummy. Sorry, THC gummy laced with fentanyl.
What?
15 minutes now will save me 30 minutes later.
I think he meant like if you give me 15 minutes to prepare, the rebuttal will be a lot shorter versus
it'll be more
if you have me go right now, just based on my pre-planned stuff. I can. Yeah. So what he's saying is like I can go through my rebuttal I prepared and I can go nope.
Yeah.
And I'll just hit on what I want.
When asked if she ate one that night by Deputy Wynn, it didn't seem like he did.
Meaning this could have been a 45-minute rebuttal, right?
Yeah. Now that I get. I just didn't understand it before.
So what Suma's really saying here is she
stupid. I'm stupid. That's what I'm saying.
Toxicology, there was no measurable THC in the toxicology analysis of Eric's blood or gastric. The THC that they collected on the April 13th.
Yeah, Rob the Eater Pro said again. He was asking for time to edit down.
The 2022 search warrant, right? The first search warrant. It was found in the...
Yeah, I actually thought they would present a lot more stuff. So if you could just give me 15 minutes, I can cut out all the stuff they didn't address because they just rehashed their opening statement because they're
even dumber
idiots. Yeah.
Cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom wasn't there the night before. You heard Deputy David Pimentel talk about how he searched it. You could see his search on the body cam. It wasn't there. It was put there after Eric died. That's where most of the gummies were. There was also a package in the kitchen, which was never searched that the night he died. But all the gummies were sent to the lab for testing. In fact, the gummies, lots of.
Kouri has to know at this point, just look on her face. I feel like she feels like coming over her, but again, she does weird faces later. But
most of the time, like that's
no, I mean this is more solemn. I feel like this is more like not solemn, like
solemn. She's had those moments though,
or acceptance, or like maybe not accept. I can't think of the word. Resigned. Resigned is the word I'm thinking of.
Resigned, yes.
She's more resigned, being like, this didn't go good at all. It didn't go good at all. Like, my lawyers suck, and this guy's really good. He pointed out a bunch of stuff.
I killed that guy, so there's that.
I killed the guy, and now they're proved that I did it.
Right. This is not. I don't know.
I thought the flower blouse would help me, and I've got no flower power now.
My hair didn't help me.
What is this shirt, by the way? This looks like something my dad would have worn in the 70s with a man's cut. But I mean, like, what is this shirt, ma'am?
Stuff was sent.
Why do you have the widest collars all the time? You go from turtlenecks to pleated.
No collars.
Pleated, no collars to now just wide 70s Saturday Night Fever type.
The lab for testing. None of it confirmed any fentanyl. Brian Holden. He was a state crime lab tech that testified. The tech.
Auntie Trishy says, I think somebody said that she had been crying when they came back. No, I said she was holding a Kleenex, but.
Pimpin'.
Haskell works the streets of Salt Lake City, drugs his whole career.
And Gungan's over there being like, oh, yeah, shit, that's a really good point. Shit. Guess we should have read the evidence.
Never seen fentanyl laced marijuana. That's a red.
I misspelled disability, so don't worry about it.
I like how he ties this in here. Remember how she ended it? Be like, don't fall for the red herrings as they're like, from sea to shining sea. He ties it in right here.
Drugs his whole career. Never seen fentanyl laced marijuana. That's a red. That's cover up. That's misdirection. Kouri Richins.
Yeah. That's an elephant blowing diarrhea all over somebody and saying, we don't know what happened.
Plan, if it was a plan, to make money on the Midway mansion is not tethered to reality.
Not tethered to reality. I have said this phrase so many times when I worked at the private company I worked at, right? I had to say this so many times. What you are talking about is not going to happen. This is not tethered to reality of what is happening right now, and you think something else is going to happen. What are we talking about? Oh, well, we're just going to suddenly sell 10 times more than we've ever been selling.
Yeah.
Like a turn ratio is a very calculable thing. You have your inventory divided by your sales over a certain period, and how long it's going to take you to sell that. It's going to take us 10 years to sell these iPhone 6s. How much do you think they're going to be worth in 10 years? Nothing.
Nada.
Across her portfolio, she lost money, and she lost money on nearly every individual project. She even admitted, it's out of my league, but the margins are so insane that I had to pick it up and then figure it out. Ha, 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 help. That's ha, ha, ha with $3.2 million of other people's money.
Oh, man. Kouri.
She is intensely ambitious. Her plan was
intensely ambitious, tying it back again. She's very ambitious, intensely ambitious.
Not tethered to reality because she could not, with more money than she could even imagine, overcome the Corps of Engineers holds on this property.
Yeah, we didn't even know about this before, right? But when this came up, the Army Corps of Engineers stuff is such a damning piece of evidence. They can't hook up the sewer because the Army Corps of Engineers is saying there are wetlands. You can't do anything. And you know what? I'm going to go on a limb and say that's probably why this property was abandoned before construction in the first place by the original builder.
Somebody has now bought it and is redoing it, but they must have gotten it for.
Wait, are you talking about what they said in trial? No, it was the owner that sold it to themselves. Oh,
no.
But that is exactly why you would abandon a mansion that you've already got most of the framework and everything. Like the Army Corps of Engineers is like, no, you can't do this.
Not going to happen. She asked Eric Richins for input on how much it would cost to rehab the house. That's the text string right there. Read the whole thing. You'll see that she sold the Midway Mansion to him, not as a project they were doing, but as just a sale that she was brokering.
Okay, you think that one right?
Right, ready?
Oh, here's the wake. Everyone remember the wake?
Shot.
Here's the very traditional wake.
Yeah.
Look at, and I love how the freeze frame of Kouri on the side there.
Like, oh, so
No, do you see the freeze frame of Kouri on the side? They keep it up. Like, look at her. Oh, that's so Kouri.
Getting her free.
Two boys.
Yep.
They're just trying to keep it light for the children, right? Have shots in front of the children.
Come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Richard.
Yep.
Whoever the Richard is, they're calling Richard. Is Eric short for Richard? I thought Dick was short for Richard.
Yeah, well, maybe that's what I don't know what they're doing. Look at these fucking asshole idiots.
Richard.
That's so Kouri.
Look, touch yourself. Wrong thing. Oh.
Look at Ronnie back there.
That's what.
Where's my Game Boy DS?
You're an Afghanistan warrior.
No, we went over. Oh. Richard's DJ. That's right. Richard is DJ. So they're toasting DJ?
I don't know.
No, somebody said Richard's.
Oh, I know,
DJ's.
but I don't know. I don't know why they'd be toasting him. I don't know enough about the family dynamic there. What's
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
People
I
live
guess
differently.
it's foolish for us to think that they're going to toast or even discuss the man who died. You know,
Right. I mean, well, he died yesterday. That's like a million years ago. I got to check out my pictures.
right?
There's no ancient artwork of that photograph. This book provides kind of 3 pieces of insight.
Oh wow, this
Like,
this fucking thing that she was on. Look at the woman in the green. Just look at her.
well, a couple things. I mean, there's the second picture where there's the family sitting, and then it looks like the dad has wings on it, right? Or whatever. And then remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That reminds me of the picture that's in the video of Lorne sitting next to Jamie, and they're kind of like sitting next to each other in their artwork that he's got up on his wall.
Yeah.
It's very creepy. But also, again, it looks like this child is running away from this winged being in the clouds. He's running away. He's not running towards the angel.
Nope.
He's running away from this spiritual being. And what?
His dad.
His dad. And I don't like, I guess this is a question for the Mormons in the chat. Do Mormons believe that when people die, they become angels? This is not a sarcastic question. Do Mormons believe that when you die, you become an angel?
I'm not sure if
Christians don't believe that. Christian Reforms don't believe that.
I'm not sure if Kouri was actually a Mormon, although I've heard both. I've heard that she was.
Well, okay, what faith believes that when somebody dies, they become an angel?
Well, I'm trying to think back on Lori Vallow. What they
I don't know. You can
gods
trust
on their own
anything.
planets. They become
Because
gods. on their own
that's
planets.
Chad Daybell fan fiction.
No, but it's based on they become gods on their own planets.
Okay.
There you go. See? And you thought it was going to be something silly.
Mormons do believe in angels, and you can see people that die. No. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not saying do you believe in angels or not, and I'm not saying can you see people that die. I'm saying do Mormons believe that when you die you become an angel?
Eric was, but she wasn't. Yeah.
Because this is very clearly a direct logical path between the dad is dead and now he's an angel with a halo of. They even included the halo on this image with while he's His arms are up. So did Eric become an angel according to Kouri's book?
Listen, Kouri just had to make the point that his father's in heaven. That's all. So
okay, Miss Cricket, who is Mormon, understands this. Okay, so, but final question, Miss Cricket.
You believe our loved ones?
If you the loved ones watching over you, do you believe they have? Not you, but is it a belief that they have angel wings and halos watching over you?
Well, this is just for a child.
Says LDS does believe they are angels, assuming they make it to paradise, not prison.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm very clearly like I'm looking for a decision here. Okay,
she didn't do the illustrations either, but they're terrible.
But she submitted she's like, no, I did another photo. I wanted to do this and that.
Into Kouri Richins. The first is she wrote it, had it written, and published it.
Yeah, I guess this is a better question. Kathleen P says, at an Irish wake, we gather and do drink, but we all take turns to tell the story of the person we love. None of that was evident in the video. It looks like they're celebrating the money windfall expended. And after the Irish wake, does the Irish believe they become the angel in the clouds with the halo and wings chasing after their son on the soccer field?
That's a little specific.
Well, I mean, this looks like this angel should probably, based on his behavior, they should at least have like a 500-yard restriction from approaching any park or what. This looks like a kidnapper.
In early 2023, when she knew that investigators were investigating her for the murder of Eric Richins,
oh my gosh, Margie TX. Everyone will be resurrected, reuniting body and spirit perfectly following judgment. Individuals receive a degree of glory, celestial kingdom with families united eternally. That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying this picture shows Eric in heaven with a halo and wings. What religion says after you've died of a fentanyl overdose, do you get your wings and a halo?
Published it in early 2023 when she knew that investigators were investigating her for the murder of Eric Richins. She promoted it. Her mother sent a book to.
No, heck, Jess, it's not a kid's book. It's a child's book. It's one child's book.
You are really something. You know that? I can't believe anyone is even here anymore.
No, but she described it as this is the first child's book on grief.
Okay, and what's the difference between that and kid's book?
Because kids is plural for children. She says child's book. A child's book. That's a singular child.
Kids is not plural for children. It's a kid's book, like a child's book.
You could say there's a bunch of kids out there, right? You could say there's a bunch of kids out there. That could be 5 to 100 kids. There's like a massive amount of kids out there. You would say there's a bunch of childs out there.
Or you would say it's a children's book, which could just be one child still.
You could, but you couldn't say it's a child's book.
Okay.
A child is a singular child.
Investigators all to deflect attention away from Kouri Richins.
So you think
she also wrote it to make money. You see the
just one. She only made one book.
No. She didn't intentionally do that, but the way she wrote good things Utah, because she's an idiot, made it seem like it was for a singular child. Heck just says because Kouri's an idiot. Yes. No, I get it.
I agree on.
Emails there.
I'm being much more laser focused, Suma, than you are. Like I'm focusing on the word.
Irritating to me. Not on purpose. Don't cry.
Well,
you're gonna get rid of me.
It was nice while she was here.
Evidence. She thought she would sell 100,000 copies in 10 months.
That's my
$5 profit.
It was fun while.
Oh well.
I'm gonna say bye, Suma.
Copy. That is not tethered to reality. But it does provide insight in how desperate she was for money. That she would trade on her sons and the death of her father to make money. Final things that
it's a difference of man versus men's, right? You would say, look at all these mans out there. You'd say, look at all these men out there.
Yeah.
Tells you about Kouri Richins
it's raining mans.
That she wanted
it's raining
as part
mans.
of her facade, as
Hallelujah,
part of her
it's raining
appearance
mans.
Of success, privilege, and affluence. She wanted to be an author, but she didn't write it. And you can see from her writings and text messages, orange notebook, the notes, the walk the dog letter.
Really
Not only did
Why not make him a ghost, Blue River?
she not write it, she's not a good writer. But she wanted to.
Yeah, she's not a good writer. Okay, we'll get back at that up here. I've been stepping all over. I'm going to back it up. 1 minute.
You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
People grieve differently. There's no ancient artwork of that photograph. This book provides kind of 3 pieces of insight into Kouri Richins. The first is she wrote it, had it written, and published it in early 2023 when she knew that investigators were investigating her for the murder of Eric Richins. She promoted it. Her mother sent a book to investigators, all to deflect attention away from Kouri Richins. She also wrote it to make money. You see the emails, they're in evidence. She thought she would sell 100,000 copies in 10 months at $5 profit a copy. That is not tethered to reality.
You don't, yeah.
But it does provide insight in how desperate she was for money. That she would trade on her sons and the death of her father.
There's the ghoul.
To make money. No. Final things it tells you about.
Could you get thicker glasses, ghoul?
Kouri Richins is that she wanted, as part of her facade, as part of her appearance of success, and privilege, and affluence, she wanted to be an author. But she didn't write it. And you can see from her writings. And
she looks like she also has dentures. She's clicking up and out. Yeah.
She's got that, whatever it is.
She's clicking the dentures, like rolling them on her tongue.
Text messages, orange notebook, the notes, the walk.
When I first showed you.
Yeah. And I said it looked like
an amazing picture in retrospect. That must be an old picture. I had no idea.
It looks like the alien from Stargate or what was the other one I said? Oh, or Fire in the Sky. If anyone knows Fire in the Sky, the aliens from Fire in the Sky, those ones, or the alien overlord Ra in Stargate, that is what Kouri's mom looks like from the front.
The dog letter. Not only did she not write it,
she looks amazing there compared to now. I had no idea she aged.
Well, she probably drained life force from more people over the last few days, right? So
she's not a good writer.
Or Odo from Deep Space Nine, yes. Billie Jean, thank you for the last one I remembered.
But she wanted to appear as one. The appearance was what was important to her. In defense's closing.
This is the best part of the closing, right? So what the prosecution is going to do here is translate the walk the dog into what it actually means. And it is so good. We're just going to hear it out.
When you strip out.
As in hear me out, huh? Get the tie-in, right? Go ahead.
But vague notes? Is that what she says, vague? I think so.
Yeah, take vague notes.
Yeah.
Right. But the prosecutor is going to translate this into what this person is actually saying without code.
Rhetoric that could be argued at any closing, anytime, anywhere, on any case. When you strip that out of defense's closing and you hone in on substance, the entire substance of the defense's argument is based around trying to explain the walk the dog letter.
Okay, well, Joket says, no, please explain it more here. What Summa means is...
Kouri Richins is saddled with this letter and needed to craft the defense around this letter. It's obvious that the letter was written to get her brother to testify to a narrative that would explain everything. Let's unpack the letter
Regina,
in about 15 or so sentences, not with what Kouri Richins wrote, but with what the evidence shows. It's a translation from what Kouri Richins wrote to what the evidence shows. First part, here's what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would potentially have to testify to this, but it's super short. What the evidence shows is this says, I'm thinking that if you tell Ronnie to testify to what I'm about to write, it will explain everything and I will not get convicted.
We started out watching that, kind of.
Back that up again so you can hear it. So he's translating the walk the dog letter.
Testify to this, but it's super short. What the evidence shows is this says, I'm thinking that if you tell Ronnie to testify to what I'm about to write, it will explain everything and I will not get convicted. Ronnie will need to tell this to my lawyer because I just made it up and it will have to come from him. Never mind that I was arrested 4 months ago.
I would like to see.
I need an excuse for Ronnie and Eric to be hanging out. Never mind that football season ended a month earlier. I need to explain the fentanyl, and fentanyl must be everywhere in Mexico. Never mind that Eric would have to fly with the fentanyl, and I later say that Eric would not fly with drugs for fear of getting caught. Never mind that I know this story despite Ronnie never telling me.
Right. That was my thing. Like, how would she know this
Sorry.
if he never told her? It's completely ridiculous.
Well, because she knows about it because Eric told her before he died.
No, she knows about it. She made it up in her own stupid head.
But but she's saying she knows about it because Eric told her before he died, and therefore Ronnie.
That's not what she's saying.
No, she did say in the letter, like, eventually Eric told Kouri all this, and now you have to tell my lawyer.
Okay.
I need to explain why everyone will testify that Eric never used drugs.
I mean, and for everyone who thinks I'm making fun of Ronnie,
just before his passing, they're in the best spot that I'd ever seen him in. So, yeah, no, they were wonderful. She knows what's happening to her is unfair. It's not right, and she wants to help defend anyone else be put into her situation unfairly.
So, does anyone have any questions of why Ronnie isn't there?
No.
This kind of happened once with THC gummies on a trip to Hawaii.
He was gonna come, but he got his head stuck in the banister. So
Yeah, no, he got his hand stuck in one of those traps where you put your arm in, like the raccoon traps, where you grab in for the Snickers bar and then you pull out and like, oh no, my fist doesn't pull out, like, and nobody explained to him, just let go of the Snickers bar and then you can get your hand out. Like he's been stuck in there for 2 months, and his family's been feeding him, and he's like, no, I can't get my hand out.
This is enough to corroborate my entire.
Head in the banister is funnier.
What?
I still think head in the banister is funnier.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that is better.
Walk the dog story. I need to distance myself from fentanyl. These are my made-up words, but Ronnie can make up his own words.
Kouri thinks this is where you're going with prosecution. This is your best shot.
I don't know if they're on good terms, probably.
But look at Kouri. Kouri is so confident right now. Like, this is what you got. Are you kidding me? I'm going to walk out of here with a big old smile on my face.
Guilty on every count.
Guilty on all counts.
3 hours.
If Ronnie does not say these things, I'm convicted. I need to explain why investigators never found a trace of fentanyl in my home.
What?
He went to the wrong courthouse, Bethany says.
Yeah.
He's a family.
Never mind that it doesn't make sense that Eric hid the fentanyl after asking me to buy it. Don't get caught passing this made-up story along to Ronnie. That would be horrible. Tell Ronnie to keep the story short so that he does not mess it up.
And because he's a idiot.
Since the jury was paying attention.
His conversation with Eric never happened, tell him that it was only 2 minutes long. Ronnie needs to do this so that I do not get convicted. I can then extract revenge on Eric's sisters.
And we didn't get that explanation earlier, and that is just so good. Damn bitches is Eric's sisters, right? We didn't get it originally, but it's because argument is for the close.
Remember, I just made this story up. So
I mean, the way he talks is exactly how I do my sarcastic commentary, right? Be like, oh, wait. No, remember, I actually just made this up. So, Bloodsworth. Anytime you want to come on the show, Bloodsworth.
I do not get convicted. I can then extract revenge.
Comedy genius.
On Eric's sisters. Remember, I just made this story up, so my lawyer does not know it yet. All the evidence in this case
Corey's like,
wow.
Well, actually, shit. He actually, how did he know what I meant?
Proves that Kouri Richins murdered
Thank you,
her
Michelle.
husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. There is no other rational explanation for the evidence. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins clings to the facade that has enabled her to get away with so much for so long. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins doubles down and blames Eric. She is intensely ambitious.
Oh! Oh, shit! He ties it all back in with that sentence. She is intensely ambitious.
Has enabled her to get away with so much for so long. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins doubles down and blames Eric. She is intensely ambitious. See through her facade, check her ambition. Do not let her get away with murder.
Outstanding. Now, Gusta. Meowsing.
Mic drop, hammer drop. That is it. Sorry, ma'am. You are toast.
All right. Next
3
step.
hours later.
Brittany, if you would please swear in the bailiffs that will watch over the jury during deliberation.
All right. So that was the, that's all they wrote about Kouri. Since she was, let me put this back up. Guilty on all counts. Moron is guilty on all counts.
I wish Bloodworth had a go straight to jail card.
Yeah, but he's not that cheesy. So, I mean,
Of course not. He's
I
not
just
that
look
petty.
forward to
He's not petty.
changing all my thumbnails from stupid, greedy, lying bitch to stupid, greedy, lying bitch murderer, right? Killerer, right? No, it's a 6-hour long stream, but I mean, we had it all today. We had the close, we had the verdict, all of it.
More happened today than happened in the last 4 weeks. Really, I mean,
I'm personally glad that the defense to put on the case. We got here, right? So now we're going to have the sentencing on May 13th. Is that what they said?
I think it's Eric's birthday, actually.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So May 13th, Kouri's going away for a long time. She's still got the trial for
just hanging in the balance.
Wait, what?
She's still got her RICO charges hanging in the balance.
Yeah. And so that's going to be great watching her there, seeing if she does the same head movements. Like,
I don't know if we'll be, I don't know if that's going to be like.
Oh, is that a federal case?
Yeah, I think maybe.
Whatever. I mean, the bitch is going away for a long time.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Suma, for being here. I think we're going
to. Out. I missed you. I'm glad that we were able to do this tonight. This was fun.
Yes. Go ahead and subscribe to Suma again, as she's in the description. We're going to do an extended outro sequence here because I got a couple things. I'm going to do one of the defensive salute closings. I'm going to do one of the text readings, and then probably like maybe Hear Me Out, Oizo, and then or Dexter, and then the Caleb Marie outro. So, okay. Suma, thank you again for being here. What?
I was just answering a question from Joe K. What I'm doing tomorrow.
Day drunk. She's getting day drunk.
Well, that's every day. It's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, she's like, well, I don't know, got to stream a trial. I don't know. My schedule's kind of opened up.
I mean,
I don't have to sit around and click a computer like live.
I don't want to sit around sober.
Yeah, right.
No.
I was offered a job again today from my current client. No, but I'm not taking private sector jobs anymore.
Oh.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Got it.
But I am extended for another month, so I'm at least. What?
I support whatever decision you make.
No, I just can't do it for the company's benefit and my own mental health. I can't do it anymore. So, but I am going to continue with them for another month. So that's good. So I don't have a ticking time clock of running out in 14 days. So that's cool. But yeah, anything else before we see this montage here?
No. Good night, guys. Thanks as always for hanging out with us.
You kiss your fingers.
Delete your archives.
Yeah, what was her name? Candy Wrapper. Go ahead and email you. I'll probably email you, but don't feel any like pressure. Like I'm trying to get any information from you.
You will be needing a restraining order soon.
Shut the fuck up, Suma. You are misrepresenting me, Suma. Have I ever? Wait. Hold on. Suma, have I ever disclosed any private information about you?
I give you the softer side. Women trust you because of me. Okay. Not in spite of me.
Okay. So, but what I'm saying is, despite all of our individual conversations,
I trust you with my life. Absolutely.
Okay. That's all we're saying, right? So when I say I'm not going to show anything, it's not like I got you like a hidden true crime.
I mean, come on. I have to make a joke. Yeah.
I got you. But she doesn't know the jokes yet, so
I think you can pick up on it.
Here we go. We're going to go back to the outro sequence here, and we'll start with this.
Now, the state's going to get up and talk to you again because they get the last word. And the reason they have that last word is because of that heavy burden. But when you filled out that jury questionnaire, we asked you if you would be comfortable making your voice heard in that jury room. Would you stand by your convictions, by what you believe? And each and every one of you said yes. So here's my final ask of you. When you're deliberating and something comes up that we didn't respond to, will you be courageous? Courageous enough to raise your hand and talk about what our response would be. Raise your hand for Kouri, because you are the last line between an innocent woman and the state. Be courageous. Courage is what this moment demands. The courage to stand between a member of your community and the state and demand that they comply with the Constitution, that they comply with their burden.
Don't leave yet, Candy
Wrapper.
Do
not let them fool you. Do not fall for red herrings. Kouri Richins did not kill Eric Richins. The state did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the courage to tell them this and find Kouri Richins not guilty.
A special dinner and dessert, the intimate attention deserving of a super sexy cutie with the booty. Oh, yeah. Sweetheart, an absolute knockout of a rock star real estate investor and amusement park owner who is willing to let me have exclusive... who's willing to let me have exclusive tickets to after-hour rides. Yeah. We were talking about the fat activist who got arrested at the hospital. Remember that the woman who was like 800 pounds? Like,
yes.
And she's like, rape.
Yeah, they have to like, I don't know. She was just on a tarmac for like 3 hours.
I said, if I ever start making quote body positive end quote content, mail me a hand grenade with the pin without the pin. And then you followed it up with actual LOL. And then I said, if I ever start rating different rascal scooters, mail me some high quality anthrax. Oh, thank you for reminding me of that.
Yeah, thank you for finding it.
Yes, that is my testimony on direct.
Okay.
Kayla Marie. Come on. You know you're mine, little baby girl, right? Here we go. Come on. Kayla Marie, you know you are my precious baby girl. I swear I love you just so much, my little princess, my little baby girl. Let's just have sex. Now listen to me, Kayla, miss. The penis wants his girlfriend now. Miss vagina between your legs, Kay. So tell me, did you count? Did you count those hairs down there yet? Or were there too many 42 count? Cause Kayla, if there are, I mean that just might be okay. As long as you promise to taste my wine. The white stuff that comes out of a grown man's penis. Tell me, Kayla, do you know what it's called? Because you have it too. It drips out of your vagina when you get excited, and I'll taste it. I wanna taste your cum, your 13-year-old cum, Kayla. Eating is what it's called when a man licks all up and down your clit. It's gonna feel oh so good for my precious little baby girl princess. I'm gonna pick you up and throw you in my white Dodge Ram and take you with me to my apartment. As soon as we get in, your clothes will come in all precious, but it's gonna be like, what the fuck? Get on the floor, Kayla.
Breeze cold in this bitch for real. Breeze cold in this bitch for real. D-Mac, that's my name. I stay strapped with that razor cane. Gonna shave my Laura, babe. I thought we agreed Kayla was her name. Shut up, Lauren. This verse is mine. I know it's yours, but you're out of your mind. Cause I love the first, the baby girl is mine. Don't do this again, just chill. Here, pop one of my Medicare pills. Breeze cold in this bitch for real. Breeze cold in this bitch for real. Lord, aka son of Cord, crucified, willing green, tell me thanks the Lord. Paid the price for your sins, really miss my dog. His name was Bud and I miss him a lot. Bitch, you know I'm with the shits. Sitting here jacking into Kayla's pics. She just so cute, you know what? I might have to go up in her butt. Not K, let's get in shade. Breeze cold in this bitch for real. Breeze cold in this bitch for real.